Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, sa mga nanonood! Happy V-Day, which is Valorant Day para sa atin. At sa mga single dyan, chill muna tayo at kayo, kami, ang magiging jowa niyo ngayon. Ako nga pala, si Juicy Brucey at kasama ko ngayon ang aking pinaka stoic, kumbaga, and pinaka chill na panel ngayon, which is Fluffy and Ray Ray. Fluffy, Ray Ray, how are you today?
Good. It's V-Day, so adami may mga plans. Your plans natin ngayon is gonna be the Valorant start for 2024.
Exactly. Ikaw naman, Ray Ray, kumusta ka dyan?
Namiss ko! Grabe, namiss ko na nandito, nagsasalita, nag-ingay at first day pa lang regular season, pero marami na kagad pasabok dito lamang sa VZTPH.
Exactly. First day pa nga lang, intro pa nga lang, opening match natin for day number 1, pasabog na. This is two names na alam talaga nating mga Pinoy, and they have been in the scene for the longest time, and you know, what a way to start Valentine's and day 1 ika nga ng ating week 1 of the regular season. Pero before anything else, bago natin simulan ang lahat yan, I would like to remind everybody that Mineski Global is the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
And also, a shout out to Grab, our official super partner. Enjoy rock bottom fares with Grab Car Saver rides to up to 15% off. Indulge in wallet-friendly meals that start at just 99 pesos and get your cravings delivered for as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver.
And syempre guys, last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Ayun, with that out of the way, parang sobrang exciting yung mangyayari ngayon. But before anything else, a few days ago, nangyari kasi yung parang open qualifiers natin for our regular season para Challengers League. And then, sobrang daming teams, a lot of players as well na galing sa iba't ibang teams dito sa Pilipinas, umasok sila into different teams. Before we start with, you know, everything else, Fluffy, Ray Ray, ano ba yung mga teams na parang you were thinking na papasok sa ating regular season or maybe surprise para sa inyo that came in to this season already? Let's start with you, Fluffy.
I think for me, there are two teams that come to mind. So there's Just Us, which is the team of Second Love and Par Schofield. I think their coach is Narpim. And the second would be Carti Esports with Trix and Hems and Eugene Esov. All of which are yung mga staple names na nakita natin sa VCT dati. But since the off-season was so long, I'm surprised of how competitive this whole split seems to be. Because all the teams, at least in like raw skill, mechanical power level, seem to be pretty close. So I'm not surprised that they made it, but I'm kind of surprised that they just decided to team up and join together.
Exactly.
Ang daming familiar names di ba, na nakita natin na pagdating sa mga teams. But you know, aside from that, Fluff, ako din gusto kong sabihin yung AIM-PH. I think since 2021 or 2022 open qualifiers, they've been trying to be part ng VCTPH, and right now, since 6 na yung nakuha from open qualifiers, they're finally here as well.
Alright, so ayun na nga, meron tayong Open Qualifier 1, we had Open Qualifier 2 as well. You know, just to name a few, sa Open Qualifier 1, we had Valhalla, AIM-PH, and Just Us. Pag-usapan natin tong tatlong teams na to who were, you know, qualified Qualifier 1 pa lang. Were these three teams a surprise or parang sort of expected from their roster itself? Fluffy, simulan natin sa'yo.
I have to stick with the same answer, Just Us. I think it's such a weird team because other teams, you notice the names already, are kind of in that VCT history here in the local scene. Pero Just Us with bringing in players like Par Schofield, he used to go by another name, etc. These are players who have been relatively inactive but have been grinding the ladder. Like they're top 2, top 3 overall in the leaderboards. So the big question is, now that you're in a more structured environment, can you still pull off the same thing? Because it's very different now in the regular season compared to OC.
Exactly that. Aside from that one, sa Just Us din, no? One of the players na parang, you know, in my end is like a standout is like Lloyd Dream, who is mga casuals lang na tournaments that you see online. You would always see him popping off. Tapos meron din siya mga sarili niyang highlight reels. So, you know, one of the players from Just Us, Lloyd Dream, one of the people that I expect to really go up into this season. How about you, Ray Ray, from the Open Qualifiers 1 from the 3 teams? Sino pa para sa'yo? Yung parang standout, kumbaga.
Siyempre, hindi na natin palalampasin ang Valhalla together with the BAIS. So, of course, their lineup is really good. Akala mo nga, pwede na silang part ng invited teams, di ba? Pero after like going through a lot, yung Valhalla, nakita na natin yan nung off-season pa lang nag-grind through community tournaments. But on the other side naman, what really impressed me is finally GN Sanity is gonna play once again in the VCTPH. Ang tagal nating hinintay ito. Everyone's been asking us. So, together with Ching. So, sana talaga galingan nila this time around.
Yep, exactly. The BAIS. I mean, kung titingnan natin yung roster nila, I mean, just 2 players alone, si Senior Carl, si Gian Sanity. You know, let's talk about Senior Carl. Senior Carl. Parang this guy he started with Pirates, naging Zeals, goes to everywhere. What is with Senior Carl na parang isa siya so one of the players to look out for? Fluffy.
Personally, I feel like Carl is just a very flexible player. We've seen him in so many different teams, and he's always made it in that top 4 bracket for VCT, whatever split it's in. And I think it speaks to the fact that he's a smart player. He's flexible, but also I think his aim makes him really good because I think he's kind of underrated.
All right, so your thoughts on that, Ray Ray?
Okay, ako talaga, hindi underrated si Senior Carl, pero hindi din siya overrated. I think,
That's true.
ano lang talaga, he's really optimized, diba, in a lot of good scenes. He came from NAOS, pumama siya papuntang Ascension. Nakita natin na maganda din yung performance niya. I think what I really like about Senior Carl is coming from a controller. He decided to be that initiator. And finally, ngayon, nakita natin siya sa open qualifiers, nag-reina siya. So, there's just a lot of capabilities that this guy can do. And sana talaga makuha pa siya na mas maraming opportunities pagdating sa VCT PH scene.
All right, exactly that. Now, speaking of NAOS, well, let's say the elephant in the room, yung first opening match natin for today, it's Oasis versus NAOS. 2 teams na, I mean, you guys nandito na kayo sa VCT PH for like the longest time. You've seen these names already come up and here. And what can we say about the different teams? Simulan natin sa'yo muna, Ray Ray. Let's start with you dito sa NAOS.
Kapag NAOS talaga, medyo heartbreaking. Syempre, may mga rosters talaga sila. But I think that's what the team needed talaga to actually grow into the scene much more. Nakita natin yung roster reveal. It was Modger back again in NAOS together with Eman. So, I'm really surprised and at the same time interested kung ano yung ibibring nila. Syempre, si Eman, meron siyang that VCT Pacific experience when he came from RRQ. And at the same time, yung growth naman talaga ni Modger, nakita na natin yan. Unang araw pa lang, ever since last year when he went into the NAOS roster, nag-adjust siya from that duelist going to that killjoy. And sana ngayon din, ganun din yung performance na i-expect natin from him.
Alright, so ayun yung NAOS now. Fluffy, eto, tatanungin na kita, diretso na to. Oasis new roster, and ito na nga masasabi natin, they had an announcement. They had this guy that we all know and love, the Filipino pride himself. What's with Oasis and their new player? Ikaw na bahala mag-explain siya.
I mean, I feel like dubstep is a great pickup regardless. I mean, we can see here that Oasis, they've brought so much more firepower as we look at the roster. We have, of course, the staple of Kelly, Wild Oreo, Marky, Savvy, but dubstep filling in for Draxi means that they have a bit more veterancy, and I think that's one of the things that they were lacking. They already have the structure because their coaching staff is very, very strong at doing that, but they had no in-game leader in a sense that really brought the team together. They were playing with Draxi doing it for a while, and then they go to Bray doing it for a while, but now that they have dubstep, I feel like if he's gonna be the IGL, he can bring that parang kuya vibe that everyone just kind of will listen to just because they respect you that much. And I think that'll be a big help to a young team like Oasis Gaming.
The wisdom, ika nga, no? I mean, if we're talking about young players, I mean, Javi's young, pero tagal-tagal niya na sa Valorant, and really hoping big stuff for this guy. And then that is our team number 1, that is Oasis Gaming. Now, kanina pag-usapan natin yung NAOS as well. Now, let us look at their roster for NAOS para makita na natin yung mga mukha nila to who will be going into the firepower into our first match for today. Ray, ikaw bahala dito with NAOS. Now that napag-usapan na namin ni Fluff yung Oasis, tingnan natin yung NAOS this time and their player lineup.
Siyempre, yung NAOS the time. Last year, sila nga ang VCT PH Kings. Sila ang pumunta sa Ascension. At kahit nakita natin na medyo heartbreaking, konti na lang sila nang makakapunta ng actual VCT Pacific. Pero sa semifinals, medyo nag-fall short talaga sila. Pero looking at their roster as of now, we have Ja, we have of course si Papi Chulo, we also have Nexi, and we have si Eman nga together with Modger. And I'm sure this lineup is going to tell a lot. Dahil nga, syempre, nandiyan yung dalawang veteran na, si Ja together with Papi Chulo. Miniksapan mo ng isang prodigy katulad ni Nexi, and the other 2 youngsters like Eman together with Modger. Ang daming promises na pwede na lang sabihin. Pero I can only ask one thing. Will it be their time again this 2024?
Exactly. Again, pinag-usapan talaga natin, no, na parang with Ascension, they kind of fall short. Sobrang konti na lang sana. They could have been, putting up their reins even more. Pero here's the question, Tesseract is already in a different team. If I'm not mistaken, it's Valhalla, di ba? Yun na yung pupuntahan niya. Now with this roster of NAOS, Fluffy and Ray Ray, is with Eman on the helm, do you think there is gonna be it's gonna be the tagline nila na it's the time na ba talaga with Eman right now with NAOS?
I mean, honestly, I feel like they have around the same level of firepower that they did before with Wits, but there will be, of course, a big change when you do have an IGL that is calling differently to you. Even though they might be similar in terms of veterancy, it's always a style thing when it comes to teams like this and the respect thing. So now that they're kind of, they know each other, naman, they're playing in the same circuit, but now that they're in one team together, it begs the question, do they have that core that they used to have and that sync that really won them a lot of rounds? Because one of the best things about NAOS esports before was their defaults were just so strong and they rarely throw rounds.
All right, so there you go. A very insightful, kumbaga, from Fluff. Man, you're so stoic. I love you. Na-starstruck eh. So anyway, now let's talk about veterancy, no? Ray Ray and Fluffy. You got Eman, you got Dubstep, international scene, kumbaga, for both players. What is the difference, do you think, Ray, that these two players will bring to each team?
Well, kapag kay Dubstep, I have my full trust. This guy has been just really good since 2021 and yun nga, na-acquisition ng Oasis, this is a big step sa Oasis talaga. A big decision and yet I'm sure it's going to be successful. But as for Eman, kasi nung VCT Pacific, we've seen a lot of highs from Eman but there were also lows pagdating sa kanyang performance. And right now, going into NAOS, I know naman that on the times na nagkaroon tayo ng off-season, I'm sure Eman did a lot of calibration towards his itong kanya magiging gameplay sa NAOS. But let's see, kasi alam ko na itong bagong roster na to medyo fresh pa lang. So there will be a big adjustment sa NAOS ngayon and this might be the key for other teams into taking them down.
Yeah, I mean, similar to the original NAOS roster, you see these different players coming from different places. Even though they've played together every now and then, will they really gel together is my question for NAOS. And for the side of Oasis, with Dubstep coming in, who we know is primarily a duelist, sometimes he plays Sentinel. If he's doing the IGLing as well, Oasis has this small issue where they don't have really defined roles and they're just like a jack of all trades instead of being specialized. So now that they have even more players added to the roster, it's like every time they add a flexible player, what roles are they going to end up playing together?
All right. So yun na nga yung question. It's a matter of answering kung ano ba talaga. What will be their key specific roles going into this match. Now anyway, let's talk about, NAOS and Oasis this time. With these two teams, Fluffy and Ray Ray, they're going into the first match. So far, let's talk about their rivalries ever since. Nagkita sila the last time na parang napag-usapan nito last year. I think that was in an event here, yung Conquest, and then they met in Predator League. Very different rosters. Is it going to be the same situation pa rin for both teams? Let's start with you, Fluffy.
I feel like it's so hard to tell because they have the same names and they have the same orgs, but it's not necessarily the same team and playstyle that will get them through it. NAOS, I feel like, has bigger changes in terms of how they're going to play, but Oasis also needs time to adapt for a lot of these things. It's kind of funny, actually, how this is our first game, which was like one of the last games we talk about every split, but we start with them. So, it's an exciting day today.
It's a make or break sa tingin ko sa mga rosters nila. They have so much to prove. Oasis, syempre nga, nag-acquire sila ng big names, which are big players as well. And sabi nga ni Fluffy, it takes a lot of adjustment. But I really do think dito sa NAOS, they have a new IGL nga. So yun talaga yung magiging big question mark towards their performance here in Stage 1. And remember, guys, I think like this time around, they're saying not just only NAOS and Oasis, this is everyone's game already.
Yep, there you go. Everyone's games. Kasi, I mean, to think about it, a lot of re-roster is happening for this split. Pero, now, talking about the teams, let's head over to the parang maps na, in rotation for this season. What do you think is, so far, Lotus pa rin back from open qualifiers, Lotus? So far, the most pick. Is there any, maps that you were thinking na parang it's gonna be mostly banned throughout this season itself? Or mostly played? What do you think here, Fluffy, yung parang mostly mababan? For
I feel
the whole
like
season.
people have gotten better at splits, so that might go through. But maybe bind's a 50-50 for a lot of the teams because it needs so much coordination. But my bigger concern actually is the fact that with the new rotation, we have No Haven, which is one of the biggest maps in the PH. It's one of Oasis and NAOS' strongest maps. I think the last time they played as well, that's the map where NAOS actually got one of their points. So it's going to be very hard for them to adjust and trying to find their groove with a new team of what map they want to pick.
All right. How about you, Ray Ray? Your thoughts on the maps?
Icebox. Always been a big question for me. Dahil, I don't know, there's just, even if there were map changes, I really do think that it's not necessary for Icebox. The problem still stays the same. But on the other side naman, Breeze opening up the halls again is going to be a powerful impact on a lot of teams. But hopefully, nakapag-improve na sila. We've seen a lot of good matches as well in Breeze. So maybe that will be a big key factor to a lot of teams, especially the BAIS together with Valhalla.
All right. Still waiting kung sino yung magiging Sunset Kings natin. Pero
That's true.
heading over to the teams that we are talking about, let's start this off. Gonna be a super hard question, I think, para sa ating tatlo. Predictions for our first game on day 1, week 1, on split 1. Daming 1 nun Ikaw 1, single ka kasi. Ay, sorry, no attacks. Pero who do you think is gonna win this first match for today? Sorry, hindi ka single. Okay, ito na. Oasis or NAOS, who do you think will come out as victors on the first game today? Fluffy.
I think for me, it's just straight Oasis, honestly. They might be young as players, but if you talk about how long they've played in VCT, that core is essentially veterans, to be honest. And now that they have dubstep to just bolster what they were lacking previously, I think it's an easier change to adjust to than NAOS that has a couple more players and they lose their coaching staff as well. There's just more changes. So less variables, I'm for Oasis.
All right. Oasis para kay Fluffy? Ray?
Ako naman, I'll be agreeing with Fluffy. I'll agree with him. I'm gonna go for Oasis, guys. I've always been a NAOS fan, but I really do think this dubstep acquisition together with Kelly's is going to be big. So it's gonna be Oasis Gaming.
All right, so there you have it. Fluffy with Oasis, Ray, and Oasis. And for me naman, it's also Oasis kasi I'm a big fan of Javi 8K. Back to his collegiate scene. Wala This guy's just firepower. Adding dubstep in as well into the mix. Kelly, yes pa. I mean, it's like the Oasis is like the paradise, I think, for game number 1. But we'll see kung ano ba yung gagawin ni NAOS. Mas lilipad ba or lalangoy? We'll find out in a bit. Kaya ibibigay na natin sa ating mga casters yung ating game number 1. Casters, kayo nang bahala dyan.
Hello and welcome back to our very own Challengers League, guys. And you know what? It is such a nice feeling to see all the beautiful faces here. I am, of course, with our newest member here. Dash, you are looking quite good there. You are looking very sharp.
Oh yeah, everybody's wearing black today. I don't know why we're wearing black. It should have a different feel today. I think we should be wearing red today. But again, all of the teams that we have seen right now, there's a lot of changes, and I'm really excited for this new league that we have.
We do have a lot of changes, and you did bring up the color red. Did you have any plans for your Valorant Valentine's Day, Dash?
Actually, I should have plans tomorrow though. But for now, my plans are casting Valorant. And right now, we're going to be seeing all the players actually spending their Valentines together with us. How about you, Raph? What should have been your plans for today?
What should have been my plans today? You know, like that is a big question that hopefully I can answer. But you know, on my mind, as you've said, we're here for Valorant. We're here for a very, very exciting way to start the whole season. I mean, now it's Oasis on the forefront. The panel has mentioned it many times. Usually, this is a matchup that we talk about at the very tail end of our splits. But here we are. I'm actually quite interested in how this map veto is going to go, because aside from the changes on the rosters, we've had a lot of changes through our maps, especially with one that's incredibly popular with our scene lately, which is Lotus.
Yeah, Lotus has been receiving a lot of play, a very attacker-sided map based on what we've seen from all the plays from the open qualifiers. So right now, that's going to be one of the things that everybody needs to think about. But again, for both of these teams, I am really curious on how they are going to be adjusting, especially for NAOS and Oasis, because they have a lot of things to adjust with the addition of the new members into their roster.
That's true, and I feel like with especially dubstep, right, on Oasis, I know dubstep has been around the scene for God knows how long. He's been one of our marquee players and one of the finest products of the region has ever produced. But I definitely agree with all the points about an adjustment period, because it's been so long since he's been on a new team. He's been with the same core, or at least he was with the same core with Team Secret. So perhaps this change of environment is going to reinvigorate him and maybe give him a few buffs. Or once again, we might be seeing the growing pains of a new roster.
Yeah, and now for the map veto, I'm really excited to see what they're going to be picking up because, as we said a while ago, Lotus has been picked up a lot for a lot of the teams that we have here. So I'm really curious if they're going to be taking that off of the list, or are they going to be picking it, especially for the side of NAOS.
That's true. And I think Ray brought it up to Icebox. I feel like Icebox has been one of our darlings ever since we took down, or ever since our region took down, I believe it was Gambit at the time. And ever since then, I feel like it's been sorely lacking or been sorely missed in our map pool. Other than that, I feel like everybody's feeling the effects of missing Haven. Haven is a wonderful default map that's been, just again one of our signature maps.
Yeah, taking that off, I mean, Haven is a great map to see, especially during the start. And now without that, a lot of teams are going to be adjusting, and that's not going to be in their limelight. Now, as you were saying, Icebox is going to be picked up here by NAOS, and it is one of the most, with the changes that we have recently, I think overall has been balanced quite a bit, which is why I like having Icebox in this picks that we have.
That's true, and the thing about Icebox is that it's had a good amount of changes where it still feels like a fresh map, but the meta is still very, very familiar. We're obviously going to see a lot of Viper, perhaps a lot of double controller for a lot of the avenues that previously were closed off, but split as a second map. I think Fluffy was talking about this behind the scenes and how teams have evolved to be really good at this map. And yes, bless you. You know what? It's a new year. It's the same thing. I really dislike watching split games. Not split games, sorry, Ascent. Get Ascent out of here. That's important.
And Ascent always, Ascent is one of the maps that or at least you usually see because it's the map that hasn't really received a lot of changes. So having that out of the picture, we'll now see a very dynamic change for the squads that we have here. So for the last map, it's going to be Sunset if we're going to be having a game 3 for this squad. I'm kind of excited for Split also. While you were talking about that, with the changes that we had for Split, I would love to see how different it was from years ago and how players play around Split now.
That's true, because we talked about the magic number for Split before, which is 6 rounds. Usually the defending side is going to be incredibly dominant for 6 rounds, and then we're going to see a potential flip. I don't think it is as attacker-sided as it used to be, because as you mentioned, teams have evolved, strategies have gotten a lot more complex, and just overall control for the map itself has gotten a lot deeper. But with that being said, we're going to have a very, very default-heavy day with just the map pool overall.
Yeah, really excited to see how they're going to be playing around Icebox, especially. This is one of the maps that APAC teams really love picking up, and seeing it on the hands of the teams like NAOS, this is going to be really, really dynamic for all of the teams here. What are your expectations on what they usually pick up when it comes to the agents in this map?
Oh man, that's honestly a good question, right? Because normally when we're in the middle of the season, we tend to know how teams want to approach. Or if we have rosters that remain largely intact, we're going to see, again, a signature lineup. In this case, for NAOS on Icebox, it used to be the Harbor. It used to be the Harbor Viper. I'm not entirely sure if they're gonna run something as high responsibility or high execution as that. We were also talking about the trend early in the season. We tend to see a lot more double duelist because teams are still kind of sizing each other up where, hey, can you stop our heat check, or are we just going to run through you?
Yeah, especially for the open qualifiers, I'm seeing a lot of double duelist setups for a lot of the teams here, because as you said, they're heat checking each other and what they can do and what they can snowball out of. So right now here in Icebox, there is still, based from the last patch that we had, a lot of players are preferring picking up the Sage versus the Reyna when it comes to the Icebox map. But now, as you said, Harbor is also one of the contestants that we have here for Icebox, which is also a good angle for having the double controller setup here.
True, and if we do go for that double controller, I actually feel like Raze as a single duelist, not like our single fans out there on Valentine's Day. I'm sorry, guys. I have to throw it out early.
That's why we're wearing black today.
Yeah,
for all them.
Rest in peace for all the single people, as Dash said. My goodness, Dash.
I'm so sorry. I'm just new here, everybody.
No, he's not sorry. He's not sorry. But going back to the original point, think Raze is actually a good pickup, or I think an underrated pickup as a solo duelist on Icebox, because you can kind of flush out for 10. There's a lot of corners that the Boombot, despite the big change, will still clear out. I think the nade is super valuable when it comes to just continuing that utility shuffle. The Jet is still not a bad pick either if you want that extra burst power. Plus that controller. Well, my goodness, words are hard, guys. I'm still reeling from that single comment, but again, the burst value of Jet.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. No, I set you up for that one. You're supposed to say Raph. Why are you instigating? But anywho.
Yeah, but again,
yeah.
Yeah, back to your point, Raph. I'm just gonna be adding something with that race that you said a while ago. I mean, what I love about the race is going to A side. It's way easier to clear all those pesky angles that you have in A side, especially for Icebox. That's why I really love having the race whenever you're playing around Icebox. But again, for everybody out there watching this, I'm kind of excited to see what the agents are going to be picked up here for the squads, because based on the OQ stats that they had recently, there's a lot of picks that they have. Sometimes they go for the KO, even going for the Sky, just for them to have that extra flash setup, just for them to clear those angles, which is what I like. Honestly, having a utility battle is always very welcome whenever I see these teams.
That's true. You talked about the Sky. I feel like that's also a big question if teams would rather brawl with the Sky or have that safety net as a Sova, because for example, NAOS, right? Historically speaking, they did go for a lot of those slower plays to just kind of have a safer setup towards their duelist and their front line in general. Whereas if you kind of play the Sky, especially now where your flashes don't regenerate, rest in peace again, Sky mains, it's a lot more committal. You might still have your Trailblazer and everything in your kit, but the fact that you're not going to get a third flash in the game is just painful.
Yeah, it's really hard to even use it right now, even if you have the safety net of the other things that you could use here. For example, a Gecko might even be a breach, but again, KO is always going to be the next one that everybody goes to use whenever it comes to Icebox. But other than that, let's talk about Split. Split had a facelift from the last time that we've seen Split. So with this, one of the things that I love about Split is that having the controllers here, you have the Omen that usually gets picked, but there's also an angle in where some teams even use the Viper. When do you think, or what teams do you think usually picks up the Viper rather than going for the usual setup that we have, having just the Omen as their controller?
That's also a good question, like the style of the teams we're going to see, because other than NAOS, other than Oasis, we have a lot of returning players too who competed in other regions, so there might still be that adjustment period. But in general, I think teams that are really looking to slow down, they're going to be considering that Viper pick on Split. I think Viper on a lot of maps is quite underrated. Again, the real issue with having a Viper is that the execution and just the overall comms that is required from the team just gets that much higher. But I feel like the reward is definitely more than enough. But as we mentioned, it is quite early in the season. I feel like people are still looking for that stability instead of just kind of experimenting with a lot of things. And I do agree with what you said. Split has gone through a lot of metas. I remember when Sage was a must pick here. Now we've definitely shifted away from that to the double controller, as you mentioned, and with Cypher seeing more prominence too.
Yeah, and I really love, honestly, having Split back into the rotation. And whenever it comes down to Split, even in a lot of solo queue games back in the day, people really hate having Split right there. But right now, with the facelift that it had today, it is a very different mix-up. A lot of people really love going attack now in this map. Back in the day, Split is a very defense-heavy map that everybody hates whenever Split comes out. So right now, it's a very big change, every team. And also, what's hard about this being the start of the tournament is where we're also going to be discovering what the teams are going to be picking up, how are they going to be playing with the changes, how are they going to be adapting. And it's a very big change in dynamic for all the squads here.
That is true. And just to go back on that, just that tangent on the metas of Split, I think we had a very, very short period of time where we had Neon kind of doing her rounds on that map. You talked about Viper, and that's why I'm also bringing up the Neon. The wall was supposedly a miniature version of the Toxic Wall, and plus you had a lot of CC with her relay bolt, which did quite a bit of damage to any of the players who wanted to initiate early choke fights. Are we going to see that today? Probably not, honestly. As we mentioned, she's quite volatile.
Yeah, and whenever somebody picks up a Neon, that it's a lot of commit that you need to do whenever you pick up the Neon, and that's why it's really hard to just get in and get out. You even have the slide, yes, but compared to what a Jet could do going in and out of fights is much easier compared to what a Neon could do. And as you said, she's very volatile as a pickup here for the game. And for now, the last map, Sunset, this is quite new to me, especially seeing Sunset in the game. This is a very new map for some of the teams. They already played around it. So with Sunset being in the mix-up, what are your opinions about Sunset? Is this like attacker heavy or defense heavy?
I think Sunset sucked. No, I'm joking. I think it's okay. I feel like it's going to be an Ascent replacement essentially for a lot of the teams because it's kind of structured similarly where there's a lot of importance towards mid or just kind of ignoring mid in general. With that being said, I think Sunset is a healthy addition. I think we needed more maps structured around, again, Ascent just to kind of have that extra flavor towards our teams. And well, Sunset, I still feel like despite all the time we spent with the map, is still discovering a stable meta, especially in our local region, because we've seen a lot of teams still experiment with the type of initiators they want to use. Fade is quite popular. I think Sky is still getting her rounds on this map despite everything. Sova's not too bad on it, in all honesty, but I feel like the others, in terms of specialization, will do a lot better. I feel like, you know, that's the very tail end of Arena. We talked about every single map here. And for everybody just kind of hanging around the comment section, I already see, you know, some people asking about dates or, you know, how these reacts are going to, I guess, paint the picture, you know, say, what are you doing? Why aren't you going on our Valentine's Day? I'm doing Valorant, you know.
Yeah, and for everybody out there actually watching with us here, at least you're having Valentine's together with us here, just watching Valorant at home and giving a flower to yourselves. I think that's sad, but again, for everybody, at least buying themselves some flowers. We can buy you flowers. I mean, we're wearing black today, so for you guys out there, I hope you're gonna be enjoying the games that we have for today, especially the games that we're gonna be watching for this day.
True, and I already see, you know, some familiar names in the chat. We have an Asterai Gaming here saying, Caster, start the game. Well, Asterai, why don't you shut up? My God, I miss that. I miss that so much. Miss you, buddy. Hope you're doing well wherever you are.
Yeah, I really hope he's doing well. And again, for everybody out there in the comments, I mean, this is a new day, a new split for all of us. And honestly, it's a new thing also for me, and I'm really excited to see what's gonna happen. What are the players gonna be bringing out for us this Valentine's Day? Because for sure, we're gonna be up here for the whole Valentine's Day.
That is true. Once again, you know, for everybody out there, you're gonna be spending a lot. I mean, a lot of time with us. So don't forget that right under our names, see that little grab logo. You know, get yourself comfortable. Go get yourself a drink, maybe a little bit of a snack, and potentially enjoy or hate our voices, whichever way you're leaning towards.
Yeah, and again, for everybody out there, we're just gonna be telling that this event is also sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. And for now, we're kind of excited to see what the Agent Select is gonna be after some time. So we're just waiting for the players to get in that Agent Select for now.
True. Talking about the Agent Select again, I mean, you talked about the Reyna earlier, right?
Ooh, yeah.
I think the analyst in me just does not like Reyna picks. I feel like there's a lot of things you can do with other agents, even with her most recent buff, which is towards her Leer. But the player in me always loves to see a good Reyna pop up. It's just so fun, you know? Nice trap nerd, too bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And also, the brute force that what Reyna could do, especially for this kinds of maps, is also something to see. Especially for your rank games together with your friends whenever you see a Reyna. What is, like, it's always going to be an okay whenever you see a Reyna, but in this type of setup, seeing a Reyna is always like a big question mark, because sometimes they pop off, sometimes they don't, and when they don't, they're just going to be punished.
That's right, guys, you heard it here first. Again, that if the Reyna is doing bad, question mark in the chat, not
Yeah.
That's terrible. But yes, we are finally here on our Agent Select. Don't think there's anything that really caught caught my eye, but it's strange to me that Oasis is the team that's running the double controller, which I thought would have been considered the mouse.
Yeah, you called this a while ago. Like, I thought they're gonna be going with the hardware design of NAOS Esports, but it's a bit of a flip for both of our squads. NAOS Esports having the double duelist setup for their side. You can talk about Raze, the clearing that Raze could do, especially on A side, could be a very great tool, especially the patience that she has.
Absolutely. And again, it's a test on if the teams are going to start up hot or if they're just going to be for the starting day, the opener for our season. It does look like we're going to have a Killjoy that can supplement all that utility on the side. Oasis, so they can play a super stable game there. One thing that I think Oasis had to deal with potentially, especially calling back to our previous splits, it was just a lot of overplaying on their defensive end. Yes, they're very creative, honestly, like to experiment, but times where you just kind of need to temperance, chill out, basically. Sorely lacking. Hopefully with a new season, they're going to do well.
Yeah, and as we were talking about how Oasis is going to be playing this with a new leadership role for Dubstep, I do want to see what Dubstep could really offer here for the squad, for the team, and for the as a older brother figure. I was about to say the Filipino term kuya figure for them, but again, the older brother figure here for Oasis. How could he command this team to victory? And that is a very big question here for the squad. But again, heavily favoring the side of Oasis on the panel a while ago. So we're gonna be holding them accountable if ever NAOS Esports wins this.
Wow, okay. Well, once again, Dash with the hot takes, guys. Apparently, if NAOS win, it's the panel's fault for predicting all Oasis. So, Bruce, Fluff, Ray, it's your
Press
fault.
exit out.
Press exit out, indeed. But here we are, ladies and gents. We are jumping right into the pistol round here. We actually have Wild Oreo on that Viper. Again, not a common sight, but not something we haven't seen before, and already a very, very aggressive push here by Marky.
Really going for A already. Everybody's been wrapping around A side already. From what we're seeing, right there, Oasis already has a lot of people on site. And Emin getting some vision inside the site with that harbor already uses one of his smokes, and this could be a really good start for them. But looking at NAOS, they're also going to their vents, and they would have two angles here if they don't commit to A side.
Savvy has to do quite a bit here. That is going to be the first double kill of the season. It is the collegiate GOAT himself taking down the NAOS backline. There you have Oasis willing them down. There's no resistance whatsoever on our attacking side.
Yeah, Eman already getting vision on the side though. They see one more person inside. They're already pushing to V3. Still a big chance here for Eman and Mojer. Could definitely go in the site, but this smoke is just spoiling their plans. Now that it's down, Dubstep gets one, and Mojer, all is in his hands, and the first win of the season is gonna be on Oasis' side.
Oh my goodness, they line up. Potentially could have stolen the round away, but alas, it is not meant to be. Much like people who's not having about. Nah, I'm kidding, guys. I'm gonna stop ribbing on everybody. My bad. That one's on me. But I loved how NAOS already conveyed a lot of control. I see the plan here is to just kind of, pry their way towards the middle part of the map. But of course, Xavi on that Killjoy is just doing so much work, putting a wedge in their plans and just being an absolute brick wall for Oasis.
Yeah, and just getting that hold against them. And now with Xavi again, getting all the kills right there. 4 kills already for this guy. And he has been taken down in answer. Right now, they're going to be pushing, and that's another bonus round for Oasis.
Well, again, conversion, a lot of... I think the fundamentals that we highlight throughout the season is to just kind of don't drop that second round, because it will kind of lead to ruin on your eco, especially now that we have the Outlaw on the field. And what a shooting gallery here by Xavi, just to kind of go back onto that. Eco frags could have been the first ace, but denied a little bit. But as we mentioned, right, the half armor meta was something that bothered quite a few pro players, because it did feel like the heavy armor was just there to stop utility poke.
Yeah.
Again, the Outlaw, great choice. Scales pretty well too.
Yeah. That's what's great about the Outlaw right now. Papi Chulo starting off the round with Marquee being taken down. And that is a good trade-off. Still a 4v4 for both squads. What they want to do here is take this round for themselves. Now it's Esports with this round on the third round. This should be their round. Because of that, they already lost one of their members starting the site. But here, let's take a look at what they're gonna do. Trying to get the vision with the Owl drone to get into the site. Ja already goes in. With that, they already are looking, wrapping around to backside. It's not gonna get the kill. Snakebite's gonna be pushing him off, and that's gonna be a kill. Mojer takes one for the team, gets the trade-off. Right now, somebody's still at the backside. Kelly S still holding on, but now he's gonna be taken down. Great shot from Savvy. And now he would be able to hold the round off. Gets two. He still has one more. No plant just yet. He's gonna be backing away.
He has that lockdown. He can very well invest it here. It's so early. He'll realistically get it back again. But Zavi playing the long game here. Emin keeping it together. He does have the rifle. Zavi very, very brave with the classic. Does not want to give away the reload sound. He can't chip away. He's getting chased. And Eman denies the clutch. But what a bonus by Oasis.
Yeah, great bonus from Oasis. Already caught like 4 people out of that round. That's gonna be forcing NAOS to go for half price on this next one. But great defense coming from Savvy right there. And we're gonna take a look at that. And this Outlaw, this guy Savvy, just took down a lot of people. Almost even chipping down Emin in the end there. But that was a nice try for their squad.
Nice try indeed. And as we mentioned, that was still a lot. I mean, a lot of value here on Savvy. Again, that's the crux of having the Outlaw. The first 2 shots, they're incredible. We could have seen a clutch, but the reload time is just a go signal for teams to flood you. Now it's going for a very, very conservative buy here. We still have Eman on that Hero Vandal that he saved throughout the previous rounds. They're trying to set up here. They're not really committing again. Trying to default it out. Hopefully they can set up that burst for Mojer and Ja.
Yeah, really need to get that pick off first. They don't really have... that was an expensive third round. This is what is the punishment coming here from Oasis. They're just going to be holding off now that they know that there's an operator right here on A side. They're still going to try to commit. Just going to focus on this close angles that they have here. The only one that they have is this trusty Vandal that they have for Emin. So far, it's going to be killed by Marquee. Tries to swing out, but there's no kill that's going to happen because this round could definitely go to their side, but at least they got some kills and they are making this hard for themselves. And with that, NAOS already got themselves planted on side, but no, nobody has the spike. So right here on their side, Oasis is just going to be holding off and wait for anybody that's going to try to take the spike.
Oh, they only have 25 seconds at this point to work with. They have great control towards the middle portion of the map, but as you mentioned, there is nothing to remove Oasis from that, from defending the spike here. Papi Chulo trying to rather clear it up with his Sheriff, but unfortunately for him, just the gun differential is just a little too much. Nexi forced on a savior. Now, no idea. Oasis clear it out. Also, I gotta say, guys, NAOS Nexi, Oasis Nexi, it's a bit of a tongue twister. Especially from last season.
Yeah. No, it's next. But again, great round coming in from Oasis. It was definitely a bonus for them. No guns for the side of NAOS Esports this game. 10 kills already for Savvy. Not even using the lockdown just yet because it doesn't call for Savvy to use this for any of their rounds just yet. NAOS, this is going to be their chance. As you say, half armors for everybody here for NAOS.
I really do like what NAOS is trying to do here. They've been trying to, once again, put a little bit of pressure towards mid, but with everybody on Oasis being so sharp on this defense, these lurk threats have just been, again, neutralized too quickly before it can blossom into anything. And it looks like Oasis, they're going to raise the tempo and play a little more aggressive this time around.
Yeah. Some kills, Papi Chulo. Sikilo and Marquee. Bit too over-aggressive here for Oasis. Now they need to back off because of it. Already, people on B side looking for any opportunity, looking for any aggression, but Oasis is not biting the bait so far. They want to catch them off guard, but right now, push is gonna happen. Have a recon bolt on their side. Gonna see nobody on site, but this smoke is making it hard for them. Now they lay down the wall. They're still not gonna go in.
They still haven't cleared yellow. I feel like that's going to be bothering them as much as it will. Wild Oreo falls, tries to posture himself for a defense here. You mentioned the lockdown. It's still in the pockets. Oasis
30
keeping
seconds
strong
left.
despite a 3v5, but not looking too good for them.
Yeah, they need to commit here. They're already going back. And this is going to be bad. Once they put down the lockdown, they need to take that down unless they don't want to commit. Right there, there's going to be some smokes on their side. There's a Reckoning also available for Kelly. And right now, they're still not going to be committing that to their side. Dubstep is down, so there's a big chance that they're not going to commit this. Taking down all the smokes that they can. Right there in yellow, there's 2 people walking right now. 5 people marking, or rather 4 people marking this fight. Gets 1 kill, Savvy gets 1, but not enough. Now takes a round.
Hopefully on the side of NAOS, this is going to get them going. You know, they've had a bit of a stutter towards those opening rounds. I actually find it really interesting that they're going for the slower style of play again, considering they do have a very explosive front line, a very aggressive duelist pairing. But control is the name of the game for both these players. As you mentioned, Zabby has been really, really good for these, 5 rounds. Everybody on the team doing as well as they can. Oasis still handling that lead, and hopefully they can run it up, or at least that's what they're thinking about.
Yeah. Now taking the round. Definitely gonna hurt here for Oasis. Right now, going back to default for both squads. What they can do is not be too over-aggressive here for Oasis. That could have been the big punishment that happened from that last round. But now it's here, already on B side, and they would want to take this side. But Wild Oreo has been doing a great job just holding this side by himself, just pushing them back. But right now, they already know that some people are here.
Tempo. Still not on the plate for NAOS here. Already setting up for the hit. That Poison Orb is going to delay them even more. As you mentioned, Recon
Caution
Bolts
here.
have been used for that extra safety net on both these teams. Looks like NAOS are ready to commit. Bojer does have that showstopper, but can't find a target. If he looks up, then he might get one. Shao will cut down the defenders on the side.
Yeah, enough to push them back. Showstopper wasn't able to get any kill, but that's good enough. Reckoning is going to be used to just push them back. Now still has 4 people on their name. Mojo is super low, but they
30 seconds
already
left.
are backing away, and they want to go for an A-side hit. And that is, Oasis already knows that this is going to happen, and some of them are already rotating. But Marky's going to be seeing somebody right there. Nexi gets the shot, and A-side is open.
Next, he tells Barky that you cannot fool me. I am familiar with your game. As he's experienced
10
being
seconds
teammates here, and Zavi actually
planted.
finds his co-sentinel here. 3v2 still very doable. Perhaps this
That's
is the round where he burns the lockdown.
Very possible. Lockdown's gonna be used, pushing back everybody out of the site. They need to commit here, but Mojo is gonna be sacrificing himself. Hunter's Fury is gonna be used. Nobody is there. Right now, they're not even gonna take down the lockdown. That's gonna be enough time for Kelly to go for the defuse. Nobody's looking at it, and this could potentially be the defuse. They got the defuse, so Oasis gets the clutch.
You can see that there was a little bit of hesitation with the Hunter's Fury there to either go for the lockdown, as you mentioned, or try to get off Diffuser. NAOS had a great setup there, but just could not get off enough control on the belt side of things here. Maybe need to assert themselves a little more, considering they have the more aggressive lineup. They do have quite a few ults to use here with their own lockdown, and no Hunter's Fury, at least not yet, on the side of Oasis.
Yeah, very hard for them to go for the B-side hit there a while ago, and they really struggled even with the showstopper. They were able to push back a lot of members from Oasis, but not really enough for them to secure the site as a whole. And that's why it has they were forced to rotate to A-side. But again, having that lockdown from Savvy really just helped out. And with that, they just clutched the round up.
That they did. And if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be a tactical pause. I believe is going to be on the side of NAOS Esports, considering, again, just these tiny mistakes that are adding up. You know, I feel like they're just not being as aggressive as they should be, with Ja and Mojer kind of getting gimped too, because they've been relying a lot on their backline to just create some sort of off timing. And Oasis have been doing such a great job of just not letting that happen.
Yeah, and this is what Oasis has always been good at, defending the side, and it's always gonna be good for them whenever they're on the defender side. And now, some ultimates on our hands. Be pushing. Really have some guns yet. This might be their chance to get this guns working for themselves. This is gonna be a push on A. Everybody's committing. Ja is looking for an angle. We need to jump. Didn't work for him. Somebody's looking at him at an off angle. Gonna try to peek out. Marky is gonna be running away. Goes for the jump. But with the smoke, he can't even touch the site. Have the lockdown on their side. Somebody's gonna sacrifice himself, but Kelly is gonna be taking one with himself, or maybe two. He got two out of that.
And that should be more than enough, but now they rally back. Mojer gets things going. Xavi tries to trade, but with a Guardian, it's going to be limited firepower for them. Viper's Pit potentially could be used to just secure this round. Wild Oreo, you know what this man is capable of. Absolutely deadly in the clutch and as accurate as can be. Xavi's still trying to peer down the second floor plant, but both walls coming up.
Spike planted.
Yeah, both of them really close. Taking out the gun for themselves. Go for the reload. Tries to take a vision from MN. Now they're gonna go for the swing. That swing is gonna work. And Wild Oreo gets the headshot right here with Savvy. Want to go for the defuse. Gonna be lining up far, far away. He needs to commit. He's gonna be fighting against two people. He doesn't see it. Poppy Chula's gonna be swinging in. He sees his head. He gets the kill. And right there, Savvy gets the round.
Wow. And he's prevented that dead player to turn into a zombie. Well done, well done. Just a little fired up here is or 8K on this side of Oasis here. NAOS still reeling. I feel like they're just a little too hesitant right now. And, you know, with all these small gaps on this offense, Oasis is doing such a great job of holding it down. And with all things considered, this is still a map that leans towards the attackers.
Yeah. And this also might be the reason why NAOS is still struggling on the adjustment that they have with their teams because of the new members that they have. So this is probably jitters for the first game, but still it's not done. Still have a lot of time during the whole game, but Oasis has a foothold on the game as a whole. Look at the confidence coming in from Marky. They didn't kill anybody out of that. Too aggressive for the squad. Hell yes. Right now with the eco on their side, they're still getting tons of kills, and that's 2 kills already.
That was messy. Honestly, that exchange towards jail and towards bottom nest is so messy. NAOS still could not retrieve the fallen weapons here, and Marky even getting tagged up. The curse, or not really the curse, but the strength of NAOS with these ecos, just too much. And Wild Oreo again in an unfortunate 1v3.
With the trusty Guardian, will guard the site. 3 people. And now with Nexi already having the Vandal, he's going to be the one holding off the angle here. And from what we're seeing, Wild Oreo is just wrapping around. Goes back, and he's not going to see the sliver. Poppy Chulo gets the kill, but Wild Oreo gets the headshot. Goes in for the swing, but it's against 2, and he's not going to be able to clutch that up.
2 rounds left on the board for NAOS to close that gap. And Oasis, they still have... Actually, no, they don't have the economy to buy up. Potentially an ult might be used here to just kind of have a patchwork solution for the situation, but most likely not. Those sheriffs, man, just, you have to respect them. They are so dangerous, especially in the hands of our players in the server.
Yeah, they wanted to go for the eco kills here, the eco round kills for the side of Oasis Gaming. And what happened now is they're now going to be on the eco just because they lost that round against NAOS. And big punishment here. Gonna be changing the tempo here for the squad. NAOS Esports could definitely take this for themselves. Don't even have a lot of things to lose here except for the guns. But now they're gonna be hitting on A site. We're right there, look at the back. Oasis already on flank. Kelly S. Courage right here for the mans. He's gonna be pushing back. 2 kills from Dubstep with that Hunter's Fury. And now they already got a hold of what they need to do. 3 people are trapped on site, and they just need to push.
That is maximum value for the newest addition on the side of Oasis. making this eco acceptable. But now they really want to convert as many rounds as possible, and that was the sacrifice they were willing to make. Adjustments could be on the table for both these teams as tempo and approach has changed within the last few rounds here. Oasis, they can buy up, and it does look like they're still really leaning towards Marky having an operator.
Yeah, Marky with the operator. Hope he would be able to make this work this time around. He's gonna go to A side. Everybody's gonna be hitting on A side for the side of NAOS Esports, so gonna be seeing if he's gonna get that first pick off for the squad. They would really need to get that. Oasis, or at least NAOS, if they get into the site, it would be very deadly. Remember, they have a Viper Spit for Papi Chulo.
I'll be interested to see where they choose to invest that. I feel like an action that we haven't seen so much from NAOS is to flood towards the middle portion of the map. Granted, that was sealed away by Savvy, and Marky lands a quick shot towards Mojer there. LES and the rest of the gang, they chime in, they contribute. Papi Chulo will still try to hold this down, and yet another 1v3 that we're going to potentially witness. And how?
Oh, what? Papi Chulo gets the headshot there. Now this is doable. The 2v1. But wait, the spike is on top. And it's going to be hard. Papi Chulo needs to get there. And he would need to use the ropes for himself. But Wild Oreo already postured at the back. They don't know where the spike is. He's going to be taking that for free. Could run away. He could use the Viper Spit. Might choose the latter. I think a Viper Spit would be a good time to invest
30
here.
seconds left.
Still trying to play for that off timing, not making any noise. Playing a little bit of a stealth mini game here. That is going to prompt NAOS, or rather Oasis, respond in kind. As you mentioned, Viper Spit, still a very, very valuable tool here. Manages to dodge that, but the cover is going to run out. Hopefully he has enough time to isolate these fights, and he gets one. Quick enough to even try and snake it out, but Wild Oreo cleans it up for Oasis, and narrowly missing the mark is NAOS again.
That was too close for comfort, but again, NAOS almost got that in the bag. Had to just reload on the perfect time. He got the kill, but because they stuck together, he wasn't able to isolate the fights. But Oasis really defended its side perfectly. Papi Chulo almost got it in the bag. Almost. Just seeing it in replay. That was almost.
Already turning out to be a really, really interesting opener here for both our teams, as it's been pretty much a trade in terms of rounds. Now still suffering that unclosable gap of 2 rounds. Oasis keeping them real honest here.
We want to hit onto B side now. They didn't really make it work during the A side hit a while ago, but right now, already laying down the wall. We're gonna be committing it fully onto this site. But he has smokes except for that harbor. Already gonna go in. They need to clear backside. And now, oh man, Snowman cleared from that showstopper. Now they're gonna get it, and they're gonna get the plant here for sure.
This is what I meant where NAOS, they have to stop hesitating. They have a lineup perfectly geared towards just kind of brawling it out and throwing a wrench in the gears of Oasis, as, again, the nature of the comp on the side of Oasis, it can be very, very slow. They have a lot of setup time. They have an operator too. This is a triple stack. Mojer gets 1. Marky gets a trade and still escapes with his life. Hello?
Yeah, that's smoke. Gonna be pushing around. Mojer. Get shorty shot, but Marky gets the shot, gets the hit. Now they're still gonna be trying to push back. This operator is gonna be very deadly. Marky gets another. I mean, this is just exit frags, but still very valuable for their side.
Could have been winnable, you know, especially with a potential last shot there. NAOS could potentially close the gap, but look at this ult economy that Oasis is working with. They have so many high value ults. I don't think we've seen the Harbor ult in high frequency. Potentially this could be the round, but that being said, Oasis hasn't really needed it, at least so far.
Yeah. They don't really have a lot of times that they need to retake the site that hard, because Kelly he could use the reckoning if ever. Now, still gonna be going for the push right there now, as 3 members are gonna be on looking, and now that reckoning is gonna be out of the picture. That's gonna be bad for the squad here. Look at the push coming in, and this is gonna be it. Jazz already inside, and he gets the kill on dubstep.
Here we go. Ja. Again, many times has this man made his mark on Icebox. And so many names have fallen before him. This is just another Wednesday for him.
Oh man, Ja, what a monster, getting that ace. Was able to push back. That swing coming from Oasis just bit them in the back, and they weren't able to use much of their ultimates on that last round. And now switch has happened, and now it's just gonna be going for the defensive side.
Ooh. Well, that was... I think that's the inaugural ace of the season, at least for our Challenger stage. Man, you know, turning up the heat just to equalize is job, but now the problem with NAOS is that they just don't have enough poke to slow Oasis down. Oasis have full control of how they want to engage NAOS, at least at this point in time.
Yeah, it's a lot of smokes that they need to really look onto. Now with that wall around themselves, gonna be going onto yellow. They're still not gonna be committing. Looking at where NAOS is, they're far away from the site. They really just want Oasis to just take the site for themselves. Kellyas already low, gonna be taken down by that shock dart. And with this dubstep, pushing around, gonna get the plant off. Still a big chance for NAOS here. They have man advantage.
Losing Kelly S early is not ideal on the side of Oasis here, as Savvy 8K trying to create some space for his team, and yet again he does damage even with just pistols. Now it's a 4v3. Nearly spoke too soon. Equalizing yet again. Haymakers left and right dash. None of these teams really want to give up another pistol round.
Pain Shells getting the kill, and that last shot on the head is gonna be getting that first win for that round for NAOS Esports, and another bonus for the second round after this.
Conversion once again is on the plate for NAOS here. They've had a Thrifty. I think that's also one of the only Thrifty we've seen so far. Beautiful exchanges here from everybody, but the utility at the end of the day just could not, again, stop this now steamroll. Everybody contributing in spades. Pretty even frag distribution here. Ja will play around with the Outlaw. The thing about the Outlaw too, on a second round buy, is that force or not, it will take you out. And I think that's where the gun really just gets maximum value.
Yeah, I think Outlaw for Ja. Gonna be pushing forward. They're gonna be... Oh wait, they got it. They got the ult orb, and even Mojer gets one more for their side. And this is just gonna be a bonus round for the squad here. They're just gonna be making it hard for the members of Oasis to just go for the push. 3 members back down. Man advantage for NAOS.
What they do, but they still can't let this slip away. And as we mentioned, they will secure it. Outlaw or not, the Bulldogs are here to fight down any would-be attackers. Wild Oreo will be, unfortunately, the last victim of the round. And the Outlaw gets another one to their name. NAOS looking to, well, flip the coin here, because it was Oasis leading convincingly, at least in the early stages of the first half.
Yeah, and NAOS is taking this win here. Very decisive with this squad. I really love how the dynamic here of NAOS Esports. They really just know how to play around the defense so far, but it's still just the second round, so anything can still happen. But remember, Showstopper is already up here for Mojer, so they can retake or even just push aggressively if ever they need to.
The need to is a strong way to put it here. Oasis, they do have the rifles inbound. Ja is still going to be a problem, and these Bulldogs are no joke on the side of NAOS. But once again, the lack of utility on the side of NAOS is going to make them a little more susceptible to early rotates and just being reactive in general. So trying to hold down the line here, but wait a minute.
Oh man.
Gonna be too aggro here. Look, I have no idea. Never mind, I spoke too soon again.
Oh, they get the bonus right there, but at least they got the trade. Ja makes it equal. Now that's a 3v3. They're really looking for a hit right here on site. Right there in Snowman, there's only one person, but this defense is still going to be hard for them. They're going to be pushing in, but Marky gets the site, and now Snowman is clear. They have to push. They go back to yellow, and with this smoke, it's going to be harder and harder for Papi Chulo and Ja to even take this down.
That could have been the round there. Actually lined it up, but again, these things happen. Poppy already being very, very cautious towards Snowman. Marky is but a breath away from falling down, and Ja gets a Vandal. He
That's
was
bad.
the tipping point, and it is bad. It could get worse here.
Oh, they didn't see where Kelly S was. And
Neither
that
did we.
is, oh yeah, yeah. And that's why they got the double headshot, gets the kill, and now this round was won by Oasis, and could have been close. Taking a look at the replay, now it's played too aggressively here because they need to. They had to take the risk of winning the third round. That was still a nice effort for the squad here. That was an expensive round for Oasis.
Indeed it was, and like you said, they kind of have to set the tempo here. They just couldn't allow Oasis to run them over with just statistically superior weapons. Right now, I think it's going to be decently even, although there might be a few half buys and light buys. I wouldn't be surprised if the utility belt on the side of Oasis isn't going to be complete either. Well, at this point in time, no, because they've already set it up. But just to kind of go back on that too, on that point, now it's going to be incredibly expensive to run this type of lineup, right? Because they're going to be investing a lot for at least stopping this Oasis march.
Yeah. And now they do have a showstopper on the hands of Mojo. That's why they ran away. Gets one, runs away. Ja safely takes that kill. He would be able to get back. 4 people, or rather 3 people on site are just gonna back away because of that loss of 1 member.
That's right. Again, patience on the side of Oasis. Not really willing to risk it. The spear has been blunted. They still look to try and break through here. That drone is the spoiler of their plans. Look, they have no idea it's his crossfire.
Don't know the Jazz here. Could be pushing around, but it's a good thing that they were able to get that headshot again. What a great swing from NAOS. And Kellyas and Wild Oreo doesn't have any choice anymore. They need
30
to
seconds
go out
left.
of style because 5 people are already wrapping around A side, and Poppy Chula, if ever they go to B, they're gonna be met with that Viper.
Here's the thing about this lineup also in Oasis. Yes, they can buy a lot of space, but they can't necessarily confirm the safety of whatever gaps they've
10
left.
seconds
Still,
left.
it's limiting the options, but it's a gamble, a very, very small gamble that they have to take. And a save call is in play. Now, they are quite eager to just kind of stay back here. They don't want to risk anything either.
Yeah. It's just gonna be holding it around, and now Sports take that round for themselves. That's very important. Didn't even need to use any of their ultimates to get that round, but again, that is so hard for Oasis. They weren't able to capitalize on, as you said, the smokes that they have here. Ja defended that site really well.
They did. They do have knives here just in case if Ja wants to save up for that operator. Now Oasis is on the back foot, the receiving end of their own tactical timeout. Right now, they're really just kind of going over the drawing board. Where is it going wrong? Because it does look like they're stopping that initial hit on some of these rounds. Because they know that tempo is going to be the name of the game here for the double duelist squad here. You can already see a few smiles on everybody's faces here, you know. Happy Valorant Day again to everybody.
Yeah, happy Valorant Day, everybody. And for this Valorant Day, I think NAOS is already happy on how everything's starting for them. Them winning that 3rd and 4th round of the switch that we have here is very important because they're the ones who's going to be dictating the speed of the game that we're going to have. So with this, NAOS Esports has advantage. And to the half armors of Oasis Gaming, they need to be creative on how they approach this next round.
Creative is a good way to put it. They do have one of the most useful ults in the game, which is going to be the lockdown here by Javi, but he is going to be running around with nothing but a sheriff, so he's going to be extra fragile here. The only range finding they're going to have is Marky and Dubstep. Be it Marky has had a shaky performance so far. Can't really break through this defense as effectively as he would, but it does look like this is going to be a very, very heavy hit towards the A side.
Need to go for A. Only have sheriffs. It's going to be way harder to go for B side because of those long range angles that they need to cover. They would want to take the risk and go for this A side hit. Aljone doesn't see anybody. Most of the members right here now is backing away. Oasis Marquee is already going to be seen. The headshot from Emin is just going to help them out big. With this, they're going to be trying to go for the plan. Right now, Emin is just going to try to get the shock dart damage on Dubstep. They're going to be using this recon bolt. Get the information before they go.
Did expand the bubble from Harbor to just kind of seal off walkway there, but it does look like Ja is going to be pushing the tempo. Once again, he doesn't know that Wild Oreo is there, but the trades are coming in. Wild Oreo has access to a Vandal.
Oh,
It doesn't
man.
matter.
Even finishing the one on Nest and NAOS. Wow. Still getting the win right there. It's a good thing that Oasis just took the risk this round. They still have a gun buy on the next one after. But NAOS Esports takes that one convincingly.
I'm trying to see if they're trying to just kind of, once again, work their way towards mid here, but it's been heavy hit after heavy hit on this Oasis side. Or rather, on this, Oasis side. And again, with all things considered, they should be pressuring with the utility. They should be leading this dance per se. But now, despite the susceptibility to a lot of, over rotation, they're keeping it real solid.
Oh man. Right here. Already going for the aggression. Cage shells to clear. They at least do some damage on the members. But again, another push for A side. Reckoning is going to be used just to push most of the members back here. With that, that is going to be a free side for Oasis.
It is going to be a free side for Oasis here, and this is exactly what we were talking about. They do have a lot of, fake capabilities. That is going to be a big investment. Mojo doesn't know there's one right there.
Oh.
He still manages to survive. They're getting delayed that much more. Could have been worse for Mojo here, but he does manage to stay alive.
He actually sees two. Savvy. There's two people looking. Oh my, that flank watch that they have there. Now they only have 3 more people to play around with. Great mark for both of them. And now that's the last 2 members standing here. Papi Chulo got one. But is it gonna be enough? No, it's not. They don't have any more time. They're just gonna try to commit and maybe get some exit frags. But Ja is gonna be saving this up for the winter.
And it is indeed a cold, cold day for the last survivor on the side of NAOS. He still has his Blade Storm if he needs to pull it out. It does look like he has enough in the bank to reacquire an operator if that does slip out of his hands. And Oasis finding their footing here on that retaliation round. They did use the lockdown to just kind of buy themselves time. But NAOS on a slightly disjointed retake also did contribute to that.
Yeah, also committing 2 ultimates there. Inexpensive for Oasis, but they really need that win that round. And now with that, they could definitely change things up here against NAOS. They have a Blade Storm on hand for Marky. Still not gonna push just yet. They're waiting for any mistakes, for any over-aggression coming in from NAOS Esports. Look at this. No, just gonna go for a P. He sees nobody, he sees Marky, but he was able to run away. Ja, okay, gets the shot there. And now that is good. They get the advantage here.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that should have been a gimme for Marky there. Essentially, he was at the free throw line, but he turned into Shaq. He's good in the post, but you put him on the foul. It's not working out. Marky having a shaky start.
Yeah. Hard there. They're going to be trying to clear out Snowman here for the side of Oasis. Might be going for a plant, but Wild Oreo secures 1 kill. Jazz down. No more operator, but Nexi was there. Gets 2. And now with that, that is going to be hard. Oasis. What can they do here? They still have 1 more smoke. Rising Tide could definitely help them out here. But Nexi is defending the site. It's going to be hard for them.
Difficult, perhaps. Hopeful, yes. They do have access to the whole site, but that jump peek, that checking is going to annoy the hell out of Kelly S. And now he's vulnerable. Literally vulnerable. It's just a no-go for the side of Oasis unless Dubstep can pull a magic trick out of his hat.
Dubstep. Try for the swing. Papi Chulo sees a sliver, but it's not enough. Mojo was there to defend his back. And this round, oh my, that first kill that they had right there from Ja really set the tempo here for the squad. Nobody's explosive enough to take the side for themselves here on the side of Oasis, and that's the problem with having a double controller setup. Losing Marky was a big trade-off there for Oasis.
The question on the side of Oasis has to be, why are we taking so many fights when we don't have to early on? That's
true.
Exactly what NAOS want to do. We have 2 duelists, which means we want to push the tempo. Oasis, they have 2 controllers. meaning they don't want to fight early. But again, it's one of those things where it's in the heat of the moment. Oh
Do you
no!
want this stall? Aldron? I think he saw Sliver on that Aldron, but no Mojer! Most him down! And at least there's only one more person that's still alive here. Wild Oreo gonna be running away with himself. There's gonna be a match point if ever he loses here. He needs to find a way to maybe clutch this. But he's gonna be on looking on 3 members. He's trapped and he needs to commit an A site.
Come on, Weldorio. We've seen you win these many, many a times, and in the words of Mr. Fluffy 02, you can do it, Bray. As NAOS, I don't think they want deeply respect. This man can just tear your team apart if you allow him to do so.
Ooh, remember, he has a Viper Spit. Definitely use
He
that
does.
though if ever he needs to. So he could definitely clutch this up, as you were saying. It's gonna be taking a lot of time. He plants the spike. Right there, look at where they're looking here. Emin. He's gonna go for the recon bolt. He's gonna be seeing him get the scan. That's gonna be hard. He's gonna be looking at 2. Nexi and Poppy Chulo are gonna go for a trade-off here. Snake bite, sorry, is gonna be pulling them back. But again, not even committing the Viper Spit. Poppy
Oh my
Chulo
gosh.
swings, and he gets the shot. What a wide swing from Poppy Chulo.
That was a whole marathon. My goodness. Papi
Oh,
Cholo
man.
just not counter-strafing at all, just going for it. And now it's at the cusp of, I believe, taking their map pick and just solidifying that they're not one to mess with here.
The timing of that Aldron, though, I thought he saw Sliver a while ago. That's why I thought they're going to be seeing somebody looking at Nest, but no. Because of that, they got mowed down a bit too late there. Great way of NAOS and playing around that. And now A side is going to be their hit. They have kind of a broken buy here for the side of Oasis. Match point on NAOS. And 3 ultimates on their hand. Even a lockdown on their hand. They need to have all hands on deck on this push.
I mean, 4 rounds is definitely possible here, especially the caliber that Oasis are at. But now they can smell blood in the water. They just really want to finish this off and move on to the potential second map here. Once again, Marky not catching a break at all. That has to be
man.
heartbreaking.
Yeah, wasn't able to get the site, wasn't able to get the space for the team there. I mean, the operator on the hands of Ja gets the kill in dubstep. Now C Sports are looking to get this win. It's a 3v4, a round that is still winnable here for their side, but now is already marking on all the angles that they're going to be going for. With that, I think they heard a bit of that sound. Savvy and try to take the matter in his own hands. Wild Oreo gets one. Now this is possible. Go for the push. High tide's gonna be used. Somebody still at backside. Viper Spit. This is the time that they're gonna use it. And I think this is a good time to use it. Right there, Ja is gonna go at the back. Doesn't see anybody. They're all inside the Viper Spit. And he doesn't want to lose this operator, but Papi Chulo wants to go inside. Look at that. Might want to go in. Right there. Doesn't even have a chance just yet. Kelly S takes it. And Ja is going to be fighting against 3, and that is still a chance for Oasis.
Little with there, shoulder to shoulder. Distance, or at least trying to close the distance with this round lead, is Oasis. They hang on yet another round here. They're going to be losing that Viper Spit, as you mentioned, but Kelly S does have access to that Reckoning. So they can kind of brute force their way onto the site here. As long as they don't play into the range of Ja, then Oasis do have a very, very realistic chance of equalizing.
For this side, Oasis still going for the A side push here. Now they're leveraging the power of their 2 controllers on their side, but Ja, look at how the push is going to be. It's not going to get any kills here. At least they got pushed back. Right there, Savi is already on site. Reckoning is going to be used. There's going to be pushing back a lot of members of NAOS. Even Ja wasn't able to secure anything with that operator.
Little bunny hop exit out there. They do have the recon bolt. They're saving it for the retake, and Ja, as courageous as he is, it's going to have a lot of time being bought for him with, again, the nano swarms and everything from his team. Look at Papi Chulo, though. He has a judge. He's looking to be very, very sneaky.
Yeah.
Man, being so late to the rotate dash, not too sure if he's gonna make it in time.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard here for Papichulo. He needs to get a gun once they get their first kill, but so far, everybody's just running away from the side of Oasis. They don't want to take the short-range battles against NAOS Esports. They're marking their sights, and this is what's great about them. Oasis takes one, and they're gonna get three. This is good. Wild Oreo goes nuts, and that's three already. Ja with Operator, that sound has been heard, and Oasis takes one more round.
You just can't take that man one at a time. And that's been NAOS's problem, or at least on the rounds that they've been losing. The disjointed rotations, once again, all they can really realistically do is retreat if they really want to play a clean numbers game here. And again, reminded of due diligence. Do not swing Wild Oreo alone.
Yeah. So hard to swing against Wild Oreo. He can definitely win that duel whenever he needs to. Now, for sure, this could definitely go the lengths here, Raph, because with this, oh man, it's a big possibility that it's gonna be a 12-12 just because it's an eco round for NAOS this time around. They needed to take that time out because they need to plan ahead on what they're gonna do for this round and maybe the next.
That they do, NAOS. Once again, you have to value playing from a lead. You know, this is a skill that we've talked about many a time on broadcast. You have to close it out. You gotta finish the fourth quarter strong too. They do have a bit of a giveaway around here to just kind of reconsolidate and just reassess the situation. We've seen them do a little bit of damage with, actually not a little bit, a lot of damage with the eco buys. We have one hero Vandal and another supplementary rifle on the side of Mojer. They can still do a lot of damage here. But ultimately, again, the next few rounds, it's gonna be pretty much a gun duel unless Marky's gonna get a 3K here.
Yeah. Now they're gonna go for an aggressive push here for NAOS. They have nothing to lose anyway. This is an eco round for them. Good push right there. Hunter's Fury. Not gonna be seeing anybody just yet. Okay, that damage is gonna hurt. Wild Oreo takes two again. Now this side is for free. And they're gonna be taking this with one casualty only. Right there, Papichulo is gonna try to go for the swing, but that is an 11-12. That match point a while ago, oh man, it could still be a 12-12 here.
And it's only the first map of the day, guys. We have a long, and I mean a long broadcast day ahead of us. NAOS, they want to close this out. They just, I mean, like, just, you know, considering the mental fatigue that you have to go through and just to kind of, you know, recenter after dropping potentially 4 rounds, it takes a toll on you. It definitely does.
Yeah. It's gonna be hard here though. No ultimates on both sides. So we're not gonna be expecting anything explosive here. For both of the teams, just pure gunplay, just pure utility for both squads. Now they would just need to hurl themselves onto the side. A side has been working for Oasis. And they're just gonna do what's working. They want to go for the push. They want to clear any angles. 4 members are already here on site. Marky needs to get the kill here. If not, that's going to be hard for the squad. MN gets one. Savvy AK has been taken down. And Nexi goes next. And that's 4 kills already. And they would want to finish this off with a bang. And that last one, Marky, as I was saying, I thought he's going to get the kill. But now takes the first win.
It appears that they've already, you know, gotten up from their seats. You know, well-deserved, gentlemen. Very, very close. In fact, a little too close for comfort here. Hopefully, Oasis can shake off those first game and first stage jitters. As you look at those beautiful, beautiful gentlemen on our, you know, Tagalog broadcast, by the way, guys. You can drop by towards them too. As you can see, Vil is not a hater like me and Dash. He has flowers ready, you know.
I hope we got flowers for ourselves today, Raph. I think I should send you flowers and
Oh, stop it, you.
Yeah, I should send you flowers. Yeah.
No,
Maybe
flowers.
middle of the broadcast later, you'll have flowers on your hands. I'll be sending it later on. So with this, not only Vil will have the flowers, at least Raph will have flowers for the Valorant day we have.
My goodness. At least take me to dinner first. This is very, very forward of you, Dash.
Sorry. That's too forward of me. Maybe after we get some dinner soon. But again, everybody, that was just a first win that we have there for NAOS Esports. I do want to see what's gonna happen next year for our squad. But again, beautiful gentlemen here in the Tagalog broadcast.
It's true, and as you mentioned, I will take your offer up on that. I would love to have dinner with friends. You know what I mean? I mean, who doesn't?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Hopefully,
that's true.
that's not the line what people hear tonight, though. You know what I mean?
Oh
Like,
man, that's gonna hurt.
I love having dinner with friends. You know what I mean?
if I hear that, oh man.
That was on me. My bad.
Oh man. I think even people in the comments are saying a while ago that we shouldn't be calling out those single people. Sorry
We're not
about that,
calling
everybody.
them
Sorry
out.
about sorry about
Listen,
that.
at least we're calling you. Who's calling you on Valentine's Day? Come on now, guys. This is a wholesome stream, but a wholesome broadcast. But just to go back on, on a more serious matter here. Well done by both teams, to be honest with you. Again, it is super, super high pressure, especially opening the day against potentially your biggest competitor, your biggest rival of the entire split, right? I feel like despite having a cold start, Marky honestly did not too bad. It's just we've seen him really kind of elevate the rest of his team for him. So a performance like this kind of left a few, crumbs on the table per se.
Yeah, that actually left a lot of scars here for Oasis during the start, especially if he won't be able to get that first touch on most of the people here in the side of NAOS. That is what NAOS capitalized on during this game. And remember, there was a lot of talks on how NAOS is going to be playing around these strong members that they have on the squad. And having new members is always going to be a big adjustment. But NAOS got that first win, and that is honestly on a good note for the squad here.
Absolutely, and you know what? Honestly, on the side of Oasis too, this is definitely a map that favors NAOS, as we can see in the stats. But at the same time, they did put up a very, very good fight. I feel like there was a lot of lovely adjustments on their end too. But this is what happens when you kind of hit the best of the best against each other. The small mistakes, they add up. It ends up getting converted towards rounds. It's a bit problematic at times. Here we go.
And here with the Oasis, what Oasis did here, I think this is one of the things that they really need to adjust on for the next incoming rounds. I think it was a bit too late when they were using their smokes for themselves here. That's why it took a bit of time for them to go for the adjustment here for Oasis. They could have won that game, but it was a bit too late, and now it just was faster on the uptake here with the double duelist setup that they have.
It's true. Again, you kind of have to play to the strengths and use the tools you have available for your squad. You mentioned there's a lot of smokes. There's a lot of utility that could potentially slow down a march like this. Despite all these lovely, lovely highlights, I feel like Oasis could have closed this map out. I feel like it could have added quickly. But again, just those really, really small stumbles that ended up being an unsightly fall.
Yeah. And I was really looking forward to how they use their high tides and even the walls that they have here for the Harbor Viper setup. But during the attacker side, that could have been better. But for the side of Oasis, I think Marky could have utilized those smokes a lot more and could have made it work for the squad. But NAOS Esports, quicker in the uptake, was able to snowball the game, and that left a really great mark on this first win that they have here. It's definitely gonna set the tempo up for the next round that we're gonna have, next game rather, that we're gonna have here.
It's true, and just to go back on Fluffy's point about specialization, you can kind of tell with some of these plays, especially on some of our players that have been flexing a little bit more in the previous split. There's still some of these plays where, if he was a controller, then he would probably throw this type of utility this way, or if he was a duelist, then maybe he'd up the tempo a little bit. But again, it's still very, very early. Just a lot, and I mean a lot of expectations coming out for everybody. So, you give them a break too, guys. I know we're critical here, but we also give them the breathing room that they deserve.
Yeah, they would need that breathing room in the next round. So excited to see what they're going to be playing around with on Split, because that is going to be a different limelight for all of the squads here, especially very different take here for the squad. But again, everybody, that was just our game one. Game one is really nice. NAOS got that first win, but there's a big possibility on the next one. We're gonna take a short break first.
Hello, you beautiful folk out there. It is me, Wrath, and Dash once again for our potentially very, very exciting map 2 here. It's been a wonderful start already. It's been incredibly competitive, even towards the tail end of that icebox. How are you doing, Dash? Are you still planning on sending me flowers or sending chat flowers?
Actually, maybe later on. I mean, later in the night after dinner, maybe. Together with dinner, I'm gonna be sending you the flowers. But
Very
again, again, everybody out there, that was such a great first game. 11-13. NAOS got the win on that first map. They still have a chance. I mean, it's a best of 3. On this next map, it's gonna be split. A very big change here from the icebox that we have here. So with that, they would need to definitely find a way, or at least be more creative now that the split is back on track here.
That's true. And now I'm curious if they're gonna run yet another, harbor comp on this map. I feel like it's very, maybe avant-garde, very uncommon for a lot, and I mean a lot of our players. But you know what? If you guys are feeling quite hungry, you see that little logo right there. It is, of course, Grab. So, if you are, like I said, hungry or feeling a little starch for lunch or just having a snack, score Grab's lowest prices over or ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. Or as Astor, I would say it, God bless you, 99 pesos.
Oh, 99 pesos. Mineski Global is also the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country. And also, this tournament is sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Really exciting stuff here. Thank you very much to our sponsors right there. And for everybody out there, don't forget to get yourselves flowers, get yourselves some love, get yourselves some food, some chocolates for yourselves, because we're going to be here for the long run.
That's right, guys. So, for everybody still on the stream having a few date plans there, you can always just pull out the spiel. It's not that hard to go around right now and maybe get some food. And if you want to just kind of chill at home with some pizza, go ahead.
And as we were saying a while ago, though, I'm going to be using Grab to give Raph his dinner. I'm going to be taking him to dinner virtually here in the
That's right, guys.
In this league, yeah.
Actually, you know what, that gave me a wonderful idea for all you guys there in your would-be Valentines and just people in general. If they can't come out today, if they're busy because it's a Wednesday, just send them food. That, you know what I mean? Just send them food. I should be doing that right now, actually.
That is really true.
With more important things in front of us, we actually have a almost mirror here. Actually, no, not a mirror at all. We're gonna have a double controller setup still for Oasis, so they still want to set tempo. Meanwhile, NAOS on the more aggressive end still.
Yeah, I kind of like how this is gonna work here for both of the squads now. That Oasis is gonna go for the Astra on this map. It's gonna be way harder to fight against them on the defensive side. But as you said, whenever you have a Viper in your team, that is where the communication would definitely break down here, and they need that extra communication whenever someone goes for the push here.
That's true. But once again, commit is going to be on the plate of NAOS without that regenerating Sky Flash. And I gotta say, with the Omen kind of standing in front of the NAOS logo, it's so cool.
Man, it feels like he has wings. That is so cool for that Omen right there in the middle. And again, for this, we're already starting into the game. And we are gonna go. Look at this. It's already very slow. Now us is gonna go for a bit of a default, putting more people on the A side of the map.
Does look like it's going to be the very, very strong side of Oasis here. They have a few stars here, if not just a lone star on the ramp, and a Cypher setup to just wrestle control away from the site. I'm a little more curious on why they didn't choose to have more Heaven presence, but it does look like NAOS is going to go for a more careful approach.
Yeah. And also Oasis on very non-committal angles, as you said. Nobody's going to be going on the Heaven. Nobody's going on ramps. Not going to be checking that on their side. Just a bit of a peek out for that Viper on mid. So they're just going to be keeping the marks for themselves, and even having just a dubstep on their side, moving in and out of sites just for them to mark the places that they need to. So far, people are going to be going at A site now. already moving forward. No sounds just yet. They could explosively get into the side, but they get vision, and now that's gonna pull back the wall. That's gonna foil their plans.
Indeed it is, but doesn't look like it's gonna stop them here. NAOS not really confirming how many defenders are here. Ja already clears out Heaven. This Kelly-S could do some damage, but it's him getting peppered away.
Yeah, wasn't able to get any kills on Hell. That is now 2 people down. Already some rotation from their side, and the site has already been taken. Oasis gonna be taking a slow approach and taking this site. Now they're just gonna be getting some visions for themselves, but Papi Chulo is gonna be walked. Oh no, he wasn't able to see it on that angle. Wild Aura is already on site, but that kill, 2 kills on their side, a 2v2 possible for them to win, but the reload was just perfectly timed, and now it's just there to get this on a 2v1.
Dubstep looking to be the hero for Oasis here. But nope. Nexi will not allow such shenanigans. Just couldn't even pull out any utility there. Trying to help him. And this time around, it's NAOS taking away the pistol round. Or at least the first pistol.
Pistol round's gonna be taken. Second round's gonna be a bonus round for the squad here. This is what's hard right now. Whenever the attackers get into the site, it's gonna be a very big problem. Even if they had the wall a while ago, it was not enough to stop the push coming in from NAOS Esports, and they just got run over there. But at least now they have 3 people on their A side. They might be able to defend this.
They might.
Or B
Once
side,
again,
sorry.
just trying to alleviate a potential weapon problem here. They only have classics, but they're just so patiently waiting for each other here. I really love this little game of potentially cat and mouse. Or actually, no, it's not even that. It's just a standoff. None of them are really giving any information whatsoever. And this is the type of quiet that's incredibly unnerving for a lot of our teams.
Yeah, that is really true. Want to go for the flash here for Dubstep. But so far, nobody has been moving just yet. They're going to be taking their time. NAOS doesn't really need... Wait, they're already going to go in. They're going to try to peek out. Sees one, gets the flash, and now that's the surprise because Ja was still able to get that headshot in. And now they're going to be pushing for more. That Spain Chill is going to be coming out. Kelly-S was able to run away, but they got 2 kills already.
They have that confidence buy with the Phantom, and rightfully so. Getting a quick double for him. No more controller, no more initiator on the side of Oasis. As if the situation wasn't bad enough. They're not going to have any sort of confirm
30 seconds left.
down their end. And look at NAOS. They really just don't want to overextend if they don't have to. The Trailblazer does come out. Ja and the rest of the gang already going for a potential round win already. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's classics against a bunch of all these weapons. Against
Yeah.
all these weapons.
That's going to be a win here for NAOS Esports. Oasis really just ran away because they can't even contest. Even if they go for a crossfire, they're just going to be traded out one by one with just the classics on hand. So this is just going to be a round for themselves and probably going to be sacrificing themselves to the spike later on once it blows up. But Savvy going to be picking out against Nexi. Get some shots and get some damage. Not really anything major here. I think NAOS is just going to be going for the cleanup. Just going to go for the kills for both sides. Kelly-S wants to get the right clicks in. At least he gets a Spectre in the end there. He's still going to sacrifice himself to the Spike Gods. And right now, that is where he's going to go. Just give himself. That's done.
Spike for the Spike Gods and a round for the round throne, question mark. Anyway, going back to the whole situation here, NAOS once again converting with very, very minimal damage too. I feel like Oasis was hoping to, you know, again, that's the most obvious thing to say, right? They're hoping that they could do a bit more damage with the classics, considering this is a map that does allow a lot of really claustrophobic moments. That's why we see a lot of shotguns, a lot of judges being played. I think Mojo has an idea or at least an inkling of what type of range he wants to play at here. NAOS this time around on a really, really weird buy.
Yeah. Have some very weird guns, especially from Mojo here. Oh, this is going to be hard having a bucket on hand. Once he moves forward to see with a satchel charge later on. But look at the mid push that they're going to go here for the side of NAOS Esports. They could definitely take this. They're waiting for anything, and Wild Oreo wasn't able to get that swing off, and Ja gets 2. And now they're going to be pushing for more right there at Heaven. And Dubstep is going to be looking at 3 people if ever he tries to push here. One more flash, one more guiding light, but no need because Ja has it in the bag. But Marky at least slows him down. He got one kill, but look at the backside. What a great satchel inside, and Marky's gonna fall. And that side, it's for them for free. And NAOS takes one more.
My goodness, that was their bonus too, and converting it on split. Yikes. I feel like, for the lack of a better term, that's a bit of a yikes here, Oasis.
Oh, man. Yeah.
I didn't expect Wild Oreo to be so unsupported there, especially in such a far forward position. With that being said, now still take it. You know, that was basically served on a silver platter.
Yeah. That was just, as you said, that was just served on a silver platter. And it's also because there was no underlying defense after the fact that Wild Oreo just got taken down there. I mean, there's already one person, but they already got 2 kills out of that. That is just a big advantage for NAOS here. Forcing a 4th round out of Oasis. That's not good for Oasis here.
Not good is indeed a situation where they'd rather not be in. And that is going to signify that NAOS is aware of how aggressive Oasis want to play. Beautiful guiding light here by Eman. Fortunately, no follow-up on their end. They're really keeping Oasis on their toes here.
Yeah. Now playing it slow. A while ago, they played it fast, but now the swing got 2. B-side only has one more person standing there, and it's Wild Oreo. But they got what they needed. They just needed the picks to force the rotation out of Oasis, and now A-side is going to be free.
I love the awareness there from the trap play. And just now pretty much reading Oasis like a book at this point. Not a lot of holes, at least potentially, on their flanks here if they choose to commit to this A. However, that camera could provide a lot of useful information on Oasis, on the side of Oasis. They are just gonna throw that dog out just for, you know, scanning the tripwires. But here we go.
Jazz already on site, goes in, gets the head of 3, and Nemhan finishes it off. And now it's flawless round for them again. Oasis has another try on this next buy round.
Just keep it up.
Jazz is on fire. I mean, I don't think we've seen a stronger start from him. Even in in previous seasons. Right now, he is just tearing it up. Gun round or pistol round or eco. He's just been super, super strong.
That's true. From what we're seeing here, a timeout very much needed here for Oasis. They need to really think about this next round, because with the 4-0 already from the side of NAOS Esports, oh man, this is going to be really hard. They're getting closer and closer on just taking over this map. And one more chance for Oasis here on this next buy round, because in the next one that they're going to lose, it's going to be a broken buy again.
I'm really trying to figure out what Oasis would want to do with all this utility too. I mean, you know, they have a lot of good ideas, but execution-wise, I mean, I don't even think it's the execution at this point. I think Ja is just really on top of his game, and as well as Mojer, who hasn't really been stopped at this point. Now they've been playing super off-tempo, and it's just been leading to awkward situation after awkward situation. You suddenly see so many Oasis players backpedal on rotations or just be disjointed in general. They cannot plant their feet, perhaps.
Already have at least a neural theft here for 78k, so if ever they get the first kill, they could definitely know where the next push is gonna be, if ever. But now it's Mojer already right there on ramps, not gonna be seeing anybody. Look at Dubstep, really good angle because he doesn't need to really commit to anything. That's gonna be already out with that now. Oh yes, they already got ramps on hand. Kelly, yeah, super low. Still doesn't get any kills just yet. They're going to be looking at the Trailblazer. They're going to be taking that down. But right now, Wild Oreo got 1 kill.
He does. A good sign, at least for Oasis to kind of slowly retaliate here. Their ults are building up very, very slowly. They're going to have that Astral Divide, and they're going to have the cabbages very soon on the side of Dubstep. Kelly S worried that there might be aggression towards the elevator or the rope position here. He is very low, and he can't really go back to Evan to heal up. They're quite far, but look at this.
Oh, gets taken off by Marquee. That's already 2. Taken down. Guiding Light is going to be seeing where they are. And Oasis, very much a needed round for them. 30 seconds in the clock here for the squad. They're already committing on site. Mojer got 1 kill. And that might be what they need here. But from what we're seeing here, they should definitely just clear out screens here. They're going to be going for it. Zabby It's gonna be surviving, but they're losing time and they need to go for the plant.
Do they have
Ooh.
enough to kind of slither this away? No. Xavi, I thought he'd be in prime position, but he gets stopped dead in his tracks. Astral Divide is still here. Cosmic Divide, rather. Mojer, it's his time to turn up.
Ooh. We have a showstopper on hand. Everyone who actually looks at him is gonna be taken down. He wants to go for the ace. Mojer is looking for the last one. Wild Oreo. Oh no, I thought this is gonna be an Oasis round. They still lost most of their members, and Wild Oreo just needs to go for the save here.
Oh man, well, at the very least, they don't give another ult orb towards Mojer. And at least he still kind of had to use his showstopper there. At the same time, we might just see that magic number 6 I was talking about on the pre-show, right? I mean, it does kind of take 6 rounds to, or rather for the defense to fully settle in, which is strange, but I wouldn't put it away or over Oasis to go for a clean 6-0 sweep for, you know, a comeback.
Yeah. They could actually do that here if ever they get the tempo right. But so far NAOS has been playing them and reading them like a book. That's just, as you said, they're playing off tempo. That's the reason why Oasis always doesn't see it coming whenever they try to go for pushes here for the side of NAOS Esports. Satchel charges onto ramps again. He's gonna be pushed back by that pain shell. He's just gonna go back to safety. Just gonna be slowing down the push from the side of NAOS.
Maybe this is what Oasis needs to do. Just the weapons not looking too great. If anything, if Xavi can get it hurt, never mind.
Oh man, that's just gonna
Why'd
be
I have to
kills
say
here.
it?
Yeah, got the jinx there, man. But Kellyas is gonna try to get one more, but no, it's not gonna work. But again, this is a broken buy for Oasis, so that was just a bonus for NAOS.
I was just about to say, if Xavi can get a kill here and potentially have access to a body, then it might just be an Oasis round, you know? We finally have an operator on the side of Kellyas, though. So this is it, you know what I mean? For all our hopeful Oasis fans, I think this is where they start retaliating and play their ranges a little bit more.
They have to. They have to get this. As you said, they need to get 6 rounds in the board just for them to get that tempo back up. But now Esports are not going to let them do just that. We have an op. Kellyas is going to be peeking. That's going to be a kill. On the side of Ja, again, this man is just on fire today.
Indeed he is. What we're hoping for is he can continue to just kind of sustain that heat. Again, overheating is a very, very real thing. We don't want him to burn out and potentially just underperform for the rest of the game. Oasis, that's exactly what they're hoping for, though. We want to punish Ja. But now the operator is in his hands. It will slow down this attack, yes, but that picking power is going to be more than valuable.
Yeah. I know here where they are going to be using the neural tap. Get information on where most of the members are. You even use the Seekers to get information on where NAOS is and where they are going to push. Because of that, they're going to be deciding to go on mid. Because they have been seen. They aren't going to be committing wholly. Wild Orio's going to be seen! Oh, what a peek out from Ja! And even with the operator, it's just pushing in. Even have Mojer on their side, they're going to be pushing on Heaven. And this side is going to be theirs, but somebody's hiding in Hell. And in Hell, in the depths of Hell, is going to pull back one. But it's not enough because one more member, Savvy, everything is on his hands. Spike is on him, but Savvy gets one. But Ja ends the round with a 7 wins for NAOS.
Good lord, Ja. I mean, wow. You know what I mean? I think we had a pretty mirrored maybe experience or performance on the side of Xavi on that icebox. But Ja right now, kind of looking unstoppable there, buddy. On that off duel too, just a bit of a heartbreaker. Him being super confident and just kind of taking all these super CQC fights is not doing any favors towards Oasis. And yet again, we go for an eco. Oh boy, this is not looking good.
It has been a constant cycle here, Raph. It's just so hard for them to even get around for themselves. And again, another eco. It's not going to do them right here. But now it's just going to be pushing right there up Heaven. And Kellyas is going to be peeking out, gets information. No, this is not going to stop Ja from pushing for sure. At least now with the boom bot. Going to be seeing where the other members are. No information has been caught. With this wall, that's gonna stop and slow it down a lot more. They need to get a pick here. They need to take down Ja. Ja has been rampaging, and as I was saying, that dubstep gets the kill on him.
Bonk. That is a good sign, but man, that's just not, again, ideal on the side of Oasis. Great heads up play there by now, so just kind of keep the weapons away. Oasis looking good. As long as they keep burning time and as long as they can make NAOS panic, they will have a very, very good chance of taking this away, stealing it away, in fact. Because look at where Oasis is positioned, or rather NAOS is positioned. It's all on just their safe side of the map. No meaningful map control whatsoever.
That's gonna be a start here
30 seconds left.
with Wild Oreo. Very off angle here. Poppy Chulu doesn't peek out. Okay, they get information. They know that they're pushing on B side. So with this, he's slowing it down. Goes up to heaven. They want to get inside the site.
No
Here
way.
it comes. Kelly S doesn't get any kills out of that. That is going to be good for them. Mojo is going to go in. He gets one kill.
no.
Wild Oreo is going to be slowing it down. And this is going to be it. 2 kills on the board. And Wild Oreo and Marky, all is in their hands.
Ben Simmons hit a shot. Unfortunately for Oasis here, the weaker weapons are really taking a toll on them. Wild Oreo does get one, and Emma not healthy enough to hold down the line. And Oasis finally strike back after
Ooh.
a 7-round drought.
Round that they definitely needed. And even without any guns, they managed to clutch it out. So we're talking about Wild Oreo. And whenever you actually manage to slip out, he's gonna make wonders for the team here. And that he did. 4 kills on the board for this guy. That really is what they needed to set the tempo for the team.
Remaining.
Needed. Very, very much so. You know, in fact, maybe a little desperate for that round. But I love the temperance. I love that they kept their cool despite everything that's happened and or what's transpired in previous rounds. They now finally have a healthy buy here. Wild Oreo going for that Viper Spit. I actually quite like that. Just to, you know, slow down any would-be aggressors. And now it's kind of funneling NAOS into yet another dead stop.
Yeah. Also just to force them away and just to force them on one side maybe for them. Now that's just gonna force them to go into A side by default. That Boombot is not gonna be seeing anybody. So they are just gonna be pushing for A. Be smart here for now as a lot of members already rotated onto B side. They only have one member here handling dubstep. Just gonna try to go for a peek. Trailblazers are gonna be used, forcing the rotation out of Oasis. And now it's starting to go into the side, but not just yet. With the Pain Chills right here, it only has a trusty Judge on hand. And the Pain Chills is just making it hard for them to get in, but no, it is gonna be going in. They have the Judge on hand, Mojo gets one. But Dubstep answers back with another.
I don't know why it's so funny. That will never not be funny, you know. It's
Yeah.
frustrating when it happens to you, but my goodness, isn't it just funny to watch someone just dissipate into nothingness? It's just like, guys, they're oh, I'm dead. Never mind.
Oh man, yeah.
But at
It goes
least
like
they
a
got the
bonk,
trade-off,
right?
right?
Whenever
Yeah.
a judge has a kill, it's like a bonk. That's why it's so funny.
Exactly. It's just like, oh, I guess I'm dead.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess they're dead. It doesn't look like Oasis is
One enemy remaining.
surviving this
Ah.
ordeal. Oh man, what's going on?
Wasn't able to capitalize on that one trade-off that they had there, and now it's just took over A side. And I thought that Viper Spit call right there was the best that they could do, but now it's just answered back with another. Let's just go all hands on deck on A side, and they got A side for free. And Jai is also gonna take down Savvy, wasn't able to save the gun. Now it's again taking the round back, taking the tempo back to them.
This is,
Only brought enough for me.
I don't know how to put it into words, you know, this is just brutal and hard to watch at times. I mean, once again, Oasis, they have an idea of what to do, and it's not like they're executing it poorly, it's just, NAOS are just so sharp. They're playing this map so well. Granted, at one point in time, the core of NAOS was part of a team that was considered one of the best split teams of APAC, so that could be a large contributing factor here. And at the same time, Ja is just being a one-man wrecking crew. Oasis, they have to invest so much to stop these would-be pushes, and I can't believe that. That is a confidence swing if I've ever seen one. Why is nobody supporting Wild Oreo in these heaven holds?
That's another super wide swing I've seen from Mojer again. And from this game, oh man, just so hard because they have the confidence. They know this is an eco. They know that they're gonna win. That's why now it's changed the speed again and tried to fasten it up. At least they got it on equal grounds. It's now gonna be a 3v3 advantage at least still for now. It's because they have better guns.
They do, and
Spike
they're kind of
planted.
stuck in a position where they only really have one way to go here. I mean, realistically, yes, they can gamble and go towards CT, but a double mark, you know, granted that we have the view, the X-ray of everything, it'd be very, very realistic for them to
Last
do
player
a
standing.
little bit of a crossfire here, but it's not even needed. They just get peppered down.
Confidence swings from NAOS. That's also because of the wins that they're getting. They're now confident that they can take on Oasis any time of the day because they have been racking up this momentum, and that momentum really helps them push the boundaries for the squad. Oh man, so hard for the squad to even take down a win here. That one round that they won, they took every effort for themselves to get that. Now NAOS is back on track.
What is Oasis gonna do now? They do have the Cosmic Divide on the side of Marquee. If they really want to just kind of do a trick play here and just mix things up, right? Just to keep NAOS kind of guessing. But this has given NAOS so much allowance and so much room for error that it's almost appalling to a point. You know, again, we're not counting out Oasis just yet, but NAOS, they look to put them 6 feet under, 1-9. Such a dominant scoreline.
Now esports definitely just, oh man, just making the speed of the game confusing. But look at Kelly S. Peek here, gets 2 from that
Down
shot,
A.
and that could potentially be the round here for Oasis. Definitely a much needed kill, or rather 2 kills for their side.
I feel like there was another... Well, there you go, Dubsub getting Nexi at least to stop the lurk, but Ja, just to continue on my point, nobody's really punishing him for walking up on these super close angles where an operator should be punished. And just to kind of highlight on some of the analysis we've done backstage and
seconds
how
left.
this is going to work out, we honestly thought there might be a spacing issue on the side of NAOS because there's a lot of role cannibalizing. Yeah, there's a lot of players that kind of succeed in...
Spike down
Wow,
B.
on a shot by Kelly has to respond. At the very least, Oasis retaliate. But going back to the spacing issue, it doesn't seem like it's been
10
a
seconds
problem at
left.
all, Dash.
Yeah, just the sheer mechanic, the sheer micro of this team. Definitely what's pushing the boundaries here for NAOS, even though there's a spacing issue, as you said.
Last round.
And
before the
with
switch.
Oasis just getting that kill, that's just one of many possibilities that could happen, but doesn't really happen that much. And getting 2 kills here was just... Wow. Just getting 2 kills here just won them the round overall. And Kelly, yes, hero that they needed.
They do need a hero. And if anything, if a comeback is going to happen, it's going to be an incredibly dramatic one. You know, it's going to keep the fans very, very happy. But right now, it is a very, very somber and slow day for Oasis, or at least at this point. Now, so they go for a timeout. They just don't want to overheat here. Once again, I love that the sign, or at least the first sign of being retaliated upon, they just, you know what, guys? I don't want to deal with that. Let's
Yeah.
reassess before we go into the second half.
Yeah, let's talk about what's going to happen for this next round before we head in for that switch. Thinking about what's going to happen once they switch up. They have 4 ultimates on hand here for NAOS Esports, but look at the other side. They even have the Cosmic Divide for Marquee. That could definitely help them out when they go for the retake, or even if they go for, or at least if they want to slow down NAOS Esports on the push here, because there are so much ultimates that they can, especially that Seekers from MN would definitely push back some members here of Oasis.
They're trying their best to just,
There.
as you mentioned, halt the onslaught. Seekers, I feel like, would be very, very pivotal here. Does look like they are going for a cheeky pick here, but NAOS haven't really shown any early aggression, at least towards A. They've always been very calculated in their approach, and it does look like they're dissecting this defense still very well. And look at that 1-2 punch. Ja is in, he does have the knives here. Mojer doesn't need the support, he gets wide, but in the Blind Fury, he gets taken out.
Yeah, remember, they still have a Cosmic Divide to work with here for the squad. Only ultimate that they have on the side of NAOS is going to be that Omen. Right now, with a 4v3 on the defense, really helpful for the squad here if ever they get one more kill against them. There's a flash lurking, another guiding light to go at it. M swings out, but Wild Oreo goes in. That trade was enough. A 2v3 is a very welcome sight for Oasis.
There you go. Cosmic Divide. Cosmic Divide. When is it going to be used? The common Astro problem, you know, it's going to sit in the bag for quite a bit. Does require a lot of setup. Kind of wish they were a little more proactive with that thing. But Oasis, completely understandable why they've been super, super conservative
30
here.
seconds left.
Chulo has not relocated. It looks like they might be selling this double hit. And we already have somebody to cut off the rotation. And I love the patience by Wild Oreo. But it is going to net them the win. 3-9 curse. Any 9-3 curse believers? Go take a hike.
Oh, yes. 19 curse. Is this actually going to work here for their side and the side of Oasis? But as you said, on the defense, you need to get like 6 rounds to get a sweet spot after you go to the attacker's side. So with NAOS Esports getting that 9 kills. But again, there's a lot of 9-3 believers here in the chat. So I hope it works out for Oasis. Even this neural tap a while ago took some time, but Wild Oreo again. Switching it up, taking 2 kills.
Good luck, you know, with the 9-3 curse. But again, you know, firm believers. Why not? You know what I mean? Again, Oasis is a team with their tenure in the challengers and just them being as good as they are. This is not something that would go over their head, you know. They can make this comeback. It is very, very difficult at this point. But with a start like that, makes it all the more realistic. But wow, quick 2 kills here by Dubstep.
Dubstep showing himself with that 2 kills. 4v3 here. Look at where Ja and Mojo are gonna go. They're gonna go for the flank and try to get some kills, but Marky stops them. But they get information. Mojo tries to get one more kill, but Marky wasn't, or at least was able to stop them from getting any flanks against them. And now Dubstep is holding on site. Nobody is here to help out Papi Chulo except for himself. They heard that. Sabi gonna peek out, gets the headshot, and Oasis starts this perfectly.
All right. Now we're going to get things going here. Oasis, they have to take into consideration too that NAOS have been absolutely lethal with the Sheriffs, especially in situations where they can feel the overextension. Dubstep turning up the heat here, and just helping the team secure the round. If they can continue this defense. And I feel like it's very likely, right? I mean, you know, they do have... Again, I keep talking about the double controller here, but I feel like we actually have not seen too much out of it just yet.
That's true. Now in the attacker side, they can leverage this advantage now. They can make use of it. With the smokes that we're having, NAOS would want to go for the push, an aggressive one. The guiding light could definitely just push them back here. Paranoia is just gonna be making Marky uncomfy. They got some kills themselves. At least a trade-off for them. Wild Oreo in a very far angle. They can't even contest that. And that's just gonna force the members out here of Oasis to just go for A side. That's a lot of members that they committed for that B push.
It is. And the shooting gallery here is just an absolute nightmare for NAOS. They try to... Oh no. Actually, that kind of gave away the position of Papi Chulo if it just... What? How does that happen? Like... Wasn't Kelly S decently healthy? I don't understand.
He gets some taps on the head, man, with a classic. Sometimes you do that, and sometimes it's surprising. And actually, it's not sometimes. It's always surprising. But Dubstep in Salvi 8K. He gets a headshot, but at least Dubstep secures the round.
That's right. That's right. No way they were going to lose the classic. Absolutely not.
That was a really expensive round, right, Raph? Because
incredibly.
Yeah. They lost 4 members in the process. And with this, I thought this push coming in from NAOS was just a bit too... what do you call that? I think they wanted a lot more from... A bit too aggressive from them. But they got 4 kills out of that, so that's good.
initially it did look incredibly ambitious, you know, maybe
Yeah.
a little too over ambitious, but now we have a proper gun round here. This is where Oasis have to really set their feet and have a base. But right now, NAOS sweeping the leg.
Player
Can't
standing.
establish anything.
Spike down A.
Mojer and Jot, the swings that they did there. Ooh. That's the reason why they were over ambitious with the swings a while ago, because they're confident that they can take the battles, and Mojer just took 3 kills. And every push has been halted, and Marky is the only one standing here. And Ja and Mojer, with their positioning, just want to get this over with.
That they do. They're just not gonna overly gamble here. Marky,
Saw the barrel.
rude awakening there. Triple mark. Double mark at least on that crossfire. But wow. Painful, as painful can be. Marky does have enough funds available to play the hero Vandal here, although I doubt it. Once again, I will just circle back to my original point. I kind of wish we would see more utility from Oasis, you know?
Yeah. With the double smoke setups, they just went in for that dry peek against Mojer, and that's why they got... I mean, Mojer got away with 3 kills out of that ramp pickoff. And with this, what can they do now? That round a while ago that we were talking about, the second round of this switch was so expensive. That's why now they're forced to go for an eco, and NAOS is free to take this round again. Unless Oasis does a miracle here and win this eco round.
A little bit of a head scratcher here. NAOS doing such a great job of not allowing Oasis to set up, and yet again another situation where blind fire will do considerable amounts of damage here to Oasis. Dubstep, oh man, seething at the side of his health bar here. Kelly S can recover from the support heal on the side of their initiator, but that's about it. No more armor for him. Sheriffs, as I mentioned in the past and many times in the previous rounds, still need to be respected.
Dubstep very low. Go for the Trailblazer. He's left alone here. And with that, he sees 2. Guiding Light is going to be used. They both were able to dodge that out. Right now, he still wants to go for the peek out. I mean, this is a bonus round for NAOS Esports. That's why they're taking the risk here from the side of Oasis. Right now, they want to get to the site. They have somebody at backside. And Nexi should defend his ground here. Right now, the push is going to be hard. Savvy got taken down. Spike has been off. And Eman gets one more. Wild Oreo wants to get one peek out, but Ja shuts him down.
Remaining.
And Marky also falls in the process. And Dubstep is going to be a Hail Mary for
10
this guy.
seconds left.
Better get the prayer beads out. That's the first one. The rest of the mystery still has a Vandal. Unfortunately, cut short as Nexi already paying attention to that angle, and time was winding down. So, if anything, a very narrow window that was closed very, very violently.
Seconds left.
God no. Oh man. Now this is time for Oasis. They need to get this round for themselves. But look at that buy from Ja. Wants to go for that operator. Oh no, he's not gonna buy for it. He's just gonna be going for that trusty Vandal again. I thought he's gonna go for the op. But Oasis still on half armors. You would definitely need to make more efforts here for this next round. Even need to use more of their smokes this time around. It's gonna be crucial for this fight. Now it's just very non-committal with the angles that they have right now.
True. I think they are aware of how close Oasis is to some of these ults. Therefore, they're just not going to gamble, or at least not willingly to, you know, waste a man advantage. Another thing that I really like about NAOS, they're really not allowing Oasis to set up any conditioning whatsoever with the Viper wall. They've just not been able to use that as, again, as a pivot point. A little confused there. There is a strange crossfire happening here.
Yeah. That's why I was surprised when I saw it. Papi Chulo knows that somebody's at vents. They already got the infestation right down there. They're aware that it's there. Mojer is just gonna be going up in heaven.
I've got your
Hope it doesn't go up in flames here. Seekers are gonna be used. He needs to back away. Ja runs away, goes for an updraft. Still weren't able to push on Mail.
30 seconds
They
left.
got most of their smokes in. They're still gonna go for that A-side push. Mojer goes in. Confident swing. Gets one more with Nexi. Great crossfire. Get great help. Sabi AK also falls. And Marky's the last one. This is gonna be match point. And okay, that's another kill for NAOS.
Infested, infected, amputated. NAOS still being absolutely surgical with the way that they've been playing the split map. And this has to be such a suffocating experience for Oasis right now. They just cannot seem to find meaningful room to work with. I thought that was wonderful map control for them to set up that role play and have, you know, the defenders kind of guess where this hit is going to happen. But once again, just to kind of go back on my original point, Oasis just cannot find a proper pivot point for this offense.
Even with the double smoke setup, I thought they're gonna be closing off more angles here for their side and making it easier for Kelly S to just go for the push. But so far, NAOS has been just getting away with just dry peeking, just wide swinging against most of their members, and they just get outgunned every time. Ja and Mojo have been just a great instrument to this win that they have for NAOS.
I'm just really curious if, again, statistically speaking, and with the history that we know, Oasis should be the best competitor to the juggernaut that is NAOS.
Yeah.
So if not Oasis, then who, you know? But then again, it's like the first day of the season anyway. We can't really jump to conclusions just yet.
Yeah, at least we have the panel to be held accountable for the Oasis votes that we had.
Yeah, I mean, you said
while
it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Blame panel for curse. Yes.
The curse that the panel had, they all voted for Oasis, and now it's just proved them wrong from that game 1 and game 2. But now it's still not done though. Still not set in stone just yet. Oasis can still make a miracle comeback here. It's gonna be hard with the Bulldogs that they have for Kelly S and Dubstep.
True. I feel like the biggest difference between these two squads right now is just role comfort. It just seems like NAOS is in their own, you know, element. It feels like none of these roles are half-baked, and it just seems like they're flowing really well as a unit. Meanwhile, on Oasis, it's just really that much more rigid.
Ooh.
Oh man,
Two
does
kills.
not feel good to see this happen.
2 kills already on the board, but Marky at least gets Nexy at the back. Nobody's on site. Cosmic Divide is going to be used. This could be an easy plan for the squad here. Could honestly help them out. They just need to play around this Cosmic Divide, and maybe they can hold out.
Maybe would be definitely, you know,
Last player standing.
something they would desire more. But what?
Man, they just got out-dueled again. And now it's just they even used that Cosmic Divide for themselves and just got 2 kills out of that. Papa Chulo
Defenders
just ended this, and it was a 2-0 this game. Not really what we expected here for this whole series.
Hands to God, we thought this would be a lot more competitive, but you talked about it, you know, we just kind of wish that maybe on the side of Oasis was just a little more of a firm yes, you know, with a comeback, and just be a bit more confident in how they would try to deal with the situation. But it just did not feel like they had any wind in their sails today. But again, guys, to all the Oasis fans out there, it is still the first day. There's still an adjustment period realistically for all these new rosters. So, you know, keep believing in the teams.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's still a big chance for Oasis to come back from that one loss that they had for NAOS. But NAOS really surprised us this time around with the new roster. I think off the cast, we were talking about how NAOS would have some problems with their roles at least, but at least now, they definitely showed us that there's not really even a problem here for the squad, because even with the double duelist setup, they just get away with a lot of things and they just manage to make it work. And Oasis, with the squad, I think from what I've seen, they need a bit of ramp time for them to go. But here in the split map, they needed more time. During Icebox, I thought that could have been the time, but here in split, they needed more time.
Well, now's the time, apparently, with a very decisive winning map. And to address all our concerns for rosters and spacing and just kind of the roles for everything, I thought this would be an even bigger question for NAOS, right? And another thing is that comp-wise, double duelist should be struggling against double controller, especially a Viper. Again, in practice, it could be incredibly different, but on paper, a lot of the utility that Oasis have are so strong in mode for punishing hyper-aggressive play. But now, a master of rhythm and tempo just was leading the dance all throughout.
Yeah. And what you were saying a while ago, with having a double controller setup together with a Sentinel, this leaves you with more layers of communication that you need to do. And that's also one of the big challenges for Oasis, because they have to do just that. And that could have been where the problem led them. And the Oasis just struggled in making sure that in the defense they would have, or at least they would slow down NAOS. And there was also one thing there. NAOS were confident with their swings, were confident with their gunfights, and just the micro sense of things, NAOS were just winning all of those duels that we've seen here.
That too. I mean, like, we talk about, the macro quite a bit. We talk about strategic play. But at the end of the day, it just doesn't feel like this would glue well if you're not hitting your shots. After all, it's still an FPS game that just adds layers and layers of execution towards whatever goal you're working to. That being said, execution, double controller, they go hand in hand. It's very, very difficult to run, especially at this point of the league. It's very early.
Yeah, and it's still very, very early. There's still a chance for Oasis to come back from this. But from NAOS Esports side, I love the confidence that they have with this new roster. And the Ja and Mojo were just crazy this game, especially in the split map. They were just getting kills and kills, even just going for dry peaks. They keep getting away with it. And that's why NAOS Esports just glued a bit better than what Oasis had this game.
That too. I mean, like I said, I do appreciate some of these heat checks, and just to kind of remind everybody that, there's a lot of firepower on the side of Oasis, so they do have a little bit of allowance for a lot of those dry peaks, as you mentioned, those raw fights. But at the same time, you have the utility to make it easier on yourselves to just kind of take those fights and win it out. But today was unfortunately not the day for that to happen, and hopefully they can sort that out. Again, just to repeat, and sorry to sound like a broken record, it is such a long season ahead. So everybody just buckle up and, hope for the best for every participating team, really.
Yeah, and for all of the fans out there of Oasis, yes, as Raph said, there's still a big chance for the squads here. And again, big adjustment periods for all the teams that came from especially for the teams that came from different teams, and they need to still mesh well this time around. It's still just the first day. It's gonna be a long day, yes, but there's still a longer months that we're gonna have for Valorant, and that's why it's still anybody's game at this early in the stage.
Either you feel butterflies or heartbreak, it is there are no other days that are as apt as today, but it does look like we already have a very, very clear stake at the top. You know what I mean? I just kind of wish that was a bit more competitive. Really, I just really hoped Oasis was finally going to break out of that shell.
Yeah, and
here we are.
NAOS just managed to just put them back down there. And from these games, I'm really excited for the next games that we're gonna have. I thought we're gonna go to Sunset this time around against their team, and having split on the likes of NAOS is a very aggressive team. Even on that attacker side, they just took them down really fast, really early. But again, hearts are gonna be broken. Hearts are gonna be happy today on this V-Day that we have in February 14 at least.
That is true. I mean, again, still a lot of things that we can polish for, for, again, the upcoming matches. But I am sure all the nerds over at the panel have a lot to say. So once again, guys, my name is Raph. That is Dash. We will be handing you over to them.
Salamat! Thanks sa ating panel. Wow, si Neon yun.
Wow.
Alam niyo naman yun lahat, of course. Pero welcome back again, and now's the time, ika nga, day number 1. Oras na oras nga nila. Oasis Gaming falling kinda short, getting 2-0'd sa NAOS on the first game on their first day. Pero let's head it over to our panel. Ano ba yung thoughts niyo dito? Fluffy, please man, go ahead.
I feel like it just looks like now it's just adjusted better to the changes that they have on their current team, because they still have that firepower and structure which they're kind of known for. And Oasis, on the other hand, it feels like they're running this double controller thing, but they're not able to really get the space that they want without a proper fight, and it's really making it very hard for them to take the space that they want to take.
All right. Ray. Wait lang, si Ray mismo ay parang teka lang, collect my thoughts. Nagli-lip sync muna siya. Ayun, ready ka na? Go, ate girl! Ay, wait lang. Okay, si Ray. Ito talaga Fluffy. Si Ray kasi parang nafe-feel niya na yung curse. Pati yung parang boses niya ayaw ilabas yung pintig ng damdamin. Okay, Ray! Take two! Ikaw na!
Ayan, this panelist curse, ano bang binoto nyo, guys? Diba lahat tayo nagboto ng Oasis? Naramdaman ko eh.
I'm
Alam
a
niyo
believer, to be honest. Pero, wala eh.
Naramdaman ko na nung sinabi ni Bruce na Oasis din siya, naisip ko na, guys, na okay, feel ko curse to. So, nangyari nga, guys. So, ayoko pa na mag-predict, guys.
Oh, ako rin, ayoko na. Pero speaking of predictions, alam nyo ba yung ano yung abbreviations na may P? Predictions for MVP. Well, actually, meron na. Ito, our MVP for this match. Actually, series is no other than... Ito na, wait lang. And... Boom! Jet player on Series 2, si Ja from NAOS himself. Siya yung ating MVP. Yan, so ano mo masasabi niyo dyan, Fluffy, when it comes to explosive power from Ja ba? Is it the explosiveness? Ano bang ginawa ni Ja that he kind of got the MVP for this one?
Honestly, one of my bigger questions with this NAOS lineup was if Ja was still going to stay on that jet. It's what really helped them in previous iterations. And now seeing him back, he gets 21 kills on Icebox. He top frags with 27 here on Split.
Yep.
It's a really strong performance for him. So it's a well-deserved MVP.
Ray?
Ako naman, well, guys, parati namang si Jai. Now that he's back on the jet, I think he will never disappoint us, diba? Kapag siya yung main duelist, kapag siya talagang gumagawa ng a lot of calibrations, we've always seen Ja at his peak performance. And sabi nga natin, maybe we might get first day jitters, but I think si NAOS talaga pang championship na kagad yung kanilang performance ngayong unang first series pa lang.
Wow, pang championship yung performance. Ray 2024, yun yung masasabi niya dyan. And again, Ja, congratulations, MVP natin. And again, our first winner para, first blood for the day is going to be going to NAOS. It is their time nga actually. Pero, talking about all these things, Oasis Gaming, ano ba paningin nyo in like 2 words or less? Ano ba dapat yung adjustments nila dito? Ray, mula sa'yo.
Feel ko, ako kasi naniniwala ako sa first day jitters, but I really do think na itong step up with dubstep as the initiator really changed a lot of things. And the problem with the Oasis is still here sa tingin ko, na pagdating sa start, yeah, ang galing-galing nila, pero when it comes to like keeping up the momentum and keeping up those perfect plays, dun sila nagpo-fall down.
Alright, Fluffy.
Yeah, I'd have to agree there. I think Oasis, in less than 2 words, just unlucky, to be honest, because their strat didn't play out, I think, in the way that they wanted to, and I'm sure that they're adjusting. But then, on another hand, I feel like all the teams are kind of adjusting. So
Yeah.
I guess time will really tell for this one. They've been saying that Oasis is going to be like an Oasis year for the past 3 years. So maybe it's this year.
Maybe it's this year. So ayun, just to recap, kung 2 words or less from Ray, ika nga is first day jitters. 3 words, pwede naman. For Fluffy naman, it is unlucky. Later on, we're gonna be having a talk with NAOS for their interview. Pero hayaan muna natin sila mag-relax and celebrate kasi isipin nyo a rivalry so long dito sa Pilipinas and getting that first win, that's kind of a momentum boost, especially for NAOS. And if you were to look at this in a bigger perspective, Fluffy, if you think we went to a decider, pupunta tayo ng Sunset with the current playstyle ng both teams, who do you think is makakakuha ng Sunset, if ever lang?
If it's like
In a
right
different world.
now, like this 2 teams with this much practice, I do think that the structure from NAOS is going to help them secure more rounds. Even in the previous map, we saw them get like 7 out of 8 post plants. So every time they plant, it's basically their round for the most part. And that's a similar kind of map where everything's so narrow. So I think it'll benefit them on Sunset compared to Oasis, at least right now.
All right, Ray.
Ako naman on the mental side talaga, yung NAOS, even if first map is going to Oasis maybe, kaya nilang bumawi. That the experience itself, on how they focus themselves on the game, on how they present their attitude, dun talaga nag-iiba lahat. So I think they will still win Sunset despite na may mga upper hands itong Oasis. The fact that they can take a series into their favor, that's how NAOS goes.
All right. Oh, so yun natin. Okay. Now that we have talked about NAOS being it's their time, well, I think it's time nga to quote Vil from the mods. Okay na, ipasok natin NAOS team players para sa kanilang interview. Ayan. Hello. So, ayan, parang I'll just give the floor to my panels kasi feeling ko mas madami silang tatanungin. Let's start with you, Ray. Ano ba yung tanong mo for the
Ayan.
teams?
Hi, Ja. First of all, gusto sabihin congratulations at na-miss namin kayo
Game
dito
na
sa
ba?
VCTPH.
Hindi ko sila
Game na.
marinig eh.
Game na.
Ay, sige, wait lang. Huwag ka naririnig ka
Hindi
namin.
ko sila
Feeling ko
marinig.
pag updraft niya. Pag updraft ni Ja, yung hangin eh.
Oo.
Feeling ko yung hangin yan, masyado pa siyang
Malakas
Tawag dyan?
kasi yung ano, ingay kasi nung panel daw.
Mm-mm.
Oo.
supersonic boom kasi tawag dyan. Okay, game na daw. Pero, hayaan natin mag-relax si Ja muna. Kukunin niyo muna yung kaniyang, yung knives niya from the jet. Alright? So, you know, if ever naman si NAOS, when they're ready for the interview, I think meron tayong mga gagandang questions para sa kanila. Pero for now, with Ja being on the jet, eto yung first point na kwinento yung dalawa. Is this a thing na parang what we should look forward to for NAOS from this time on, Fluffy?
I feel like the best person to ask is the player himself, and hopefully Jack can answer a lot of our questions.
Alright, okay, parang ready na nga si Ja. Ito na, hey Ja!
Ah,
What's up?
Hey, hello guys.
Hey, hello, good morning. Ay, hapon na pala. Sorry, maganda yung hapon. First win right away. Hello po yan sa sumasayaw dyan. Pero Ja, meet Fluffy and Ray Ray. Kilala mo na rin sila. May mga tanong sila sa iyo
Yes.
lamang. So Fluffy, simulan natin sa'yo this time.
I only have one question. So Mojo's back on the team. Kamusta naman reuniting with your old teammate?
Wala nang bago. Kay Mojer. Kasi sanay na ako kasama siya eh. Eh, talaga si Mojer kasi close kami kahit wala siya nung off-season. Nag-uusap-usap pa rin naman kami. So yung chemistry din namin ni Mojer, nandun pa rin.
Okay.
Mm.
The chemistry is still there.
there.
Alright. It's still there. Ray Ray, anything you wanna add?
Ja, mukhang gusto sumayaw ng mga teammates mo. Pwede mo bang bigay
Oo
yung
nga
floor
eh.
sa kanila?
Wait. Oh, sayaw daw kayo,
Ayan.
sayaw daw kayo. Oo.
Okay. Oo.
Ayaw na, nag-alisan. Tumakbo.
Nahiya na kagad.
Bigla na eh.
Shy type.
Medyo. Pero sige, ito ang gusto kong tanongin. Alam kong first match yun is up against talaga your classic rivals, Oasis. Pero ngayon, ano yung naging focus nyo sa team para manalo kayo dito sa series?
Actually, yung pinocus lang namin is yung kung paano kami maglaro as a team. And yung chemistry namin, kung paano kami mag-react sa isa't isa.
Oh.
Wow. Focus and chemistry sa team. Alright, Ja, para naman makarelax ka konti, kung ikaw ay isang baril sa Valorant, anong baril ka? At bakit?
Anong baril ako?
Oo.
Isa lang.
Outlaw.
Bakit
Ah.
outlaw? Wow.
Para masakit.
Wow, you know? Instant 140. Thank you so much, Ja. Congratulations on your first win on day number 1. Maraming salamat. Congratulations. Ikaw pa naman ang ating MVP. Maraming salamat and we'll see you soon, Ja.
Thank you.
Siya ay isang outlaw. Kumbaga siya yung rebel of the everything. Wala akong magandang word na pang sunod doon eh. Pero siya isang outlaw and he really did the damage to Oasis on day number 1. But before anything else, you know, dito naman ang ating VCTPH. Just to remind everybody, it is a... teka lang. Nawawala yung notes. Eto na. Mineski Global is the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
And of course, also thank you so much to Grab, our official super app partner. Enjoy rock bottom fares with Grab Saver Rides up to 15% off and indulge in wallet-friendly meals starting at only 99 pesos. You can get your cravings delivered for as low as 15 pesos as well with Grab Food Saver.
And of course, guys, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusements Board. So hello po, Gab!
All right. Hello to everybody and of course to our dear sponsors. And again, that was Oasis Gaming versus NAOS, and NAOS taking the floor, sweeping it out 2-0. Yun yung first game natin. Marami pa ang pupunta mamaya. Coming up next is gonna be Valhalla versus the BAIS. Yun yung makikita natin sa series number 2. Kami muna ay magpapahinga. Huwag kayong alis. At kami ay magbabalik. Talaga! Ayun, ang forma ng camera ay bigla siyang nagtatago, tapos biglang, wow! Andito kami ngayon. Magandang hapon sa lahat. Ako nga pala si Juicy Brucey. Kasama ko pa rin ngayon ang bagong batch ng panel for day number 1, si Vil and Dash. Vil, Dash, kumusta naman kayo dyan?
Well, maraming salamat nga pala, Juicy Brucey. Napakainit
You're
ng game
welcome.
natin kanina kasi nga sobrang init noon, men. 2-0. Diyos ko, grabe naman yung NAOS esports. Talagang nagpasabog sila ng matinding kung ano man. Pero yun na nga, okay lang ako. Ang dami ko sinabi. Ikaw, Dash, kamusta?
Actually, okay lang din. Kasi yung peak out kanina nung camera.
Sige na, ipagpatuloy mo.
Sige,
Ilabas
tayo
mo yung
pinagsama-sama.
pintig ng damdamin mo.
Okay, yung 2-0 nga kanina, nagulat din ako kasi kala ko magiging a bit closer yung game natin kanina. Pero ngayon meron tayong bagong game na sa The BAIS and Valhalla. Kaya mas exciting itong susunod
Mas
na game natin.
exciting. Kakaiba yung terms ni Dashville, no? Yung parang much closer, kumbaga.
Ay, yun nga eh. At saka dito sa dalawang
Sorry.
teams na to, gusto ko sabihin na bias si Bruce eh, sa The BAIS eh.
Oh, totoo.
Mga hometown heroes na yun eh.
Oo,
Pero
mga-
sa mga nanonood dyan, maayong bone thug sa imong tanan. Sana okay kayo dyan.
Oo, okay yan. Maalala namin mga Bisaya, parang ready na kami para sa araw na to. But bago ang lahat muna, ipapaalala lang namin na Mineski Global is the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Alam nyo ba na nandito ang super app ng
Wow!
Grab? Score
Uy!
Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. Hindi man lang umabot ng 100, 99 lang.
If you can take her out for dinner, no? Take out dinner for using Grab, di ba? Pero again,
Oo, totoo.
everybody, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Ayun, officially sanctioned, may Grab ka pa, may Mineski pa ka. Kaya eto ang VALORANT Championships ng Pilipinas Challengers League. Split one, nagkabali-bali na yung script eh. Pero eto na nga yung day number 1 natin. At ang susunod para sa next round natin is Valhalla versus the BAIS. Pero bago natin puntahan yung dalawa, flashback muna tayo. Ikaw, Dash, kanina nasa English cast ka, si Vil naman nasa Tagalog cast. Nung nakita nyo nung intro ng Oasis, sila ay leading ng Game 1, inakala nyo ba na magiging 2-1 yun? Vil?
Okay. Sino pa talaga? Pero yun na, sige ako na. Pero ito, I mean, sa totoo lang, I really thought that it's gonna be a 2-1. Talaga hinanda ko ang sarili ko sa 3-game series na makikita nga natin kanina. Pero pag sa game number 1, I mean, yes, sobrang init na pinakita nga ni Savvy. Dumating tayo sa punto na nakabawi pa ang NAOS Esports. Pero dun ako mas nagulat sa game number 2. Kasi pumalo tayo ng 7-0 na score nga natin doon. And pagdating naman dito sa second half, I really thought na aabot pa tayo sa sunset, pero hindi eh. Nauna na yung pagdilim sa mga mundo nila. Pero yun nga, Dash, ikaw.
Yeah, yung ano kasi, yung Night Freakers, kala ko mag-work out yung magic nun kanina eh, nung game na yun. Pero in the end talaga, si Ja tsaka si Mojer going crazy. Mga dry pick lang nung game na yun. Nakakuha agad sila ng kill eh.
Inalayan ng bulaklak, Sim. So, sinabi mo nga, in the end, ano yung mukha ng Linkin Park, Dash?
Wait.
meron akong gustong gawin. Pero ito, ang mukha ng Linkin Park, sinong miyembro ng Linkin Park? Kasi
Yung
isa
DJ, si Han.
kasi isa nakapikit na eh. Pero ayun na nga! Talagang matindi yung mga pinapakita nga natin kasi Valhalla and the BAIS, Diyos ko.
Totoo.
Ba't ba tayo pinagsama-sama? Bruce, mga pinagsama
Abay,
yung
ewan ko
kinakabahan ako eh.
Oo, pero eto na nga, tingnan natin yung first grupo na katropa ko talaga. Eto, mga kamaayong bone thugs ko daw eh, the BAIS. And alam naman talaga natin, Gian Sanity, sobrang isang household name dito sa Pilipinas. Ano mo masasabi mo dito, Dash, sa grupo ng the BAIS?
Si Senior Carl, bata pa lang ako, hindi pa ako legal. Senior Carl na yan eh. Hindi nga siya naging junior eh. Kaya tagal ko na kilala ang The BAIS. Kaya alam ko magpa-perform tong team na to. Kaya excited ako kung anong papakita nila dito sa game natin.
At speaking of pinakita, tignan mo naman yung suot-suot nila, 'di ba?
Oo.
Ito etong si Ching cha si Senior Carl repping NAOS. Etong si Gian repping Team Liquid. At saka balita ko si Rabbit naka-RQ daw talaga siya. So kung
Grabe.
baga, syempre wala pa silang jersey, 'di ba? So talaga talagang ginamit muna nila yung mga jersey nila dati para ipakita nila na magkakaroon din kami ng bago at yung sa amin.
Totoo, naghahanap yan talaga ng parang ilalagay at isusuot nila. Parang sa kanila pa, ready to represent. Ganun yung klase ng The BAIS. Kasi kung sa Tagalog pa, The BAIS, the friends.
Oo,
friends,
the friends
to all.
to.
Oo,
Yes.
totoo yan. Happy 3 friends. Pero eto na nga, yung susunod na grupo is Valhalla. Parang eto yung Greek gods ata ng mga Valhalla eh. Kasi kakaiba. Pero eto, Vil, Valhalla, what's with this team?
Ito ito ang magsasaka ng Valorant of Season ay magbabalik para anihin ang tinanim nila at ituloy ang bagsik na ginawa nila back then. Isipin mo,
Kakaiba yun
Iisipin mo men talagang nagkakaroon tayo ng mga off-season tournaments, di ba? Dati si Riot nagpagawa niyan eh. Napanalo nila yung DCT, yung Damods Chambahan Tour. Isipin mo, kasama nila si Georgie doon at ito yung pinakaantay nga nila. Na talagang ito yung mga players na alam mong sobrang aggressive, na alam mong napakadami experience. Same goes with EJ. Saan ba siya dati? Siyempre nasa RRQ siya. Si Hot Sauce, nasan siya dati? Nasa Bren Esports siya. Etong si Tropang J, nasan siya dati? Nasa NAOS Esports siya. So they had the feeling already na maging top 1 sa Pilipinas. Nasa sa kanila kung paano nila ipagpapatuloy yung pagta-top 1 na yan. At ang problema nga nila in terms of coaching staff, sila lang daw yung mga talagang magkakasama.
Eh di ba mas maganda yan kasi yung parang chemistry nila, sila mismo yung nag-uusap, nagtatalo at nagka-come to conclusion. Parang ganun siguro yung pinapakita ng Valhalla. Pero speaking about Valhalla and the BAIS, eto, hindi muna to predictions ha, hindi muna super predictions muna. Simulan natin kay Dash. Sino yung pinaka mas matimbang sa puso mo? Dash.
Matimbang sa akin kasi returning players din kasi yung Valhalla eh. And also malakas talaga yung firepower nung Valhalla kaya ina-expect ko na baka sila yung manalo this game.
Baka sila. Oh, yan. Glimpse lang yun ang prediction mo. Ikaw naman, Vil.
Prediction ko actually 50-50 pa sa totoo lang. Pwedeng Valhalla, pwedeng The BAIS. Talagang, kumbaga doon sinabi ko nung game number 1 kanina, this is first series natin, itong game na to will leave a big impression para sa dalawang teams ito, lalong-lalo sa mga susunod pa nilang laban. I mean, yes, for Valhalla, they have huge international experience. For the side naman ng The BAIS, ito yung mga, kumbaga, mga comeback kings, kumbaga, na lahat naglaro na back then, 2021, 2022, andyan sila Astro and stuff, andyan sila Rabbit. So, tingnan natin kung ano ba yung mga kaya nilang ipakita dito kasi ito yung mga dating VCT players na magbabalik ulit para tuloy nga sinabi ko sa Valhalla, para ituloy lang yung mga nasimulan nila at para kunin yung trono sa NAOS and Oasis para maging top 1 sa Pinas.
Oh, actually nga kanina nga nakita natin yung number 1 and number 2 kumbaga sa Pilipinas. Dito natin malalaman for if in this season magkakaroon na ba ng bagong hierarchy. Pero going into like maps, pag-usapan natin konti, ano ba yung mapa na gusto niyo makita paglaruan ng dalawang to? Lalo ka na, Vil, na nakita mo na yung dalawang members na to, mga players na may iba't ibang style talaga. Anong mapa yung gusto mong makita na laruin nila?
Feeling ko, hopefully makakita tayo ng sunset. Siyempre, andyan na yung sunset
Kanina, hindi
na yan.
binigay
Kumbaga, kanina hindi binigay, sobrang sayang. May chance na baka mag-sunset tayo or probably bumalik din yung icebox. Feeling ko, wag yun ang laruin yung breeze, men. Sakit sa ulo niyan eh. Hindi kasi...
Parang may hugot yun.
Man. Kasi yun talaga yung weakest map ko sa totoo lang. Pero, ayun nga, it's really up to them kasi, syempre, andito pa tayo sa talking stage, kumbaga. So, pakiramdaman portion muna tayo. Ano ba yung pinaka-best na map natin? Since, bago lang ito mga to eh. Comparing to other VCT na players, ito pa lang yung parang talking stage nila as a team, kumbaga, trying to get that composure, trying to get that structure para sa kanila to see what's best for them.
Ikaw, Dash, anything to add?
So overall, ang sinasabi ni Bill, yung situationship na to,
Summary pala to.
medyo malabo pa. Pero sa akin, Lotus yung gusto kong mapa na makita. Kasi with the lack thereof ng Haven, na three sites, at least sa Lotus, meron tayo nun. And I would love to see paano nila itatackle yung attacker-sided map when it comes to this three sites map na meron tayo.
Alright. Okay, so eto na nga. Okay, eto kanina tinanong ko kayo sa predictions nyo. May mga mapang ideas na tayo gusto nyo makita. Final predictions, Vil, mabilisan, Valhalla or the BAIS?
Oh my God, ang hirap nito.
Oh my God.
Sa totoo lang, ang hirap nito. Siguro, para sa ngayon, ibibigay ko sa Valhalla. Number 1, Kings of Off-Season. In terms of pero parang individual skills, they have stroro aim. Napakatindi nito. To the fact na nandyan si EJ, andyan si Georgie, mainit na mainit, naging top 1 sa Pilipinas, naging nakalaban nila yung a lot of international players as well sa Pacific. Meron silang mga experiences as well sa iba't ibang bansa, sa South Asia as well. So, for now, ibibigay ko sa Valhalla, pero 3 games tayo.
Valhalla
Sinabi na
pero
ni-
3 games.
Sinabi na ni Vel lahat, so Valhalla, din ako.
Valhalla kayo. O sige, dito na ako sa mga tropa ko. Dito ako sa The BAIS senior card. Para gusto ko yung si Dash taga-summarize eh. Pero totoo nga yan, mas pabor kayo sa Valhalla. Speaking of experience, nasa kanila nga. Pero hindi padadaig ang mga nasa gitna ng Pilipinas. The BAIS and Friends. Sila yung mananalo dito. 2-0 yan. The BAIS.
Pero ito, I mean, for the BAIS, diba? Syempre, andyan yung leadership nga ni Ching, being IGL, I really hope na talaga maganda ang mapa natin at maganda yung mga games natin ngayon.
Okay, so ito na. Magandang games at matitinding laman. Kaya ibigay natin sa mga matitinding casters natin. Kayo nang bahala dyan, casters! Take it away!
Hello guys, you know, I heard a lot of situationships and all that type of stuff from the panel, but of course, we have a very, very committed man joining me today. Of course, is Fluffy02. I love that little smiley note, a vote of confidence. What a call. He's already getting everybody's attention. God bless you, Fluff. God bless you.
I know, I'm just so excited for this game because the panel already said how these two teams are just raw firepower. It's honestly so hard to predict who's actually going to win. Regardless of the map or the agents, I predict that they're just going to go for the double duelist and just shoot each other because these two teams have one of the strongest, like, cohesive aim at that level. You know what I mean?
No, I don't. No,
All right.
Please explain. No, I'm kidding, obviously. But, you know, with that being said, obviously, we're going to be jumping right into the map veto. So I wouldn't be surprised if we have Ascent at the forefront, right? Because, again, that's just how a lot of these teams operate. Hey, let's default out. Let's operate on vibes. If we can't, you know, gun them down, then maybe we're going to go for a super hard reset. We're going to just kind of chill. Maybe see how this default is going to go. Although I could be very, very wrong.
Well, we're going to see as the map veto is going to begin. It's really 50-50 from all of this, but I feel like they're going to remove a lot of those maps where you have to just go straight into something. Speaking of which, Icebox, the only A simulator, is going to be removed immediately.
What is B for? It is a conditioning tool so you don't stack A. That's pretty much about how Icebox is going to operate. And I do agree with that point. You know, a lot of these super execute heavy maps, or at least, for example, Icebox, you know, you kind of need a lot of utility to clear out a lot of these angles, especially towards mid. I'm very surprised they remove Ascent because I thought this would be the perfect place to just kind of duke it out.
Yeah, I mean, Ascent, one of the oldest maps, if not the oldest map in the game, it's sure a fundamental for all the players to already know. So when you have a team like this that's not as structured as something like NAOS or Oasis, I'm also surprised that they're removing that. But Sunset, a map I personally dislike, it's going to be our first map because this map is just so hard to take without the proper set of utility.
Mid is always going to be a problem on Sunset. If you have no market presence, even as an attacker, it's just so easy to get funneled. I think it's the same issue here too for Lotus per se. If you don't have a strong A default, then the rest of the map kind of crumbles. No surprise, Bind and Breeze kind of being taken out. I honestly thought Breeze would have been a wonderful dueling map considering they just reopened the tunnel position towards Bridge.
It's kind of ironic that they are removing a map that's kind of hassle to hold because there's so many angles, but they also have the same team, the BAIS, who are going to pick the Lotus, which will kind of split their attention. So maybe they've tried something, maybe they're just not as comfy with it, but Split is going to be our decider. It might have not been the decider for the first series, but you know, it was still an important map, and I think it's going to have that same effect for this series.
That's true, but what is it exactly that you don't like about Sunset Fluff? It seemed like there was a small pause there. and you're just like,
It's
oh
just-
man, not this map again.
It's just one of those maps that if you mess up, similar to like Breeze, it's just so wide that you have to pass
true.
through so many places to actually retake the space that you just lost because somebody lost the duel. And that's really dangerous when you have two teams like this. You know, the BAIS, they have great aimers, I think all of them, but just the noteworthy ones or extra ones. Of course, you have Gi and Santi, you have Ching, and they've played for so long together, they can just easily play off each other. Carl as well.
That's true. And on the other end, you know, we have EJ and Georgie, who are pretty much the super jets of the Philippines. So as our panel mentioned time and time again, and as we've touched on, it's just pretty much going to be a big brawl, even at the start of all these maps. And maybe you just don't like Sunset because we barely won on that map. You know, the few ranked games that we played together, we barely do anything on Sunset. I'm just saying.
I am kind of interested in thinking what types of agent compositions they're gonna bring on Sunset, because that's one of those maps that, to its credit, I think a lot of agents are really viable on that map. You can use so much util in order to take the space that you don't want to just take a straight up duel. But I don't know how willing these teams are to go that route, especially since I think Vil mentioned on the panel that the BAIS, they have a coaching staff and Valhalla does not. So you can kind of infer that the BAIS probably have a bit more strategy involved, or maybe they've tried this a lot. Whereas when you look at Valhalla, they're really just playing off each other. But you know, that can be a good thing too.
That's true. You know, sometimes vibes can take you very far. You know, we've had teams like that in the past, like RNT, that very entertaining team. Did they do well? Subjective, but you know, all things considered, these are still two very stylistically similar teams. You mentioned there is a lot of R&D on the side of the team that does have a coaching staff, so potentially that could be the X factor. But once again, it's kind of the willingness, right? Because I feel like something that the panel hasn't touched on is that for both teams too, there are player tendencies on both ends where we've seen them 1v5 before. How does that translate in a level where we have to be coordinated, we have to play as a unit instead of, oh no, we lost two. It's my time to shine.
I guess we're gonna find out.
Cowabunga.
It is Cowabunga. It's really gonna be very different, especially with the BAIS. I feel like
Oh
they
my
have so
gosh.
much power, and wow. Oh my gosh, indeed.
I like this comp, you know. We have a Yoru. Let's just flash everything and everyone, and hopefully we don't damage the eyes of our viewers, you know. As bad as my eyesight already is, I feel like it's about to get worse tenfold here. Although I do like the Cypher pick on both ends, I feel like these are integral in the success of both these teams because, like we mentioned, there's gonna be a lot of butting heads, and I think the only real roadblock there is the Cypher.
I feel like the Euro pick is going to be the X factor here for Georgie. If he's able to get a lot of these ults off really early, he can just run through so much of the defense because it's so hard to predict on this map where you're going to go. And the breach on both sides, honestly, is just going to make this so difficult to fight.
It just seems like how many flashes can we throw at the other team at this point? I mean, Paranoia not as immediate of an effect in comparison to some of the other things we have on the board, but definitely a lot of forward space being primed for taking. I do love the raise picks. We talked about a lot of the site win. I still think with, for example, Elbow and A, the bot is gonna get massive value. The nades, you know how the nades can somewhat flush out any would-be default holders. Same goes for Breach. Honestly, Breach can do all of that, but in a much more safe environment or position.
Very true. And now, here it comes, 12 seconds before we start this game number 2,
Wow.
series number 2 for today. I mean, game number 1 rather, the BAIS versus Valhalla on this great map of Sunset to see what the plan is. The Breach, I'm gonna guess, is gonna go for an early stun, maybe get some info with that. Just gonna slowly flush themselves out of B.
Oh, well, slow is definitely not part of the game plan here as we lose the Sentinel on the side of the BAIS. So hard stop, maybe gone. We still have a very stubborn anchor here. But very interesting choice by Valhalla to just kind of dip out.
Yeah, they already did their job. They pulled the rotations towards that B site, and they quickly just pivot themselves to posture for that A hit instead. Still a satchel on EJ, has the ability to commit. I think that their Breach might have the stun as well, but the one away gonna slow them down, but will they care is the question. Gonna pivot towards the elbow side instead, but look at middle. We have Yoru creeping up ever so slowly.
Right, he is like a thief in the night, you know, trying to avoid the security systems, but I think with the vision cones, It's gonna be a small duel, small skirmish perhaps, and already a lot of that utility being thrown out here. Astro could be the doorstop. Will get traded out immediately.
Still, though, a good chance for them 3v4 right now, and a lot of time to plant the spike. There
Spike
goes from the
planted.
breach, getting that ultimate ever so close, but it looks like it's gonna be a retake towards that CT side. No flashes anymore from Senior Carl. Gets shot out of nowhere, but where it's gonna be? G is gonna be
One
able to take him
enemy
out there. It's only one person left. G actually gets 3 after all these exchanges.
We had Ja, now we have G or Jet. I mean,
Jet.
you know, this is welcome back. It's been a good minute since we've seen some of these names in our very own local circuit. I feel like it's been touched upon by the panel too that this is literally a welcome back party for majority of these players. It's great to have them back, and it's great to have, in all honesty, a bit of a coin flip match too. It just makes it that much more interesting. It's like they're all wild cards.
Exactly, and I feel like this is one of those maps that you know that they all know the other players. It feels like one of those random 10-man pub scrims that they're just going to try to play out from all the top players from other different teams. So this time around, a bit more structure towards as Val tries to position themselves towards the middle. The smoke going to delay for a bit, and they're just going to give it for the defense side and play for the info instead.
I'm surprised there's not a lot more resistance towards market. I mean, the BAIS have the equipment to do so. I feel like Gecko is an underrated pick on this map. It can be so terrifying to play against. Look at this. They're dissecting the map really well, avoiding most of the fights.
They're just bobbing and weaving all their way onto the site. But will they clear Omen? It's all up to Astro. He's at least going to secure this for the retake for the defenders if they don't clear him out. But EJ, already with a Vandal this early, gets the first frag, and Georgie responds in kind to Astro. That's the site for them, and it's going to be a very clean plant.
I honestly think the Sheriffs are also going to be such a
One enemy
strong
remaining.
part of this matchup in general, because like you mentioned, these are pretty much like 10 over 10 or 9 over 10 aimers. So potency is gonna be through the roof, but when everybody's on equal footing, Vandals are just gonna run through them. I like that confidence buy. You know, I'm actually happy that we get to see a lot more confidence by rifles on second rounds, just to kind of snowball the bonus even harder.
Yeah, I gotta get that ball rolling already. So if you stack enough rounds, it's probably over. But this time, the BAIS have a buy of their own, and it looks like it is the all Vandal half armor. We're just gonna shoot them. They don't even have usual. They're not taking the boom bot. They won't take the aftershock. They don't even have the wingman. They're just gonna try to eliminate as much of the Valhalla players as possible.
I mean, if you also kind of think about it too, look at Kel, look at Giansanity, Senior Carl at one point, Ching, and I guess to an extension Astro. They are also coming from teams that had a profile of just kind of winging it and gunning everybody down, but a crucial whiff on the side of Kel there won't stop the flooding of Valhalla players.
Oh, the insane amount of flashes. Just gonna trade each other. Everyone wants to take a fight, but no one can see anything. But the Insanity finds an angle, but the quick trade with the Sheriff off of G. The Yuko falls onto site, but that's gonna buy them a bit more time to position a little better.
Well, is it enough? Senior Carl's stability is what he brings to the table. He gets 2 before he gets felled. 2v2. Clean 2v2. Hot Sauce only has a Bulldog, so maybe lacking in firepower a little bit. In that exchange, they're dancing around, and my goodness, Ching, yet again, with another huge wing. And, you know, I swear on everything. Ching has the best posts known to man, dude. His clips are amazing, and just to see him just spam that inspect button and, you know, kind of work those legs, it's catharsis, you know what I mean?
Exactly. He goes for that super wide popping at the end of it. I think the nice thing about having a team like this on both sides, to be fair, is the fact that if you whiff, your team's probably going to trade you if your spacing is fine. So they kind of have the confidence to just keep pushing because they know that there's someone at their back ready for it. But this time, I feel like just chilling as we go into a tech pause.
Oh, there we go. The day was going too smoothly, you know what I mean? No tech pauses, but here we are. Welcome to the podcast. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel like at this point in time, there's not really a lot to talk about, you know. BAIS, they convert their bonus, yes. Valhalla convert their 2 rounds, yes. Now gun round, yes. Question is, are the BAIS going to, well, get a boom bot on their end today? Can they actually? I don't think so, right? Half armor was 2-9.
Uh-huh.
Nah.
Okay.
I
Quick
don't-
maths there coming from Raf.
Wait, how much is a boom bot? Let me check.
450 or 400, I think.
I just Barely, if that's the case. But if it's 450, probably not, right? Because it's 600
Maybe
for
they're
half
just
armor.
sufficed or like kind of satisfied with the fact that they introduced the wingman instead, because they do have that available from Ching, gonna be able
That's
to flash
fair.
his teammates through. I feel like the fights are just gonna be so messy. It's like if you get the perfect gap where you're not flashed, you can probably kill 1 to 2 players before you get traded out that quickly.
That's true. Hopefully we get that creative spin on Sunset, because if you just kind of look at Sunset as a map too, this map tends to slow down like so much in the latter rounds. Yes, it's a slugfest a little bit right now, but I don't think it's gonna stay that way for, you know, for a while.
Yeah, this map's got that kind of split vibe where
map
if you don't
sucks.
control... I mean, it's not the worst, but it's not my favorite, that's for sure. It is really like split for me, where if you don't control mid well, or someone just dies on the A or the extremities anywhere, it's just so difficult to actually recover from the round. Thankfully though,
Is Ray casting?
they have a lot of TPs. Yeah, I believe so. That's probably right, to be
That's
honest.
why. Yeah. I keep telling people, don't put this on Ray Ray, but at the same time, the coincidence, they just happen. And to just kind of circle back on the very valid point you made, yeah, it's split ascent vibes, you know what I mean? Except the walkway, or at least Cat, is kind of safe, you know what I mean?
You look a bit more less exposed, especially if you move on to tiles. But with that, I think our tech pause is going to be done. We're going to start counting that clock again, with both teams getting on that crucial buy round. Surprisingly, or maybe to no one's surprise, it's mostly Vandals out there for these aim lords.
That's right. That's right. Remember what I said like a few days ago? Every time I buy a Phantom, a little bit of my ego dies, you know?
Yeah, but
I
it's
just
so
wanted
good.
I know. And also, people are gonna hate me for this, but the Blast X Phantom is the absolutely best skin in the game for the Phantom.
Well, no Nerf guns needed here for Gi and Santi as you take out those hot sauce surprisingly early. These new trips that rearm are just so tough to deal with, but at
I
least
hate
Yoru
it.
can just take them out instantly. Will you expect the Cypher behind though? Oh, I'm not sure if he heard him. Kill in a 1v1, but EJ still lands the shot. They fall back onto site now. It's a 4v3 with the BAIS. Trying to figure out a way to retake this site without so much util left.
And it's not like the util was a big focal point in this matchup to begin with. Again, it's been a very, very gun-heavy approach for a lot of these teams. Or
Ooh.
both these teams, really.
Last player
And
standing.
G and
What?
Sanity not expecting Georgie to challenge like that. And it's just been a surprise after a surprise. Again, the utility will help and eventually it will fall. But for now, if the heat check is working, they're going to keep cooking.
Honestly, I kind of like the Yoru on this map, to be honest, because you can just really abuse that B main or anywhere where you think there's a trip, since it is going to be that full height. You saw that round, how they get such an easy entry, as it basically disables the trap as long as the clone is still attached to it. Unlike something like a Boombot, or, you know, you'd have to waste another piece of util
Yeah.
to raid. It's just so difficult.
It's true. And you can't even like shoot out the clone because you're kind of risking getting flashed, or you're gonna head back into cover anyway, right? Because
Yeah.
you're gonna risk a lot if you're challenging that. What?
What?
Did he get the
Interesting
cam?
camera, yeah, on the tree there. Just making sure that the middle is a bit clear. Senior Carl going for a jump spot. Gets a bit of a low tap here on Valentine's Day from Hot Sauce, but he falls back as Georgie takes more control of mid.
There's a lot, and I mean a lot of room towards mid here. Valhalla sitting pretty at the moment. The BAIS are just trying to play off this tempo. Again, the sheriffs respect them. No outlaws around these parts, and I feel like that's also another point of value for Yoru, where super slow sets can just get disjointed so quickly.
Yeah, you got that disruption kind of built in. Even Ching wasn't sure that that clone was real or not. Maybe it's like a 200, IQ bait. Just had to make sure with the mark. It looks like they've kind of out-rotated the defenders here. The attackers just gonna walk their way out for that exposure, waiting for some contact instead of showing any info, any signs. The defenders, they're just in such a bad position for this, but they at least get the early info there as they get away with his life.
He
30
does,
seconds
and
left.
I think that smoke in particular just causes so many problems here as they try to clear out the site. But firepower on firepower, the Vandals are just going to be too much to deal with at the moment with the BAIS. They don't even have any ults here that they can realistically use. I think they'd prefer to save that Gecko ult for a rainy day. So once again, gunfight for gunfight.
Smoke gonna go down. Georgie gonna have to reposition, but the mosh pit's gonna push him to the back of this concert as the sounds already bang on. And Val, they already take 4. What a clean way to retake the site. didn't even lose the site technically. They just funneled them into this one choke and it was over.
Security has caught them, and they have been barred from entering the mosh pit yet
True.
again. Valhalla, strong start. But now we have King's ult and we have G Insanity's Showstopper. I feel like that would make a very interesting combination, and we're not too far off the Rolling Thunder just yet. Valhalla, they have a very good economy of their own. I am really surprised, despite everything, everybody has their ults up at a very, very similar timing still. I guess it just shows that everybody's willing to fight.
Yeah, they're just fighting it out, and Georgie already getting the first kill. The former Oasis duelist trying to do his best, and EJ falls to Ching. At least they get that trade, but here comes the ultimate from Georgie. Gonna gather more info, and look how difficult it is to move around this map. They already spotted 2 players. That means they have the go signal for that B, knowing it's only Cypher gonna be there. Gonna try to take a fight here. Manages to find one. Already expects the second though, but the spray doesn't pass through, and Astro shuts him down.
My goodness, you mentioned it, the former Oasis player.
remaining.
As Kel
Spike down
finally gets
B.
back the lost time from the previous rounds, and Astra will find a lurking hot sauce. Now, I guess interesting footnote for both these teams. I like that on the side of the BAIS, you have Senior Carl, who's really a stable player, and then I think his closest counterpart on the side of Valhalla would probably be Hot Sauce, right? Where you kind of never really see them make any bad decisions.
Yeah, they're just like percentage players through and through. Very smart as well, because they use their util pretty efficiently, to be honest. I'm really surprised that Val didn't get away with that round. They already got the info. Georgie already fought for that A-link control. They had the B flood as well, but those 2 kills from Kel really stopped them from doing anything. So maybe a change of tempo here as Giansanti rushes through in with the flash, but doesn't actually get anything. The Showstopper is popped. It won't even land on one. It's Hot Sauce who cleans up instead.
Clean up on Isle Sunset, I guess, as the brawl continues. Look at that. They're still so eager to fight this out, but Hot Sauce on that lurk still can't land the shot. And Astro will send him to the grave. 2v3. They do have that Omen ult up and running if they choose to use it. Astro already clearing out the majority of mid. Doesn't look like the BAIS are in a good position here unless they really run it up with the ults. Oh, that they do.
Oh, they're just gonna invest everything. They want the round. They know that this is important to keep that momentum up. They have to be wary though. Bri does have the Rolling Thunder to get them off that spike if they're waiting too long. There comes the stun from Senior Carl. And G just lands 2 of the best shots that he can this round. It's all up to Astro in this 1v2. But I don't think that there's enough time. Gonna go for the swing, but he's still a slightly stunned. And G cleans it up with an almost unwinnable round.
That is signature. That is vintage and classic G. It's like, I bet he's gonna push the smoke again.
Oh, they lined up.
That he does. Oh man. Well, it's like, could have it been worse for the BAIS? Not really. I think that was worst case scenario, you know?
Yeah, I mean, he did that like small fake. I'm going to be main, guys. JK, I'm gonna swing again. Sadly, they're just not looking. There's just no time. I think the time pressure just really got to them. This time around, though, a bit faster pace. EJ takes one. Will they expect the second, though? Oh, doesn't check behind him. Checks market, though. They know that Kel is there. He gets one, but the instant trade comes in already. Oh, no, the double stun coming in from the defense here. Carl also has the ultimate if need be.
What? I thought that would have been enough to really assert themselves on this defense because, you know, EJ was, or at least had a window of time where he would be alone. But look at this. The Sheriff shot's finally landing, and that's a big double for Astro. The stars may align. The Sheriff shots, they do again, and that's a huge third. Jet, impossible position yet again. Can he manage to eke it out? No.
What is happening here? It's like they're trying to take all these fights, but they're not necessarily doing it efficiently together. And what's happening is, it's like a 50-50. If your teammate dies, oh no. So let's just swing with him. But the overcommitment, just pushing too deep when you've already taken the site, and especially just being a little careless here, not being able to check that, loses you out so many members. But it's really Astro. When he got those 3 kills, he gave his team all the hope that they need. This Omen is doing so much work.
You will lose a little bit of precision with speed, but it was a sacrifice they were willing to make. Very, very expensive, by the way. Still, that did net them the round. And, I mean, you mentioned it, you know what I mean? It was very messy, but it feels like this is the type of chaos that both these teams are trying to create. And I feel like it's just going to continue, you know what I mean? We would be hoping for cleaner sets, perhaps. Maybe that'll come in the next half.
Well, these two teams, they just play so similarly. They really thrive in the chaos that you mentioned, and they don't really lose out much because they're so used to that whole situation and playing together like this. B main control, though, already taken for the defenders with that camera, so they're just going to work up mid instead. The door is closed, but Georgie starts to spam. They know two players are on that mid side, so will it be enough to flush them out? The clone going to be sent out maybe for info. Will Carl think that this is real? Just for a moment. And it looks like they're just going to go for a re-hit instead.
Oh, again, blink and you'll miss it. But I wish that clone was real. But another lineup.
Last one.
And Ching, the guy, you get 4.
Spike down
Can't
A.
finish the clip.
Worth.
Hot sauce.
Oh.
Cage trigger is on it too.
It looks like the quick trade. There's too much pressure, too little HP, but that big play from Ching, slowing that entire push down. I respect the fact that he tried to go for the peak instead of that flash. Good teamwork coming in from the BAIS.
This is exactly why we're watching this matchup. You know, it's just pandemonium. I love that there is a science behind this, but a lot of mad scientists also in the works. Oh man, I can't believe Sauce still landed that shot too.
Why did no one shoot the Gecko flash? Everyone tried to shoot Ching.
Yeah. Oh man, and here we are. Yet another technical pause podcast. Yeah, why didn't they shoot the Gecko? I feel like I don't know what I'm about to say. It's like I feel like everybody's just too focused on maybe an off time, but at the same time, just shoot the thing.
I get kind of the mentality where you're like, I'll just trade the guy who dies and I can probably get more and that's fine. But in situations like this, I feel like you need to break this
open space.
so little util that they're actually bringing. Because outside of the breach flash, you can actually break everything except for maybe the breach and the omen flash. So it's just a lot of util that you have to avoid. But by burning it early, it'll do you so much more throughout the round.
And avoid getting 4K'd, perhaps.
Yeah, that's a good tip too.
Yeah, just don't die. Then again, it's been muscle upon muscle play after 10 rounds already. Again, just a profile of these teams. They're just so fast. They just really want to get it going. Defaults, man. Enough of that noise.
I mean,
Fight.
It is very close to the halftime already. Valhalla, they do have a better buy. But I feel like the BAIS, they've been doing so well on these thrifty / ecos. I think Astro is just landing these impact frags as well as Ching that we saw in the previous round. I'm kind of looking towards the Insanity as we're playing. What game is this? The server's playing? The one on the phone?
Crossy Road?
Is it Crossy Road where you have to dodge the cars?
Yeah, where you're... Yeah. Or if you really want to throw it back, Frogger.
Ooh. Frogs are great.
Frogs are great. That's right.
Oh, and it looks like we have a frog in the background just hipping hopping while this tech boss is just chilling. Not much to say, to be honest, about both of these teams. They just have that firepower behind them. Hopefully we can get into the game soon, as there are a lot of ultimates on both sides. The key one for me, though, is that they both have the neural theft available. And I feel like because there's so many early fights, the first one who dies and gets neural thefted probably just wins the round, to be honest.
I think Hot Sauce might have a bit of a chance to get that off because it looks like Kel is just on a more aggressive stance. He's been dying first more often than not. But again, to each his own. He has been getting value too, especially with that round where he got an early pick with the Deagle or the Sheriff. Now, Insanity though, on that operate, that signature, we haven't seen that in a while. And now we finally see the value of the Yoru clone. However,
look at that.
Kel doesn't check.
Oh, the bait and switch coming in from the BAIS.
B.
Is able to trade themselves out, put this into a positive situation. The Gecko ult doesn't actually land. Carlos able to shoot it out. Goes for a very aggressive push. The spike already in their hands though, and Ching has to find a way to take that.
Oh, Ching has a little wingman available to him. Not entirely sure what he can achieve with that. Spike is in a precarious spot. The smoke is not going to help. I'm really surprised they couldn't get Hot Sauce close enough also to get that neural theft going. But the scramble is just so prolonged in this matchup that it's kind of almost impossible to really exit a fight.
It's all up to
EJ though,
EJ.
that
I know exactly.
Yeah, it
30
is.
seconds left.
Oh, he pops the ultimate slightly late, so he knows the info of where they're looking. Already expecting that there's going to be a flank, and he's able to take out Key Insanity off of the commotion. Hot Sauce gets some confidence to peek here, but the satchel on the wrong timing, still able to find one, but Ching with a double in response is able to close out the round to a clean 5-5 for the BAIS.
amazing that Ching just kind of came out of retirement, you know, just very recently. I feel like that's been a lot of the noise. I feel like a lot of these players actually just came out from quote unquote their hiatus.
I mean,
And it's good to see.
It's been a long off season to be fair as well, but yeah, I have to
has
agree with
been.
you.
Glad that everybody's been keeping real sharp. And I'm honestly really happy too that we have a lot of new and a lot of returning faces this time around. I think we were talking about how last year was in stage 2 last year where it was such an insane stage. But
What a
look at
flash.
this. Timing and tempo all on G Insanity, and that's a quick double.
Wow, he just flew in there like a bullet. Even on the eco round, not afraid they might have any of these weaker weapons or dropping his Vandal. Just full confidence from here. Looks like Val can go for a double swing. Hot Sauce finds the first, gets the trade off the second though.
down mid.
And Sauce gets a third. Equalizing this into a 2v2. This camera even getting some value
Last
here.
player
Oh,
standing.
Sauce!
All right. One more, and it's Kel. Kel has neural theft.
way
He
too
can have all the confirms in the world. And it doesn't look like Valhalla still has enough time or has had enough time to pick up the weapons here. It just feels like it's a stone's throw away.
Ace?
Hot Sauce.
Ah, you forget.
Ooh.
I've always been.
What a
That's
quick
gross.
trade, man. They're just waiting. They expect him to go
round
for the
in
flank
the half.
instead, and they're able to find the pick off. His teammate unfortunately dies, but all those shots down by Hot Sauce is one of, you know, you said he's kind of like Senior Carl on their team, and it really shows that they have the same level of aim.
And he's just so stable, you know, like it's just hard to kind of fault his decision making. Even though they couldn't retrieve any of those weapons, I liked it. It could have been an obvious punish on their end, and they remained cool and
That goes there.
intact. The BAIS now suffering one round
Come on,
of a
take him
deficit
out.
that they want to alleviate before the second half starts.
Already beginning with some shots here. G Insanity gonna find one of the paint shells, but then gets straight up because of EJ's lurk on the side. Neural Theft, will it connect though? Still a bit more time. Not sure if that goes for the scan
enemy
because there's so many
remaining.
trades happening, and now it's all up to
Spike
Georgie.
down, B.
TP's out, but the spike not with him.
Oh no. And now he has to deal with the utility that might be thrown at him. Wingman is there to disrupt too. He has a minute to work with. He can wrap around if he chooses to, but you know what? We don't do that around these parts. We fight, and now we're blind, and now we're gonna die. Oops.
Is that the mission statement?
Switching sides.
It was the
We're gonna
brief,
flash,
and then like,
and we're gonna die.
look, man, I thought it was gonna work. I swear I
Same.
thought it was gonna work.
But I feel like
I
it
mean, like I
just
said-
happened so soon that's kind of expected, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I honestly thought like there's a lot of like time to work with here. He can definitely go for a wraparound, but no.
But no
Again,
indeed.
primary directive, win gunfight.
True. If you shoot them, the game is easier. Analysis.
You are so smart.
You know, another smart thing that I do kind of like about these brackets, though, just random overall. I like how the top 1-2 teams, NAOS and Oasis of the previous season, were the ones playing against each other. And these ones are also equally skilled. So you can really tell that who out of those like kind of equal teams might be slightly above each other.
Tripwire destroyed.
But it's such a narrow margin, you know, at least with
It
these
is.
first maps. I feel like the Oasis Naos one was,
Cage
it was interesting. You know, again, we talked about it. It should have been a bit more competitive, but discomfort and adjustment is very, very real. And who cares about the post plant? We're gonna fight.
Yup, and
Oh.
fight they will. Gian Santi Nas show. Carl as well. Gonna help, but G manages to find two yet again with Bri. It's all up to Ching. They had control for a bit on that market side, but losing those gunfights were too important. 100 HP though. They're not looking the right way. Might be able to find one. Will he find the second? Ching gets another round for the BAIS.
He's gonna spam that inspect button again. I love that about the Kuronami, right? The faster you spam it, the more it spins. And Jing has just been so clutch. I feel like despite being far from his prime, he's still such a dangerous player and he's been flexible. I think he's played a myriad of roles throughout his team's journey through the open qualifiers. and him to kind of bounce between a lot of supportive roles. I don't think we've actually seen Ching on a frontline role in a good minute, actually.
Yeah, I can only remember like some AE thing, but then he also played Sky a bunch there. This time around though, Santi gonna go for a quick double here. Might even a triple, but Georgie does shut him down. Brought very low though. It's 3v4 and the util's gonna come out already. I like how they're picking the Gecko so that they can just have someone else plant so that they can all shoot.
That's what Wingman is here for. What is my purpose? You plant the spike.
Real. And honestly, that extra gun is just giving them so much more advantage in these fights. The post plant, though, might be a bit difficult. Georgie does have 2 flashes as well as Bri. They have a lot of util to work with, even the paint shells to clear out a lot of these corners. But they're not actually choosing to make any moves, hoping that they just find the pick instead. Might be the wrong decision here. Will he check the right corner? Yes, he will, but the insta shutdown from Astro. Just too quick today on this Omen.
He nearly got cut down there too, but again, the weapon difference with teams like this is just that much more emphasized. We have that outlier with Hot Sauce, obviously, with a crazy share face. And to kind of go back on your point of the Wingman being just an extra body, I feel like because Gecko is on the field for the BAIS, there's just that much more things to shoot. You know what I mean? Just slightly more. They have Dizzy, they have Wingman, and to an extension the ult, whereas Valhalla only really have the Yoru clone. And maybe the bot on EJ.
It's like good on attack because you can break these ships, but I feel like less so on defense. Probably the best thing about the Yoru is just the repositioning ability. But when you're stacking like this and trades need to happen, it's just so difficult. Look at this already, a wide swing. They managed to trade 1 for 1. That's the duel is gone, but the utility from Ching not going to be part of that picture anymore.
Not at all. And looks like it's going to take some time to develop, knowing that they're not going to have that initiation and that confirming power on their end. Spike is in a bit of an awkward spot. There's a smoke in the way. I think Jet or G just got a glimpse who might be lurking.
Oh, what a great play from Brian.
Obviously, it's optional, man. Walking through smokes is a choice. That's obviously been punished.
Oh my god, I don't think anyone expected him to play that close. Not even sure if he was full blind with that one. It's all up to Gian Sanity. He does have a Vandal. We know what this man can do, but no utility. Not much time as well. 3 players on the board. Possible to even farm his ultimate if he has. Oh, you're right, buddy. Sheesh.
What?
Got distracted, and I think Gian as well. G manages to find the pick instead. I was looking at the buddy. I don't know what he was looking at.
You're definitely looking at the Riot buddy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I like it. You know, at the end of the day, what did we learn? Riot gun buddies are cool.
True. They can be distracting at times as well, but they have to be full focus as the BAIS. I feel like this gap is the same gap forever.
Forever. It's honestly kind of like that NAOS Oasis game, you know? That 2-round gap just felt like an impossible gap to fill in. But then again, anything can change in the drop of the hat. You mentioned the Vandals and the half armor are definitely in play. Jinsanity pushing forward as per usual, has already got himself a lot of space. Senior Carl ready to back them up. Only 1 away, I believe, or actually a few away from that Rolling Thunder. But yet again, there's not direct resistance on this side for Valhalla.
It's so difficult to retake this as well. I think A is significantly harder to take back just because for the defense side, there's so many angles to clear. You have to check this Omen up on top. Will EJ spot him though? Hiding behind the pillar. Astro just waiting this out. Gonna go for the smoke instead. Give them a bit more time. Here comes the nade.
Here's more.
Gets flashed, but he isn't hard cleared. He manages to find EJ. Will he drop down? No, instead he goes for another frag. Astro is just getting so much value and Kel to secure the round. The post plant was so good from the BAIS, and it's what they need more of to increase this gap.
Yeah. I don't think they've lost the post plant just yet. They've been really good at these post plants. If not just by the power of the bailing out, they've been really good.
I mean, on the board, you can see that a lot of their players, not necessarily the duelists, are actually doing a lot of the work here, making sure that they get the trades up onto their duelists, because honestly, the first contact is so 50-50 that you just honestly have to make sure.
And that's why you make me play duels, you know what I mean? I don't know if I'm gonna come out of this one alive or with a missing limb, but you know what? It's fine. And it looks like this is the strategy that both these teams are employing. Granted, there's a little bit more safety on the side of the BAIS, as we mentioned. Wingman is definitely gonna be an X factor, as you mentioned. Izzy is gonna make An impact here.
Oh, good
Insanity
stun.
could be punished for this.
Bit more delay here on the defensive side. Carl manages to find Georgie though. That's at least something for them. They're slowly just taking this control off the mid. But the up and down from Val is not going to be expected. The Insanity replies, and now it's a 4v3, but some weapons now for Val.
I must wait a moment.
Some weapons, and that will potentially lead to, again, ruinous consequences. But the numbers are slowly dwindling down. And now Jet, tasked with yet another 1v5 situation, cannot land those taps. As that gap steadily increasing on the side of the BAIS.
Feels like their attacking half is really where both of these teams shine. And it really shows here as the BAIS is able to really just take down the space that they want. But I respect the fact that they pivot to take mid first and then go to A. Even though they get slowed down a little by that aftershock, it still gives them so much more openness to that map and opening up so many places where they can come from. It's honestly very hard to read without the persistent info when you're defensive side on this team.
Oh, Fluff, you're really good. You should be like a coach or something. You know what I mean?
Nah.
Okay, I respect that. I respect that choice. But you talk about the aftershock here. It will provide a little bit more resistance towards B. Although I will say this is their strong side. There's a lot of traps leading towards that market area if BAIS want to confirm that. But it looks like it is a straight shot towards CT.
Slowly. What? Oh, EJ is the one who actually gets the frag, not Gian. That's the raise down. 7 to 10 still. Still a lot of time to go for the rotate. A is pretty clear, but that ultimate's gonna get a bit more value. K just popped already for a clean and safe entry. They just have to take care of CT as Jordy's waiting in the wings.
Yet again, this defense is getting picked apart. Georgie's keeping it alive. 3v3. Still realistic for both teams. However, this rotation on the side of BAIS so far has to book it, but Kel getting a crucial kill. That Rolling Thunder not landing. Hot Sauce retaliating towards Kel. Ching, once again, he's answering the call. Almost impossible crossfire, but who's gonna win it out? And it's Senior Carl providing a very stable platform for the rest of his team. And I guess that's what the Kuronami is for now. Spin to win.
Yeah, they are winning. That gap that we were talking about is just going further and further away. Valhalla need to find some of their salvation with this. They get a good entry already, but it's just these post plants that they're having such a difficult time really converting.
That's right. Again, it's really a lot of the basics too that's being shown. You know what I mean? Just basics of team play. Just be there for the trade, play off the utility. And I feel like we should be highlighting that a little bit more. Granted, it does kind of look like a brawl, and there are times where Chaos does win over with their warp powers and whatnot. But there's still very much a system in play here. Crazy, but there's still a system.
My guy just really jogged by the entire enemy team to make sure that
Yoink.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're here, guys. Maybe we should take care of A bit more. And because of that, they're just gonna bolster that a bit. Breach already ready for the stun for the defensive side, as well as Yoru. They hear the cages and the flashes. So they're also not sure. It kind of infers that the BAIS are not sure where the defenders can posture because they bring so much time.
A minute is still being drawn out here, but we haven't necessarily seen that many roadblocks for both these teams. And yet another uncontested A site. The flash is going to provide quite a bit. And Astro equalizing, unfortunately for him. There was a rocket to the face waiting around the corner.
Ching though, 1v2, has the wingman to go for the plant here. Will he do it? Oh! The timing brings out the piece of utility and G shuts him down. That gap slowly diminishing, and it's a round that honestly Val really needs.
I'm trying to do the math here if they have enough for a buy. I mean, we're gonna see it anyway after the replay. I thought that was a little more persistent of Val to just kind of leave a hard anchor. I think we've talked about this a bunch of times too, where it's okay to kind of leave your hard anchor to die as long as he's going to delay and get the rotations in. I feel like that's the primary directive anyway of a Sentinel player. At the same time, there's a lot of space being taken away with Georgie.
Oh, the utility Al just punishes Insanity as he tries to get more. Oh, the team flash with the Yoru clone! At least they get to salvage it, but kill falls in that exchange.
Somebody's there.
No more anti-flag. This is gonna prompt the rest of Val to keep going, but Jing A dangerous position. He's not gonna get himself killed, actually. Wow.
He wasn't detained.
Beautiful
I was
trade.
surprised.
Mm.
Oh. Ching
No
already
need,
ready.
apparently.
8 bullets in the chamber. Will they expect a flank from EJ? They already know that one's playing on CT, but they know that there is a gap in Hot Sauce smartly. Just gonna try to hide his position instead. They hear the wingman going for the plant. Gives him the advantage to hold that angle. Oh, but the ultimate, he just dodges slightly. You won't expect him to be this wide. Hot Sauce outbrains him, and it's only a 1v1. Will he look in the right direction? Though so many angles to clear, and Astro is too patient and knows that he just wait this out, wait for that tap instead. Well, Hot Sauce has to look every which way to even try to make a play.
Couldn't even really hug the wall there. You know, if he went for a tap, then Astro had every single tool in his kit, just kind of deny it. Had all the timing in the world. Beautiful aggression here on the side of Georgie to slow down that would-be heavy hit. Again, a lot, and I mean a lot of fighting all across A side. Have you noticed the heat spots are like, okay guys, we killed one person here. There should be more, meaning there are more people to shoot. So we're gonna go that way. I think we've only ever seen, I think it was Valhalla early on that went for like a re-hit, and I think it was the first round, right? It was like, oh, there's one guy there. Let's not go there.
Very true. Slowly though, Georgie trying to find some space here. I'm surprised for their broken buy here that they're not giving Bryce rifle to someone like EJ who can use that more efficiently since he has to use his util anyway. But that being said though, Ching gonna check for info himself. Gonna wait for his little friend to fall back down as they at least don't spot anyone, but the timing works out for Georgie. That's the spike down. Oh,
That's actually so good. You know, the Yoru clone, like you talked about earlier, activates the traps. And it's not going to disarm it, but it's definitely going to allow a little bit of flooding. But reassessing the situation is both these teams, and they're looking to plant their feet somewhere else. But Astro gets the better of Bry on a rotation. We talked about that rifle. That's a force multiplier down on the side of Valhalla.
that's a big kill. They get the neural theft as well. Slowly pushing these attackers into positions they don't want to play, and they know they don't have the timing for this though, so maybe they'll be able to get the plant with Hot Sauce. Oh, the util out, but he gets shut down as Kel goes for the swing instead. They have to check that CT side, spots him out. No one actually dies from this. Oh, but the Insanity finds the kill he was looking for.
I don't know what else he's trying to look for here, but that is going to be shut down immediately. Georgie outmaneuvers his fellow counterpart here, but Kel, sharp, but not as fatal as G. And that's going to be yet another round to keep them afloat. Do you think we're going to go into overtime?
Quite possibly, to be honest. I feel like there's so much highlight on the panel for EJ and Georgie because they are that international level or higher, quote-unquote, like their teams have reached the higher tier of play. So it really feels like that was the focus, but it's really the rest of the team that's really pulling a lot of these clutches together. Kel, Sauce are really doing so much work with this, aside from just Bry being so stable.
It's true. And on the flip side of things, that will bring a lot of expectations on all those names that you mentioned. BAIS have a realistic chance of closing it out here, but they just look to do eco damage. As for sure, if Valhalla loses, well, obviously the game's over, right? Cool. But you know what I mean.
Ooh.
Valhalla still trying to keep it afloat. Unfortunately for Hot Sauce, that's not going to be an upgrade for him.
True, it's just a gamble by Insanity to do that. I mean, they had a flash, but what is that actually going to do? Will it reach that deep into it? Hot Sauce instead taking more map control for his team. Leaving the Sentinel be all know in love in the 2-tap from Astro. Gonna give him his third kill. EJ leaves Ching alone. And he has to run for his life with only 10 HP. Maybe try to get one low player, but it's not gonna be enough. They're just slowly crawling their way back.
They do. At this point, onward, it's all just force buys upon... Well, not really, actually. Now they finally have a decent armory, so it's a full buy. I think Ching is close to his Thrash, his ult, Thrash.
They're just,
I like that.
they're just
you know, sneak
relaxing
preview.
where the timeout is already going to be called. They have to figure out why they haven't been able to close out this game. They need to get back that magic that really got them the streak that brought them to this match point, but Valhalla are slowly but surely just crumbling down on their attacking plans, using whatever util they have to disrupt what they have to do. And I think a big part of it, honestly, is that the Insanity is just taking a lot of these gambles And yeah, he might get 1 or 2, but the trades are so fast, and the space that he creates and how much util they have to do to support him is just such an overinvestment, I think.
I agree. You know, it just seems like it's so much temporary space because no one's really there to set up a position of power again. And again, just talking about the scheme of this map, right? Okay, you're playing against a quick trading team on Sunset. You get mid control, but you don't necessarily smoke out top mid. So now what? You're kind of stuck, you know, and you kind of get peppered down as we saw earlier. But Rolling Thunder, look at this. Rolling Thunder is just a stone's throw away for Senior Carl. This could potentially, again, carry the round for his team.
I mean, it looks like the aggression's not going to stop during that tech. Georgie going to bounce almost immediately, but at least they still have his location off of that ping. Faking some A presence as they pivot themselves towards mid instead. It's all up to Kel to maybe try to secure this angle for his teammate to be able to cross. Playing a lot slower than they normally do, but I think that jump is heard for that defensive side, knowing that they're playing pretty far.
Pretty much do or die here for Valhalla. They want to play as clean as possible. And despite showing a lot of signs of aggression, especially in rounds previous, they're still doing it. I mean, I was about to say they're a little more reserved here on the side of Valhalla, but hey, if it's working, why not, right? Meanwhile, the BAIS, they've set up a safer line, or perhaps looking for a safer avenue, but Georgie has that ult again. He's gonna keep scouting, but so far he's only found one. He's only found the Oven. He has to bounce out here. Oh, but no, he chooses to stay.
Just trying to get as much info safely as he can. I think he might have spotted 2 off of that jump peak. But 30 seconds remaining on the round. They have to find, or at least make a decisive move. And it looks like they're doing the correct one. 3 players stacked on A for defense. And the attack is actually hitting towards B. Up and down is going to be flashed. And they expect the above angle as well. Pushing him out to the after shot. Ching gonna try to take more control as the spike goes cleanly down to this 5v5 retake.
Thrash is available for... There you go for the post plan, but they're not going to use it. They're going to end this before anything can happen, and we have Hot Sauce detained. Oh, he's praying. He has his eyes closed. They're going to knife him. They're not going to knife him.
Attackers win.
There's not enough time to go for the knife, but still, what a great piece of util. This time around, they play a bit slower. They bait up their rotations. The plan that really helped them out towards that starting half of their attacking side. And it really helped them close out that game. Honestly, a bit dicey at some parts, but I feel like that's something you just have to expect from these two types of teams.
I don't think it was just some parts, you know. There was just really a lot of rounds where it's like, guys, we're gonna do something and we're gonna wing it. And again, they had the lineup to just kind of supplement that type of playstyle anyway. I think on both ends, Yoru does have that a quick exit or a quick flank if they get that information. I'm actually surprised we didn't see a lot more trickier plays, a lot less direct plays on the side of Georgie, because I thought that would be something that they would have a clear advantage over the BAIS.
Yeah, like something like a Paper X bind Forsaken thing where you have a breach anyway, you go for the stun, you combo off. They tried it a couple times, but I feel like it was mainly used for info or destroying trips, somewhat for like an initiator role just with flashes. And I think, to be fair, the idea behind it is a good thing, and I do think it really makes the defense wonder about their B side, since they have to worry about the trip just going away.
That is true. It's just, I feel like you're kind of leaving a lot on the table for the kit as a whole, right? Because the flash is wonderful when it does work, and you do have a reposition if that goes wrong. But like you mentioned, these are very frontline heavy teams. You can't really blame them for sticking to that philosophy. But yeah. So if you guys are interested in the stats, because apparently me and Fluffy are not very numbers people, but again, looking at this, it was close. You know, I feel like frag distribution was just a little bit better on the BAIS. Granted, Bri had a lot of impact, you know, tangible or intangible.
I feel like on the side of Val, they just got saved in so many ecos, and that's something that they have to be wary of, because they kind of just win because the BAIS overextend and they're able to punish with a lot of these sheriffs. We saw a lot of clutch plays from G. We also have from Hot Sauce with the ace as well. Even Georgie landing a couple doubles here and there, but it's not enough to consistently like pull themselves out of that rut where they are, which is why I feel like this Sunset map goes to the BAIS.
That was decently competitive. Map 1
True.
on the surface. But there was just moments too where the BAIS just kind of kept running it up, right? Post plants, again, very, very little difference, statistically speaking. But first kills on Valhalla and not converting is, I think, somewhere that's, or at least that has to be worked on if you're Valhalla right now.
Yeah, I mean 14-9. That means that there are 5 rounds that you're literally starting 5v4 and not being able to close out those rounds where you're at such a big advantage, having one person more. It's just, I feel like it's unacceptable at this level because you get punished for it so bad if you do mess up. And the fact that they're able to salvage themselves on the sides of the BAIS just means that either the communication or positioning is slightly delayed because we know they have the aim, but it's more of that structure that we're looking for here.
It's true, and we're going to be jumping right into the highlights to kind of see where, the strong points were for some of these teams. I think Je and G, or G, or whatever he goes by now, has had a wonderful performance. I mean, you know what I mean? I think that 4K was really, really insane. I was like, what? No way, right? But it happened.
True. I mean, I still like this hot sauce clip. It's just so clean. It's like one of those Twitter clips that he posts every now and then, just to make sure that you remember, he still plays Valorant. And now he's here for his return, and it looks pretty good. Just a little rough around the edges, but the aim's still there, the brain still active. And the BAIS, just look at how they hold these sites. Honestly, A site in general is just so hard to retake.
It really is. And I think it was super evident in this clutch, right? Where I think it was Hot Sauce just trying to clear as many angles as possible. And it's just not realistic to fully clear all of them, right? You're always taking a guess. You're always calculating the risks ahead of you. And sometimes it just doesn't pan out.
Very true. Look at the BAIS. They get their win. Very happy for that map number 1. Hopefully they can close this out as we move on to our second map shortly. But this game already shows kind of that preview of how these two teams really operate, how similar they are, but how you can evidently kind of see the differences, not just in structure, but in just how they are very, very willing to take these fights.
Let's just fight, its willingness to fight is something that's on the very, very high list of things that they want to do on their directive. But again, guys, we will be going on a bit of a short break, so stay tuned. Once again, my name's Raph, that's Fluffy. We will be bidding you adieu for now.
my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining
It's been an exciting day so far, as it's been gunfight after gunfight between Valhalla and the BAIS, as we started off super hot towards at least, Sunset as a whole. Now we are going to be putting ourselves, I believe, on Lotus, which I believe, Fluff, can be an incredibly gun-centric map as well.
Yeah, it's one of those bigger maps that it seems like they're kind of leaning towards to take these individual gunfights that have a lot more impact. That way they're not forced into a choke where they can just get spammed. But that being said, Lotus, similar to Sunset in the way that the map is so wide that it's going to be a lot of bait and switch and pulling rotations to really get through on this attack. I don't think this is necessarily a map that's easy to just brute force, because there's so much places you can just dump your util when you're trying to go to a retake to try to get some insane value.
That's true, and the very powerful A defaults is something that we'll be talking about, but I think it's actually not Lotus. We're going to split, right? If I heard direct. But in any case, we've seen quite a bit of split already. I think the same things can be said too. I don't think this is a map where you can brute force it out. If that's the case, towards AA Heaven is not a place where you just kind of swing it and win it type of situation. You can talk about the Cypher one ways if we're going to be seeing that in play. The Omen Paranoia obviously is going to provide so much value. I'd be quite surprised if they run double controller, because that just seems like it's counterintuitive with the way they play. But I actually think if they can pace themselves and get control going, then perhaps it's going to be enough to just 2-0 Valhalla. But again, that's a very bold prediction.
I mean, if anything, they're going to try to send them back to Valhalla, because they really need to land those impact frags to get any form of momentum. Exactly. And I hope we witness a lot of those greatness as we move on to this map, regardless of which it is. It's really not just about the guns. We talk about that a lot, but it's how much util they dump early and how they play out the round.
That's right. And of course, guys, it is kind of getting close to dinner time, and there's going to be a little bit of waiting time. Have no fear though, because you can score grabs lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. So what are you guys waiting for? Order us some food, smile. Actually, we're not gonna give out our address. That's actually kind of doxing, but if you want to know where Fluffy lives, if you want to know where to send him flowers, chocolate, his address is gonna get flashed on the screen very soon.
Nope, instead I think we just go to Agent Select instead. That's probably a better place to move on to. As we move on to the map of Lotus, we were correct the first time. The BAIS is gonna go for hot sauce yet again on that Cypher. We saw how much value he can do on those lurks. And Bry on the initiator, this time bringing the Gecko as well as Sky. No breaches for them. Valhalla, they're kind of similar with their composition here. Playing, I think this is the same except for the Killjoy. Used to be a Cypher and Kill.
I think that's an interesting matchup, right? Because Killjoy obviously is going to have a little more initiating power, but they're going to have a lot less lurk power. We haven't really seen too many of those deep lurks on the side of Valhalla anyway, barring Georgie occasionally. So I don't think that's gonna interfere with their whole game plan. And, just a little quick peek of obviously our very, very beautiful Tagalog side. We also have, we're multi-language, multi-stream. So yes, check them out if you're sick of us. Fluffy's actually sick, so it's fine. Cover your mouth.
It's true, it's true. We have to be safe wherever we are. But here's a little secret about it. I feel like I'll feel a lot better if the BAIS really strike hard on this map, because they have the power to really shut down a lot of the plays. I mean, Cypher is nice. I actually think that it's weird. Cypher is good against Killjoy because you can block a lot of the LOS, but KJ, there's nothing to really break a lot of the util as we move on to the game itself.
That's true. I mean, if there's a tripwire there, I wish you could just put down the turret and break the wire, but it just simply does not work that way. In any case, I think the Killjoy is a good choice. You talked about ease of use. I think we touched upon that. I think you don't necessarily have to line this up for my Cypher cage and whatnot. And we did say we're gonna be jumping right into the game. I think we're gonna be doing that in just minutes or maybe even less.
There you go. Your wish is already fulfilled. And Valhalla gonna go for the half shields and pistols here. Insanity looking like he has that double satchel available to do a more explosive start. Something that he's been doing for the past, the previous map. But here on Lotus, I think it's a lot of space that's gonna be able to be gained.
We talk about a lot of space, but they just end up fighting in one mini arena anyway, or at least that's what we've seen so far. That's the data we've gathered. But look at that. Oh man, that's actually
That's
such
a
a
good
cheesy
cam.
cam.
Yeah, it's so high. It's not an angle that you really clear. They take the site essentially for free. It's all up to the defenders. They're going to try to take it more from CT. They have a lot of util, but that counter flash is going to stop them in their tracks. The nade from Waterfall is going to be able to get Georgie a kill. Val striking with the first blood. Gets a second one as well. But Astro again on this Omen is just doing so much work. You can't even tell what's happening for how quick the trades are on this pistol. At the end of the day, though, it is the BAIS going to walk away with their first buy in the game.
I like that the protocol is like, okay, we have sight, now go take CT.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
like, just don't let them rotate, don't let them set up. Fight it if you have to, but just burn time and get a dominant foot, or like, you know, a foot in the door already.
This goes here.
And with that being said, it does look like they're gonna be much more equipped for that 8, or rather that 8 take, as I was saying. I wouldn't be surprised if an outlaw is going to rear itself here, as a cam hit again will only show its head for B.
Look how much util they're expending just to clear out this A main control. Get that rubble position out. There's going to be Georgie waiting in that corner. He has the opportunity to move. Will he get checked though? Yes, he actually peeks into it instead. Insanity with a better buy is going to be able to take him out.
Doesn't look like they're committing just yet. They're taking their time, and this could be the right call here. They know there's a little bit of resistance. Typically speaking, when you're on an eco buy, a stack is more likely to happen. And Astro actually shoots it out, but can't get the kill. My goodness, beautiful two-man game there by Valhalla. Oh no, don't turn your back.
The satchel just to push them back. Hold that pass and make sure that they don't get flanked from other directions here. But the stack of Valhalla is going to go for glory here as they go for the first peak. The flash contact's going to slow them down, but that's info of how many players there are already.
That's right. Perhaps a Gandalf cosplay would happen here, as none of them shall pass at all. And I feel like without B main control, flooding through
that Omen's face.
vent like that, it's not a good idea. It's essentially just like a gigantic funnel of doom.
Exactly, and here it looks like the funnel just didn't work out for them. I think if they got out slightly quicker, they might have been able to get more ground, but just being stuck in that position, you're against the breach, is very difficult to move through once they take so much of sight. Their plan hasn't really been working where they're trying to retake things, leaving the Cypher alone. Instead, I think they have to try to do something a bit more proactive, and this round already starting with a banger.
I actually don't know how Insanity got that, but they're gonna send out that ult.
Where's the fish?
They're not gonna clear the box.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, that they do. And yet another round in the blink of an eye. It's gone. Hot Sauce has already aced once. He's looking to do it again. Or at least try and salvage this round at the very
Spike
least for his
planted.
team. The Vandal will remain in his hands as he goes for a safer route.
Has the info at least on Killjoy. Will he expect the reposition though? No camera available anymore, but like you mentioned, he can. And we've already seen the power that this guy can bring with the Sheriff. So now the Vandal, is it going to be a clean save? Or maybe he's going to try to go for more. Oh, they even invest the ultimate yet again. Might get spotted here by the turret though. It's not going to be enough time for him to play around.
I think out of all the sites, B might just be the worst one to save out, right? Because essentially there's 4 entryways that you kind of have to take note of. Even with like recent information acquisition, it's like, man, I have to keep guessing. But it looks like the BAIS are not really risking much at this point. Just a super slow clear.
I mean, maybe it's so bad that it's good because they cleared everything else except that. 'Cause
No one's ever
one
gonna
would
think I'm
ever
here.
stand there. But Hot Sauce, he's not just anyone. He's a person
He's
on the
Hot Sauce.
Sentinel that's going to hold this site down when it matters the most. And they really need that to matter right now as they go into another eco.
I'm not entirely sure if... Oh, wait, no. The last map, it was 2-1, right? It was... Was it the BAIS winning that pistol round? But in any case, I actually don't think... Or I actually think it's really, really a bad sign that you're not converting your bonuses. Can't even get the kill, but it looks like this eco is doing so much work, and EJ, he's turning it up. G contributes, and once again, what happened? You look away, and suddenly 4 people are dead.
That's how the game goes. G lands another one. A beautiful shot to get that triple secured. They managed to get around for themselves, though. Very important for their momentum. But the BAIS, they just have so much money, they can just keep going.
They do. Are they gonna go for full contact play B? Probably not. I mean, I love the simplicity of the game plan. Doesn't make it any less difficult because you still have to win out your gunfights, right? It's always like a 2-step plan. We have the blueprint. Question is, how do we build it?
It's such a messy fight whenever they get into these 3-4 man duels because the utility just spaces you so awkwardly that you really have to play your own life. Just now, the flash is going to go through and they get by all 3 as well as the counter paranoia. They maybe get a better angle, but he's not going to land. Oh, it's enough to do damage though. And that's Georgie. Going to be able to find 2. TPing through the smoke and all of the fire and flames. It's a 1 or 2v3 rather, and they fall back. Senior Carl left alone. Flash comes through, and Val just, they fight with their lives for this A main control.
Indeed, it is a cold winter morning for them now. As a dominant 3-0 lead, reduced to almost nothing. I still think they have enough to buy up, but they have to be a little cautious of this action here because that's a nade. I think they threw a paranoia out early, and it looks like their buy is a bit broken. Insanity should have enough, right? But Astro is the short end of the stick, plus they only have half armor. So chip from EJ could be a bit more lethal. But that's already half their arsenal being thrown here and a lot of their manpower. There's not even a lot of tripwires towards C, or at least like the very immediate choke of C.
Sauce is already expecting the satchel in. He knows the nade's coming, but Giansanti doesn't actually have satchels to work with. Just dry clearing the entire site, making sure it's clear, and Hot Sauce left alone to fall back onto the CT side. Water, on the other hand, gonna get sprayed down as the plant does come in. Ching gonna get another point, which will bring out Kim closer to his ultimate on 1 frag instead.
Oh boy. That was a really risky clear, but again, they already managed to pull the positions and the rotations away from them. So this is as clean as it can get. Question is, what do they have as a post-plant utility? Because I don't think there's any reason for Bright to stop diffusing. And they get cut down. They line up. That's about it. Astro can't even stop it.
Oh, they tried so hard to retake that. Surprisingly, Hot Sauce is actually alive. So even though he was technically like first contact for their C play, falling back, making sure that he can support this team instead with an extremely wide swing with like 3 or 4 players must be something very scary to face against.
What do they have to stop that post plant without vision? I think it was realistically it's only Senior Carl, right?
Yeah, they have to flash
Aftershock.
out or aftershock it. But then he died from the Riggs ulti, so that was already out of the picture, which is why they started scrambling.
And I think it's most likely for Giansanity to die early too, because he's been playing hard entry. So the nade is gonna be out of the question.
Another cheeky camera here to get some info. Play his life a bit better, spamming that inspect button, making the moves here. Hot Sauce retreating. Probably should know that they're gonna be close. Ching's ultimates have always done so much in terms of getting the space that they need. This time, it's gonna back off and he'll have another one. It's such a efficient ult, this Gecko ulti.
It really is. Plus, again, Valhalla, they have to make a hard gamble, right? It's like, okay, do we tank the ult when it's up? Or do we just kind of give up the site? The space, in either way, the space that they're affording themselves is insane. Look at that, they're all blind. That's a lot of footsteps. And Kel might be quaking in his boots. He doesn't have the automatic fire, but look at that, they're detained.
He's living above as well.
Oh, unlucky.
Joe just get the easiest steal that he can. Giansanti. He's gonna find one and Astro to secure the round just with that Sheriff. It's just a clean momentum here for BAIS, and I feel like it's something that they really need since Val has been kind of catching up with these rounds. But still, BAIS in the lead, and they do still have a full buy of their own.
You think we're gonna see more Gecko, like, in totality?
I feel like the agent is actually really strong.
But what's the downside, you think?
Well, the downside used to be that you don't have info as much because Sky would have so many flashes, but now with the Sky nerfs, I feel like you can use like up to 10 or 12 times realistically the flash for info if you just keep throwing it up. So it can be like the new generation Sky in a way. because he has the dog and a flash.
Fair enough. The only thing I feel like he doesn't have over Sky is that immediate potency. You know, where the flash is just boom, you're there. Dizzy,
That's
there's a bit of a tell. It's a little slower. But utility-wise, I think Gecko is great. EJ has no idea somebody's there, especially when he's blind. But where was the follow-up? My goodness, the mess again continues. But it's BAIS winning out this scramble.
They kind of try to poke and prod their way onto the B heaven side, but they just get pushed out from all the utility. Even when they try to peek out yet again on the defenders have, the attackers just have the better angle for this. Sauce and Ching is trying to make as much noise as they can, but Hot Sauce is the one that's brought low. Tries to anti-flash, and it's only EJ and Hot Sauce left. EJ, though, a glimpse of hope for them. It's going to be able to have the nade, you know, where one player is. Will they expect the one onto heaven, though? Oh, does he see it?
I think
Yes, he
it's
does!
been away. Oh no! Falling
It's
apart
for them as
EJ.
well. Oh no!
Standing.
This is no problem.
Oh, he has to
Time?
half this. Nice try there. The timing on the nade. That's why sometimes you just gotta have the gun out, you know?
And sometimes it's all the time. This is
True.
the directive, the protocol.
What a
I just
heroic
felt
play
like
by
that
him,
was. It was. I feel like this whole round was just one big. You know that Pocahontas meme where the guy runs out the bush? It's like, and he runs out with his arms flailing around.
though.
I feel
No.
like that's. Well, what do you mean you don't know? What?
Bro, I haven't
Come
watched
on.
Pocahontas in ages.
Then refresh yourself. Wait,
We'll try
I'll look
soon.
for that when I can. You know what I mean? I'll look for that.
Alright.
I hate you.
What?
I actually hate you. How do you not know that one? That's like super common. Anyway. There's a little bit of confusion here. But wow. All the controllers, Georgie, that was a gimme. Oh no.
Spike planted.
Disaster strikes. But so quick to punish. Is the BAIS and Hot Sauce working
One
his
player
magic?
standing.
Non-believers, doesn't matter.
Oh, not
Valhalla,
again.
they answer back. What happened?
The trades, man. It's just too quick. EJ, you know, he tried to be heroic the previous round. It's this round that he actually succeeds. Another win for Val. And like we mentioned, these two teams are so close that it's always like a 1-2 gap.
Spike
It is,
planted.
and at least it's super fun. You know what I mean? It's been such a fun competitive series all throughout. It's just, it's like, okay guys, we're gonna set it up, we're gonna pick a site, and you know, open the gates of Valhalla perhaps. We will die a warrior's death,
This
an
is
honorable
nice.
death. And
Well.
there's just no re-hit. It's like, okay, we're not gonna exit. You know, we're gonna fight it out.
Looks like the target this time around, though, for the buy is going to be that B site. Early smoke onto A from the defenders to maybe flush that out, but they have a good paranoia in position if they choose to use that. Sauce gonna hold the cross, and they're gonna know that they have to be on this B side, especially with that. The door threat has to be very kind of handled well.
That's
Spike
true.
planted.
The fight has begun. And once again, this is pretty much according to the script again. The BAIS, they break through. Valhalla answer back. But right now, EJ can't even stop Thrash from buying the space. However, Neural Theft coming through here. The hold still very desperate. That's going to deny it even more time. But Hot Sauce, adding insult to injury, was blinded. Was finished off. And he still tanks it. Wow. What a
Wow.
play by Ching.
I mean, honestly, it's probably the only play that you can do there. I think EJ was already ready for that swing as well. But unfortunately, just time was not on their side. It looks like it was kind of stable for a while here onto that water side from B-Link. But then you just blink and 4 people are gone from either team.
In just one fell swoop. We're already near halftime, by the way. Last round. Or at least like 2 more rounds. Counting is hard.
True.
EJ has that hero Vandal. He has one more in the bank. Did we see an operator in the previous map? I think we saw it once, and they were like, yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Interesting play with the Omen TP there to try to fake some presence. Slow down the A push after the smoke. A good idea. But sadly, the attacker's posturing towards this a C site rather instead.
Confidence by G and Sanity. He knows there's only a sheriff, right? So it's like, why not? Let's just stand up in the greatest skin known to man. Of course, in the hands of Senior Carl. They're really wary of that camera.
no.
And Hot Sauce caught napping. What happened?
Oh no, the timing doesn't work for him. Doesn't expect, I think, Ian to move that close. He has the showstopper available, but it's not gonna pop it. Instead, they go for the spray down. Carl gets 2, gets 3 even. Brian manages to salvage it, but he's just gonna jump for more glory as the BAIS get the 4-7 round, pushing their lead. I think this is one of the biggest early leads that we've seen them have.
It was 6-6 on Sunset, right? So it's like, okay, that's completely even. Now it's definitely a little more telling on how this might go. But it has been a tale of two halves. Valhalla's attacking side has been, I think, not much better, in all honesty, in comparison to their defending side.
Yeah, my concern, honestly, is how they're going to handle this Killjoy once they start the side swap. Because how are you going to really remove this Killjoy lockdown, but you don't have a breach on your team because you opted for the Gecko Sky instead? Oh my
It's just something
god.
that they're willing to deal with.
He's alive!
What?
How's that even possible? Instead, it's Gian who gets sprayed down just by the sliver of his teeth. Oh, even the ultimate cut down. Thrash gone, Bri gone. And it's all up to Georgie and Hot Sauce. 2v3, still a winnable situation. Goes for the swing instead, but the timing's not for him. Astro could go for the ace here if they clear drop. Senior Carl instead gonna secure the round. What a round by the BAIS.
Gone. Reduced to atoms.
Switching sides.
As A had a bit of a, you know, snap experience. I'm not entirely sure what really triggered that type of event, but you know what? They'll take it. You know what I mean? Astro has been a raid boss so far. He's been there as a stable fragger for the BAIS. Almost clutched it out in one of those rounds, and despite everything, it's been a quiet 16. It's like every other highlight has not been Astro, but he's been quietly just touching the top of the leaderboard.
High impact indeed. Percentage player as well. Managing to always capitalize on the enemy mistakes is one of the bigger reasons I think the BAIS have a bit more structure to them, because their spacing I think is a lot more apparent as well. Early flash here though on the pistol round. EJ trying to get some more, but there comes the other flash. I mean, we talked about how the pop flash from Sky would be nice, but the fact that you can't anti-flash this flash is actually kind of insane, to be honest.
It is. Just gets so much value. Georgie
It's like
does
a
have
better leer in a way, because the leer at least you have to stare at it. This one, like, you can just be turning around and it'll still be flashed.
That's true. It's like the Lear. It's just like,
Caution here.
ooh. Please don't buff the Lear. You know what I mean? Imagine if the Lear had the same effect. We're just blinded all throughout. Don't do it.
No. But it looks like we
It's
have
gonna cause a lot of
problems.
problems.
Oh my god, the fight with the turret to get more info. But they can't walk around the rest of the map. It's being held very deep by the defense here. 50 seconds on the clock, and they have to pick a site to eventually go to.
Have to pick a side. I mean, at this point in time, realistically speaking, I don't think Valhalla has enough time on their hands, at least like throughout the game, to deal with Kel, unless Kel gets like 2 back-to-back 4Ks and gets that ult. Because I think like at 8 orbs now, or how many you need, just that expensive. Look at that, they bounce out. They're not stubborn at all.
They know that they have a strong retake here with as much util as they have. Kel waiting in the smoke. It's able to find G. That's a controller gone. It's going to be big later on to the round. He pops the turret as well, expecting the push coming to the CT. How many players will he be able to get? That's still one more, but that pushes their position out of the sight. Allows the defenders to kind of capitalize on this if they move quickly enough.
They even have a smoke. This is going to just disjoint them even more. I don't think they have any idea that Astro is on a flag.
No.
The presence will be known. Wait, what's going on?
Last player standing.
Oh my gosh.
One enemy remaining.
I have no idea. You just saw the
What?
tracers just kind of whiz past them, and it's once again, welcome to the land of confusion.
Oh my god, the BAIS able to salvage that one somehow. It was a good read, honestly, to be able to run around them and trap them into the CT instead. Say that this is my area, not yours, but it looks like the trades didn't go as well planned. Carl, a bit too close to the pillar there, exposed a little, removes him from the equation early, and regardless of what happens, Insanity does land the important frags to get that round secured. Now they better buy a lot more options available to them.
What they do, but you already know, option number 1 is gonna be let's fight. I'm still thinking about how these sheriffs are gonna work out for Valhalla though, because I feel like they need a confidence round at this point. It's been 4 back-to-back that they've lost. And the BAIS, I think they can just chill for now. Like you said, there's no real way of dealing with the Killjoy utility, or at least not from a range. That lockdown specifically. Yes, they can probably nade out the... Wait, does nade even break the Nano Swarm still?
It
I don't even
does.
remember.
It does.
Then
on
you
the
don't want to even
explosion.
use the nade that way, you know what I mean? You don't want
Yeah,
to use the
it's
nade
not
that
an
way.
efficient trade, but it doesn't matter when you have this much util. The flash actually gonna backfire. Ching and Kel holding down the fort, has to reload, but he's low. And Kel gets the trade instead. Now force G alone. 1v4. He's swinging that knife. He can't fly out of this position with that.
That's true. Spinning, but is he winning? No. The answer
No.
is no. Senior Carl. Senor Carl. Closing it out. And that's about 6 rounds now. Straight. Wait, it was 7-5. No, 8-4. I wonder what is about Lotus that Valhalla cannot retaliate. What is it? Like, do you think it's really that much of an impact from the utility they have? Because, as you mentioned, the BAIS spacing is that much cleaner. But they don't necessarily clog Valhalla
I feel like
as
it's a
much.
positioning after you've taken the site that's the problem. They're not able to really convert these rounds because they get delayed. And they're also at the deficit for the utility since they have to use so much to actually get in. They just have to tank the rest of the util coming back.
Still
Low
a
key.
trade that...
I feel like you have to play a bit more greedy in order to get a bunch of these things to work.
That's a little counterintuitive though, right? Because like they have 2 agents that allow a lot of safety in the form of their double initiator, plus the nade with the chip damage, and then you have the Cypher as well to kind of glue it all together, right? On a lurk, or would it be on the defense?
Oh, the
At
dog.
the same time, you're giving a whoa. You're giving a lot of space for the BAIS, and at least they eke out a kill here, and maybe, just maybe, convert this bonus.
Oh, unfortunate for him. They're very vigilant in checking their corners, using any util that they have because they have so much in fairness with this guy and Gecko. So difficult when both of them flash at the same time. You can't even anti-flash one. It's similar to like Reyna Sky.
Yeah,
30 seconds
it's
left.
true. Just causing so many
planted.
problems, but working out. They're getting weapons. Anticipating the trade is Kel with his
Player
6 ends, but I
standing.
don't think he's gonna be coming out of that one safely. The Insanity is aware. And now everybody, now all of Valhalla knows where he is.
They do. And Gian Sanity left alone. They have to make sure. Oh, he reveals his position though. I guess they had the info already, but there's too many angles to check with too little time. And Val, they do get around. That's the BAIS. I think their lead is still massive, to be honest.
Oh yeah, dude. It's like, if they keep doing this, if they keep like win trading, it's essentially done, right? Because that only has to happen 3 times.
Yeah, they can't
Obviously.
race.
They can't race. They really can't. I feel like though Ching has cooled down just a little bit. I think it's happening to G Insanity as well. Unlike their decently hot start for map 1, now it's a little quieter. Everybody else is stepping up.
Out of charges.
Maybe they are scared of repeating what happened in the first map where they're like, okay, we can't close out the game, guys. Let's just take every round a bit more seriously, throw a bit less, we'll push smokes less, we'll make sure that we have the frags and trade well. That way at least
Is that
we won't, you know, throw.
the advice? Just don't throw. Wow.
Uh-huh. If we don't throw, we can win. Oh my god, what a great flash to delay all that util though. Against Ati, able to find one. The satchel, where's it going? From above! He's able to find it. Only Georgie and Hot Sauce left. Now in an impossible situation yet again. Will he be able to do it? He manages to find 2. It's only a 1v2 and we've seen him do this before with just the Sheriff.
He can do it. He has time. He has a spike. And he's patient. He doesn't want to get victimized by that off time again. But look at the mad dash towards A. Perhaps the BAIS have a hard read on the situation. But no matter how you look at it, at least they'll be approaching everything as a 2v1 instead of just kind of gambling on the 1v1.
That's true. Honestly, it's a smart play from them. Not sure if that's worth it though to get to A or
30
C.
seconds left.
But it is a lot of time burnt for Hot Sauce here, as he does have to eventually make a play. But there's so many angles to clear, and he doesn't know that they're double stacked.
Really doesn't, but it's just the nature of the map. He could honestly take that orb. But I think the bodies have expired by now, right?
13 seconds though. He has to make a move.
10 seconds left.
6 seconds to
He's being
plan.
very careful. I
There's
think he has
nobody
to
there,
plant
Sauce.
them out.
Cage triggered.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh
He threw the cage instead.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh my days!
Oh no! Oh no!
He's too hot to handle. Just throwing the wrong piece of util down, trying to go for the double cage instead of planting the spike causes them to lose a round. The BAIS are pretty sure they're gonna be a bit happy for that one. Like, huh? What just happened?
I'm using my neck pillow to kind of like bonk myself on the head. It's like, oh my god,
Player standing.
that's a haunting mistake. You know, that was. What is going on?
I have no
What is
idea at
going
this
on?
point, but that's a free round given to the BAIS after all that hard work, and at least they still have somewhat of a buy this time around. The EJ has the ultimate available, can go really fast if he chooses to, but Ching is ready for the flash as well as Astro, and we've seen how strong this defense can be with these two holding down the site.
I'm still reeling from that one, but again, they have to recover here. They can't let that get to their heads. They still have a lot of firepower. They do have a neural theft. Unfortunately, the showstopper doesn't land. They're all completely blind, and they're here on a firing line. Fortunately for the BAIS, they're getting chipped out. Redeeming himself already, Fluffy.
Manages to get that neural theft off so big for his team. Astro knows exactly where they are. One inside, one close. Gets the anti-flash, the frag as well. Now the 2v2, 2v1. Hot Sauce as well as G doing it. But will they know where Astro could lurk from? Are they able to find the timing? Spots him out, at least gives info to his teammates. One hit, and Hot Sauce with the lurk redeems himself from that previous round.
Still very, very doable here on the side of Valhalla. We've seen, again, these players from different iterations to really close that gap.
That goes there.
Man, it would have been closer, you know, if that round didn't slip away. They are going to have Seekers, which I think is going to be integral here. Georgie on a supportive role, not necessarily getting that type of impact that we're used to from him. Astro, on the other hand, has been a monster for the BAIS. And frag distribution-wise, it's still very similar. I'm pretty sure this is a gimme round for Valhalla. I don't think BAIS have too much of a problem losing this one either, because as we mentioned, the damage has been done, and the safety net is already in place.
Some good util usage to at least get themselves a bit safer here. The dog doesn't clear out Ching though, but they are wary of that. Will they check him? Because Ching knows he does have an opening, especially because he has that Gecko ultimate in hand.
Planted.
Spike going down, and slowly getting closed off for the vision. Oh my god,
what? No
the
need.
spam! The stays out of controller, pivotal for this retake.
No need for the vision, no need to confirm.
Oh.
Like I said, there should be a free throw for them. Senior Carl also the next victim here. This is, I feel like, this is gonna lead up to what we had, or what we talked about earlier in the half. Kella's gonna have lockdown in the next round. What is Valhalla going to do against that? They either have to stay put and go far back, or gamble the time and just push forward. That's something that they have to consider.
How is Gian here?
Flawless.
I don't know.
His
Not
whole
there
team
anymore,
was just gone, and then he ran around trying to get an exit frag. At least though, it is a clean round for them. So, well, not necessarily clean, but it is a round. 7-11 right now.
Yes.
The BAIS, they just need 2 to close out the series.
And I think this is going to be a gigantic contributor. You know, if they can stagger these ults, if they can save up the Thrash plus the lockdown, or I don't even think it's a bad choice to actually double invest here, get a match point, let Senior Carl farm for Rolling Thunder, and let that do the work. You know what I mean? They have a decent economy going, but they have to manage that.
They really do. So much util available for the side of the BAIS. The Gecko ultimate, we've seen Ching use it so many times to get so much value as well, and G is the only person gonna hold this A, maybe calling his team to move a bit closer, but without showing any presence and without even breaking that Killjoy setup, there's no reason for the defenders to react right now, and they are very prepared for this with that stun coming into play, with the nade as well.
Oh, no.
Good damage coming up from them, but nobody falls.
I'm thinking about it, man. Like, I'm thinking about this slow chess match now that they're playing it to something akin to a more of a mid-season game, right? Where it's like, okay, we're not gonna try and run him over it like we were usually doing. but it is going to be Valhalla taking that first pick. Killjoy ult, as we talked about, is going to be invested. Nothing on the side of Valhalla can stop this. Now
he
they're
has to swing
patiently
out.
waiting. He still wins it.
Wait, what? But then the ultimate from Ching. Still there to deny anyone from
Player
defusing.
standing.
But it doesn't matter.
And Wingman's going.
The BAIS actually win that out.
Are they not gonna give it to? Oh, there it is. I feel like at this point, it's just a matter of min-maxing what they want to give and take for the orbs, right? Because that was the whole discussion point earlier. It was, do they double invest in this round and just kind of secure it, or do they stagger it and go for the killing blow? But then again, the Insanity very close to his showstopper. Senior Carl's Rolling Thunder ain't too far either, so that's gonna be the safety net that they will be banking on. Valhalla, they expended so much to just kind of keep the last two competitive. I don't think they have it in the tank to out-util the BAIS here. They really have to just kind of stand their ground here and fight.
Exactly, but the early Omen paranoia is going to slow down this a lot. The counter paranoia to get even more space for them. They've already expected how many players are here. The spam going to come through. Carl's going to show for a glimpse. That's going to be enough to go for the spray down. The Insanity finds one. There comes the party, and the party does not land, but Senior Carl does instead. The positioning though here, very, very good for the BAIS to close this one out. EJ, no armor in hand. Bryce slightly chipped, but they still, at least they still have the flash.
4v2, and the hope for winning their first match still alive, as it is now a doable situation. EJ has the choice to get the orb here, one away from his own showstopper, but chooses not to do that. Still has Boombot. Hell, it's an immaculate timing here, but what is that to a non-believer? 2v2 now. Ching and Astro have a long way to go, but in fact, it's Astro on the cutoff. Don't think they can hear him here, or if the sound bubble is just enough for him to hear the sprinting.
Oh, you must have heard it now with the Boombot activated though. 2v2, they're getting
30
pincered.
seconds left.
EJ still has to plant the spike with his teammate. Trying to go for a more safe position here. Spam gonna reveal a bit area.
Planted.
I think so too. They have at least a wingman to get more info. Just waiting for his teammate outside. This is the big
Oh my
kill.
gosh.
Astro.
remaining.
Oh, he's not looking. 2v1 now. For match point. Series end. It's all up to Bride. Going for the double swing. Will they line up?
Line it
Yes,
up.
they will! And they save themselves from being sent to Valhalla and stays as a warrior instead.
You like history, you nerd? I do too. History is cool. Keeping the game competitive is cool.
I can't believe they
And-
actually lined up though. That's like the one
can't
thing you
believe they
can't
lined up.
do.
Last player
That's
standing.
true. But then again, it's like, I'm gonna go for another funny wide swing. Well, that was the killing joke. And now the BAIS. Still, like I said, that Rolling Thunder is still there, dude. Like, it's not going to leave them alone. It's not gonna leave Valhalla alone. So objective number one is to get that out of the way, or perhaps coerce Valhalla into using it. There is just no way in hell that they're gonna let it rip on an eco round, unless it becomes like a 4v1 or something.
Exactly. And this time, the BAIS, they actually don't have a buy. Playing a bit more far back, even though Gian Sati did clear a bit more space. It's a lot of gun advantage here for the side of Val. Get some pot shots here and there. Not enough to take out anyone, though. If they're able to salvage this can swing the momentum pretty heavily and close that gap even further. Oh,
Something that we haven't seen too much is actually taking that free space, right? And I'm interested to hear your thoughts on what confused you. But the shots
Spike
really not
planted.
hitting for Ching at the moment.
just a small indecisiveness here. As EJ is able to find Senior Carl, that's the breach gone, but the ADS not gonna be enough. Ching takes out EJ instead. Georgie waiting in the wings. Under and from the deep. He's not able to land the shot. Ching still getting more. Did they hear the drop down? Yes, they do.
One enemy remaining.
It's 3v2, 3v1 now, and Gian Sanity doesn't have much to work with, but still a very winnable round. Unless G just has something else to say.
I thought there would have been a rifle that he could have picked up on the way, but I think everything was just too deep onto the side. Now, once again, elephant in the room. Rolling Thunder. This should be the killing blow. And I think Valhalla is aware of this. I doubt that they're going to clump up. They do have a very, very good arsenal for retaking, and they're not too far from Thrash either. So again, min-maxing at this point. As long as they can take Senior Carl out of the equation, and then they'll have a fighting chance at this round.
Cover going out.
The BAIS, though, if they're able to convert this pretty early, it might be enough for them to secure this round. They already mentioned the Rolling Thunder,
Cover going out.
but the Showstopper as well on EJ could prove very difficult for them to deal with.
Well placed mosh pit there just to kind of cut that offense a little bit, but not risking the biscuit
Spike
as he's only 2 away from Thrash himself. If he gets a straight pick here, then it's even more problematic for Valhalla. EJ does have that showstopper to buy him even more time, and Hot Sauce can use that body for the neural theft. It doesn't look like the BAIS are in position at all to hit this retake anytime soon. The utility's still keeping him out. There you go, the showstopper. It doesn't whiff. It gets G Insanity out. Wingman trying to buy some space, and now Senior
the
Carl.
double attain.
He's stunned. This Rolling Thunder is not gonna come into play anytime soon, and they can't get any salvaging kills. They're not gonna use it. They have to go back.
Yeah, there's no way from this. You're just saving at this point. They were just too late on that retake, not being able to get the picks that they wanted. But oh, at least they get something out of it. Oh.
They get an orb. They line up.
Oh,
no,
still
he's
managed to
loading.
find one.
Looking at the economy. Yeah, I don't know. The BAIS are kind of cutting this close. You know what I mean? This Rolling Thunder has to be spent.
That's true.
It has to be spent.
At least there's less ults to worry about this round, though. So it's a bit cleaner for them to get that 1 round instead.
Enough.
The El Clasico time out to win the game. It worked out, I think, last map, and this time it might be more of the same. They don't have the best buy in the world, though. Interesting that they're going for the attack right now. It also gives Valhalla a bit of a chance to figure out how they want to play their defense, because only 2 rounds separates them from going to OT, and it could possibly be our first OT this entire 2024.
Wow.
Thanks.
That's amazing.
Credit to the
But
players.
again, I feel like we've talked about all the possible win conditions too. Lockdown is not too far away. Honestly, and Kel's been doing really well. So if he gets 1 stray frag here and maybe gets an orb, then that's even more security with the Rolling Thunder. But then the time that they have, or the allowance for this combo, I don't think it's enough. I think they should give the rifle to Kel now.
Honestly, just give it to the guy with the most armor. But Senior Carl, he has to be the one using the flashes, so maybe it's not the worst. Yeah.
Yeah.
They use so much util just to cross this. Might cost them later on to the round, but they do know that they have money to burn, and the BAIS don't. To be just be very careful in making their way onto the site, because the BAIS are not far behind here, already taking heavy control away from them, and still full util available. Oh, the flash!
Oh, they invest the Rolling Thunder. Jinsani gets 1. That's a hero rifle. They can't get the kills, but it's Astro to confirm it. They know someone is in heaven, and they will reach
That's
up
enough.
above to bury them. Wait a minute. Georgie still has something to say. 1 is low. He can't even get the confirm of the 1 HP. What?
They're
No
just
way, right?
throwing,
No way this ends this way.
they're just throwing all the util at him. In the smoke.
Hey, it works.
You can't say anything. I guess that's one way to end this series. Series number 2 goes to the BAIS. Congratulations to them. We thought it was going to be an aim fight, but at the end, the amount of utility is what really won everything.
I don't know. I still feel like they were cutting it real close. You know what I mean? Like there were just so
Yeah.
many times where like you could have won this round, but again, this is also a big testament to how well they've kind of come together as a bunch of mixed teams. Because this is not to discredit them at all. It is really difficult to go into a qualifier, especially when you don't have that amount of time to really play together and mesh well, and kind of go over all these maximalist stuff that me and Fluffy were talking about on the air. So again, kudos to everybody. I think that's been a wonderful opening day for both those teams. I think we all have yet to see what really sets them apart, right? Because it looks like they just kind of play the same way.
Yeah, I mean, like, even earlier, I mentioned how these 2 teams are similar. Oasis and NAOS play similar. It seems like how our brackets went, just puts these 1 and 2s kind of mirror matches against each other to see, at least on this starting day, who can end up on top for the day number 1. But at least they do have a lot more potential, and we can really see that if they work on their structure, there's a bunch of good things that can happen for either of these teams.
That's true. I feel like I might be getting ahead of myself too much. I think the outlier of today is going to be our very last match. I think stylistically they're going to be very, very different. So at least we have, you know, a little bit of extra flavor being added in there. But we're going to be jumping right into post-game stats to kind of go into the percentages a little bit more. Because once again, I think both maps ended at a 13-10, right?
But look at how much deaths there are. Like, ignore the kills part. Everyone's trading almost 1:1, which is rare in these types of games. And Val, even though they got those 6 first kills, it's a similar situation in the previous map. They get a lot of these 5v4s, but they're not able to convert that round. And that's something that they really need to address. The BAIS, on the other hand, when they slow it down, they play well together. But when they speed too far up, I feel like that's where these clutch situations can happen, because you're creating so many openings for Val.
That's true. The BAIS are swinging a little more often, despite Val getting that initial shot. But as you mentioned, it's just the conversion rate. Where is it? You know what I mean? It's just not as high as we would like. This time around, it's the BAIS actually winning every single round that they've had a initial pick, as well as Valhalla. So once again, mirror upon mirror match.
I mean, it's very hard to honestly tell the difference sometimes between both of these teams, because stylistically they are the same. And not just that, the players are basically like, they have their own counterparts in the enemy team.
It's true.
So it is a pretty evenly weighted match, to be honest.
I still think my favorite part about that whole series was probably just all the promotion they were making towards Rubble and just the AD defaults in general, right? Because half of the time you're not even gonna see most of the players cross the stairs or towards the site itself. There's just so much death happening towards vent or towards the box. And I feel like as time progresses, as the league progresses, we're obviously going to see these teams develop into a more structured team, as Fluffy would mention. And having a coaching staff will definitely elevate them. Maybe even, you know, get them over the hill into playoffs. But again, maybe just kind of looking into the future a little too much.
I mean, for sure it does help, because it's a lot less strain on the players when you do have a coaching staff. The BAIS are fortunate enough to have someone like Rabbit and Ghana. They have a lot of those big experience levels here on the local VCT, and they know all the players here. So not just the generic how we're going to play, but you can kind of tell, just like how we can kind of tell how the enemies are going to play, just because you know who those players are.
Yeah, you've seen them so many times in the local circuit and our own challengers, so you already know some of the tendencies, you know what I mean? It's like, I feel like the most obvious call out was, I bet Ching is going to push this smoke, right? As long as he gets that early flag. But we were wrong. But again, it's just a testament to how familiar everybody is with the scene. And I'm just really thankful that everybody's back.
I mean, it was full of highlights, this match, and full of gunfire. At the end of the day, the BAIS do secure the round. But honestly, I think that Val did put a very good fight. I think standout players for me like Sauce really showed that just because they haven't played at this level in a while doesn't mean anything, because they're still as sharp as they used to be, if not better.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's subjective, but they're just looking really good, is what the eye test is proving. They've had, you know, many eclipse today. I like that hot sauce ace from the previous map. I think we had a few 4Ks here and there too. At the same time, it's also one of those like those hyper situational things. You know, that double cage, that was the biggest oh no moment.
Oh yeah. Please don't put that in the highlights. I hope that's not in the highlights.
It's not. I think we passed it. That lineup too was crazy.
Just a lot more conversions coming here from the BAIS, but I feel like it is day number 1. There's a lot to learn from every team, so of course a lot of improvement, and you can see how happy they are from winning this game with all their jerseys.
That's true. Like, you know, we talked about being on a mixed team, and I feel like it's been a great, you know, data gathering day for everybody across the board. I feel like there's, no matter how minute, no matter how small, a lot of tendencies have been picked up. A lot of things have been added to the scouting report. I think, again, just the BAIS, I think the biggest edge was to, you know, kind of share the load with the coaching staff. As you mentioned, there's a lot of experience there and a lot of valuable just tidbits and footnotes being thrown in during the timeouts that I feel like will elevate any team really.
I feel like experience is never bad as long as you are ready to learn from it. And this experience it's been
Wow.
a very fucking close call. So there's that.
It has been a super close call. It's just been to an extent homogenous. You know what I mean? There's just so many of the same things happening. But then again, if you kind of really get into it, there's the small adjustments where they throw their nade, where they throw the mosh pit, or how they want to use the wingman. But in any case, I'm just really happy that we're back. We're all really happy we're back. Fluffy is Fluffy, you know what I'm saying? I'm not entirely sure what expression this is right
This
now.
is the
Yeah, he has
I'm
the same
still
one.
sick, but we're still out here today.
That's right. What a trooper. What an absolute trooper. But now, guys, we have done our share of nerding out. I think it's time for us to pass you to the panel. Once again, my name is Raf. That is Fluffy. And I'll be handing you over to the panel.
Hello?
Okay.
Ayun ba? Okay, game na.
Okay.
Kung merong The Boys, tayo ang The Boys.
Oh,
Oy.
The Boys. Ngayon ko lang na-realize, tiningnan ko yung logo ng The Boys.
Oh.
Yun pala yung series.
Yun nga, yung The Boys nga. Oo.
Tama.
Oh, paano pa kaya pag tinignan sila ni Ashley, men, talagang GG na.
Oy, tama.
Ashley, look, tumingin nga si Ashley at ayun na nga yung nangyari, The Boys. Isipin nyo, from Open Qualifier 1, medyo nag-fall short, gumapang, Qualifier 2 pumasok at ngayon nanalo sa day number 1. O sige, tingnan natin dito muna bago ang lahat. Tingnan natin kung sino ba yung MVP from The Boys. Parang ma-feeling ko si Astro to eh.
Yun, no?
Oy, si Kuya
Yes
Astro.
na yes, si Bessie Wap. Anyway, Vil, bakit MVP si Astro?
Well, kitang-kita naman talaga natin kung para talaga na control ang buong mapa kasama nga si Astro, di ba? If ever naman pag-usapan natin yung experience ni Astro dito, hindi lang pang Pilipinas yung experience niya. Dumating tayo sa punto na napunta siya sa iba't ibang region, of course. Dumating tayo sa punto na napunta rin siya sa SA. So talagang in terms of experience, in terms of execution, kumbaga, sobrang niyang natulungan ang The Boys para kontrolin ang buong mapa. And syempre, hindi lang naman siya, di ba? Kasi with all the aggression na pinakita ng The Boys dito, kumbaga meron tayong tinatawag na buhos eh. Ano ba yun? Ang buhos, literal, napasok lang tayo ng pasok. It is what it is. Kung ano mang mangyari, sige, dun tayo mag-a-adjust.
Totoo. I agree din na si Astro during this game. If maraming highlights na nakita tayo dun sa mga showstopper ni Gian Sanity, si Astro naman, just sheer mechanics, just sheer skill, just sheer peeking out. Nakakakuha siya ng kills, and that is gonna be a highlight for Astro during this whole series.
Grabe no, hindi lang talaga si Astro kundi yung buong The Boys talaga. True to their name, friendship yung ginamit na parang kung sabihin nga natin dito Vil Dash na parang dito sa Pacific o may W Gaming tayo sa PaperX, parang ito yung parang blueprint mismo ni The Boys eh. Parang yun yung style nila. Pero makikita natin at maririnig din natin yung thoughts ng players in between. Pero this time, let's talk about Gian Sanity. Ano yung impact na dinala niya para sa The Boys?
Well, kitang-kita naman natin, Gian Sanity number 1, napakadami niya pwedeng gamitin eh. If ever lang back then, kayang-kaya niyang mag-support sa team niya, kayang-kaya niya mag-adjust rather, pwede siya mag-sentinel, pwede siya mag-initiator, pwede siya mag-duelist, pero nakita na natin ngayon kung gaano din talaga siya ka-impactful with that race. And for me, this is just the start of something big dito sa team na to.
Yep. Ibang klaseng Swiss knife to eh, si Gian Sanity. Hindi lang siya yung nabibili mo kung saan-saan. Mamahalin yung Swiss knife na to na si Gian Sanity. Kaya
Imported
kahit saan, kaya kung
Taga-LA.
saan-saan, pwede mong dalhin tong si Gian Sanity. Nakita mo nga kanina, di ba? Talagang nagpapatunay doon yung sobrang daming highlights niya when it comes to the showstopper na sinabi nga natin kanina.
Totoo. Kung sa isang bagay man si Gian Sanity, Swiss knife, ika nga.
Oo,
At
ang dami
parang
mong pwedeng gawin.
Oo, ang Valhalla ginawang Swiss cheese. Pinutol
Uy.
ng The Boys.
Oo.
Wow! Kakaiba yun.
Pinutas-butas.
Grabe, man.
Well, speaking
Nakakabaliw.
of butas, 2-0 nga.
Napabaliw ang utak ko, men. Pero wala eh. It is what it is talaga. Pero dito nga sa The Boys, diba, napag-usapan natin yung mga impressions. First impression, last, kumbaga. So, for the side naman ng The Boys, really thought na babawi ang Valhalla. Pero hindi. Talagang tuloy-tuloy lang The Boys. Yung aggression nila, yung unstoppable power nila, and with the help of Ching being the IGL, parang sinasabi niya, sige, pasok tayo dito, bahala na. At saka dun nga sa last round, diba? To the fact na broken by yung players ng The Boys doon, talagang sila pa rin talaga yung nakapanalo with one tap to the head sa ginagawa nga nila.
Yun. So, yun na. Dahil sa ginawa nila, yung gagawin naman natin ngayon ay kakausapin yung miyembro ng The BAIS mismo.
Oy.
Pasok para sa interview, makikita natin siya. Tingin lang kayo
Sino ba
dito
yan?
sa right side. Sino ba to?
Oy.
Si Astro ba to? Ay, Astro! What
Hello,
is
guys.
up, pare? Okay.
Hello po.
So, Astro, how are you naman, tol? Congratulations on your win.
Thank you po.
Kumawala.
I'm good naman po.
Alright, sige, may mga tanong lang yung aking kasamahan sa panel. Simulan natin kay Dash. Dash, ano yung tanong mo para kay Astro?
Actually, dahil nanalo na kayo ng isang beses ngayon, no? Sino yung nilulook
Yes po.
forward yung makalaban? Nilulook forward yung makalaban dito sa mga susunod na laban natin.
Yung ano po, Just Us. Yun yung
Bakit?
nilulook forward
Bakit
namin
naman?
na makalaban. Bakit? Wala, nagkaroon lang po kami ng qualifier. So, gigil na gigil kami talunin sila.
Revenge
mainit.
shot, ika
Yes,
nga.
Oo.
Ayun,
Grabe,
sige, Vil.
grabe.
Yung
Pero
tanong mo
ito,
para kay Astro.
Siyempre, ano yung mga pwede nating ma-expect sa team nyo to the fact na ang daming mga viewers na sumusuporta sa inyo, isa kayo sa most favorite teams nga, papasok nga ng VCT. Ano ba ang next sa mga susunod ng laban nyo?
Ayun, mas pagbubutihin pa namin yung mga mid-round call and yung mga initiative namin. So, parang next time magiging mas confident kami and hindi kami magdadalawang isip.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ito,
confident.
sorry, last na, sorry.
Sige, go lang,
Yes,
Vil.
okay.
Ano yung gusto mong sabihin sa mga susunod na makakalaban mo? Friendly banter
Yan.
lang, tol. Friendly banter
Ay.
lang. Ito na yung oras para takutin sila. Let's go.
Ayun, mag-ready sila sa amin kasi kahit papaano nakapag-prepare din kami. And ayun, nothing to lose naman kami kasi orgless kami. So wala silang idea sa amin. So ayun,
Oh.
be ready lang guys. Kasi ayun,
Yun.
kami ni Ching ulit. Ngayon na lang ulit kami makakapag-VCT-PH since last year nasa India po kami.
Yep, ayun na nga. Nothing to lose, ika nga. And they have something na parang with the confidence. Pero eto, Astro, sobrang dami nating Valorant-related na tanong. May isa pang V ngayong araw, which is Valentine's. Yung tanong ko lang simple. Ano yung plano mo para sa Valentine's night tonight?
Wala naman po. Lalabas lang po, ganun.
Lalabas.
kasama mo?
Sino kasama mo? Si Ching.
Si Ching. Siya dapat yung mandatory
Ano
dito
yan?
eh. Mandatory
Astro.
Ching. Yes po.
Ayun. Thank you so much for being here. Congratulations again on your
Thank you so
win
much
on
po.
day number 1. Maraming salamat sa iyong oras and congratulations 2-0 against Valhalla. Thank you so much, Ching. And ayun na nga, narinig na natin ang panig ni Ching na lalabas siya para sa Valentine's.
Yeah,
Parang
that's true.
i-date sila ni Ching siguro. Magre-regroup.
Sama sila mag-gym together.
Ayun, tama yan.
Spot ni Astro si Jing.
Tama naman. It's to build chemistry ika nga sa team. Pero before we take a short break para mapunta na tayo sa game number 3, ito lang, Mineski Global is the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines presented by PPGL, the largest
course,
multi-game esports league in the country. Of course, Bill, ano ba yan?
Also thanks our official super app, Grab. Score Grab's lowest price ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver Delivery and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver Meals Dash. Hindi man lang umabot ng 100 pesos, 99 lang.
Oh,
Totoo, kaya magpapa-deliver na kami kasi magdi-dinner na rin guys eh. And ayun nga, last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
ayan, tama yan. Okay, we're about to go into break pero tag one word muna kayo. Isang word lang, Phil. Ano yung one word mo bago tayo mag-break? Dash!
Good! Yun lang. Good night
Thank
lang
you.
sasabihin ko eh. Pero
Okay na. See you now on series number 3. Babalik kami, huwag kayong aalis. Series number 3 coming up next. And it is going to be Geek Fam versus All Esports. Huwag kayong aalis. Magbabalik ang VCL.
lot cheaper. Grab food, save, won't make it grow. Yeah. Grab food, save is the one to choose. Grab food, save meals, 99 loves. Dining meals, if it's a bill, save meals won't make it grow. Yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. Grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make it grow. Yeah. Grab always the way to go. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it grow. Yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Grab food saver meals, 99 loves. Dining meals, if it's a bill, save meals won't make it grow. Yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. Grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make it grow. Yeah. Grab always the way to go. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it grow. Yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Grab food saver meals, 99 loves. Dining meals, if it's a bill, save meals won't make it grow. Yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. Grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make it grow. Yeah. Grab always the way to go. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it grow. Yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Grab food saver meals, 99 loves. Dining meals, if it's a bill, save meals won't make it grow.
Yeah, yeah. Yun lang. Dahil sa VCTPH, naririnig, may bago na akong favorite theme song sa buhay ko. Yeah. Special thanks to Grab. But anyway, welcome back. It is now series number 3 on our day 1, week number 1. Still, kasama niyo ako si Juicy Brucey. At ngayon, makakasama ko na ang mga tropa ng sambayanan. Si Wolf and Raph. Wolf, Raph, kumusta yung Valentine's Valorant Day nyo?
I'm very happy kasi nakakita ko ng
I'm very happy.
ibang ano eh. Iba't ibang klase ng flavor ng dish na binigay sa akin. Merong mga mabibilis na games, may mga close, merong hindi mo na maintindihan. So, that I'm happy.
Meron ding tech boss.
Oo, kompleto talaga, no? Pero medyo na-shy ako, Bruce, kasi kasama ko yung mga idol ko eh. Siyempre, ito yung grand reunion namin ni Bruce. Bruce, na-miss na kita, promise.
Mas
Ikaw din,
na-miss
Wolf, actually.
Na-miss ko
Palaging
kayong dalawa.
nag-invite si Wolf eh. You want some coffee? Ay, pare, especially on Valentine's Day, no?
Ayun,
Kita
no?
yung tatlo kasama. Diba?
Oh, yung kulang na lang kasi Raf, magpabigote ka at pwede
Tama.
na natin
Oo
tong
nga, actually.
eto na yun. Eto na yun. Speaking of eto na, the BAIS nga yung nanalo on series number 2. Proud! Woo! Let's go! Bisaya Pride. So, anong masasabi niyo doon with the second series natin bago tayo pumunta sa third series? Wolf, masasabi mo with that game na nangyari
Yeah.
kanina?
Kailangan ng katakutan yung the Vice. I think yung first impression na ipinakita nila with parang alam mo yung individual skill na parang hindi mo in-expect na pag pinagsama-sama pala ng ganito tapos bigyan mo ng konting oras, ang scary pala niya tingnan. I think they're great contenders and teams should be looking out for this team.
Ikaw, Raf?
100% agree. Oh, Bruce, yung boses mo talaga. Na-miss ko.
Mas na-miss
Anyway.
kita.
Hindi yan totoo,
Get a
pero mas
room,
na-miss
you two.
kita. Anywho. I feel like tama naman din yung sinabi ni Wolf kanina na there's literally a flavor for everything. Parang anyari dun. The rounds were so fast. I feel like a lot of the aiming and the fights were super, super clean. Obviously, it was really close. It was still super competitive. I honestly think that, both these teams have a lot to develop. I think they're only going to get better as time passes. So I'm really excited for the rest of the season.
All right, so there you go. But before we proceed with anything else, especially sa series number 3 natin, it is, a due thing to tell everybody na Mineski Global is the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country. Yan, and
Good.
Wolf.
Yeah, also thanks to our official super app, The Grab, not only because of what you gave to us, but also because of that banger theme song. It's great. Score grabs lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on GrabCar Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with GrabFood Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with GrabFood Saver meals. GrabFood Saver.
Yeah.
Sobrang memorized na. Favorite song nga ni Bruce. But of course, last but not least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. So big thank you to everybody for making our Challengers League a very possible and a very happy one.
Yep, exactly. Now, kanina we witnessed the BAIS tapos, the BAIS tapos going up against Valhalla. Sobrang ganda nga ng parang pangyayari. No? I mean, it was a 2-0 but at the very end, nakita pa rin natin na yung Valhalla, they tried to put up a fight at the very end. Pero going into our next team, it's gonna be GEEK Fam versus Zol Esports. Invited teams actually in our season. So eto, tingnan muna natin yung lineup ng GEEK Fam. Wolf, ano ba yung pinagkaiba ng GEEK Fam this year and ano yung ini-expect natin sa kanila?
I think nung nakita natin sila last year, fortunately nandun din ako para i-cast yung mga players na to. Sobrang na-impress ako kina Slathom Blurred, of course, kay V-Black siya. I call him V-Black Magic kasi expected natin yung mga malulupit na mga lurks na out of nowhere nakakapag-turn around ng isang round kahit hirap na hirap sila. So, nag-ripen lang lalo yung ganong klaseng chemistry nila perhaps tsaka yung approach nila sa game. So, ang dami talaga pwede expect dito sa team na to.
Raf, what is with GEEK Fam this series or this season exactly?
They are our countrymen, Bruce. Diba?
Yes.
Sabi nila lahat ng mga Bisaya foreigner daw. Oh, so, we have a foreign team here according to everybody that's very close to our hearts. But, aside from that, I think in their sophomore year, they have a lot of room to grow. And I feel like they're just gonna show that as the series progresses.
Alright, speaking of progression, progress tayo sa susunod na team which is Zol Esports, our third and last series for the day. Last contender, Zol Esports. I mean, they are, let's say, yung back-end support nila. Would it be something that would carry over Zol Esports into this season? Now, Wolf, let's start with you. Zol Esports, what is with them?
For sure. Siguro, konting touch up pa dun sa backend. Zol Esports ay unti-unting kumagawa na kanilang pangalan as one of the established na organizations dito sa Philippines at yung pagkakakuha nila kina Padman, kina Zin, kina Markro, Kakarot, as well as Kevzi. Maganda lang dito para dun sa mga players. Kasi if you recall, itong mga names na to, for sure, pag nanood ka ng mga unang mga VCTs pa, meron ng mga familiar names dyan. Etong si Microbe, ang tagal na natin kilala to sa eksena. So, maganda din siguro na backed up sila with an organization like this. And tignan natin kung ano nga ba so far yung nabigay ng Zol Esports for their squad.
Alright, Raf, anything to add to that point?
I think Zol has been improving steadily. I think if Batman specifically can continue the trajectory he was on at the tail end of last year, then he could very well flourish into a superstar. Pero as a whole, ito yung team na kaya nila talunin lahat. But their ceiling is super high. Their floor, I feel like, needs a little bit of improvement. But once again, it's super, super early. This is only just the projections. I definitely think they have a leg up in terms of experience, especially against our Geek fam.
All right, so this time I won't be asking your predictions yet, pero I'll just pick teams for you. Raf, ikaw si Zol Esports. Wolf, ikaw si Geek Fam. Raf, let's start with you. Zol Esports, ano ba yung gagawin dapat ni Zol Esports to defeat Geek Fam this series?
I think sila dapat yung mag-set ng pace kasi yun nga, 'di ba? Lamang sila sa experience and they have to somewhat again lead the dance. They have the experience. They know that this is a really young team and a young team naman is super prone to potentially tilting and kind of going away from the game plan. So with that being said, I think there's a little bit more pressure towards Zol. However, they have to respect the fact that Geek Fam is a bunch of amazing aimers and players in general.
All right, ikaw Wolf, Geek Fam to defeat Zol Esports. Ano yung gagawin?
I will go back dun sa argument ko ay V-Black. Tingin ko talagang nakakapag-turn around siya ng mga laban with sneaky plays. Yung V-Black magic nga, that's one thing that they should be exploiting and using this against Zol.
Alright, so this time tingnan natin yung map veto ng both teams para makita naman natin kung ano yung pinag-i-expect natin na labanan na mangyayari in just a bit. Pero Wolf, Raf, ano yung paningin nyo na highlight maps for each team? Let's start with you, Raf. Ano dapat yung mga highlight maps for each team?
Man, I think Lotus would be really good for Geek Fam kasi I feel like it meshes really well for them. At the same time, parang siguro it kind of sucks for Geek Fam because I think collectively their best maps should have been Pearl. It should have been Haven, but it's gone. So it's like, now what do we do?
All right.
So yeah,
so,
Lotus.
Lotus, how about you, Wolf?
Yun sana sasagot kayo like anything that resembles yung Pearl. So ngayon, for some weird reason, naaalala ko ang Ascent at Pearl doon sa Icebox. Parang ganun yung vibe ko sa kanya just because of some changes in mid. So hindi siya ganun ka-exact na like a photocopy or anything, pero at least yung feel niya ganun and knowing na ganun yung playstyle na nag-flourish yung Geek Fam, Icebox should be something that they should be looking for.
Alright, Lotus and Icebox. Sana makita natin yan sa map veto na mangyayari in a bit. Pero now that we've talked about it, like parang mga, let's say, highlights or dapat gawin per team, let's head on over to your predictions. Wolf, sino sa paningin mo ang mananalo for this one?
Okay, medyo
natatawa si Tropa parang.
There's something sa Geek Fam. Parang may parang Wolf tapos Geek Fam. Parang may konting may parang smoothness to it.
Geek
Parang
Wolf
there's a
Fam.
ring. Parang ganun. So parang dito ako. Although I'm only saying this kasi nasundan ko talaga yung mga early days nitong Slatham nila V-Black and I'm very much impressed and hindi lang talaga nila naabot yung mga grand finals level na mga big tournaments natin or parang hindi sila nakakuha ng actual championship. Maybe eto na siguro yung proving grounds nila.
Alright, ikaw Raf? Sino yung prediction? Geek Fam ka din.
No hesitation kasi same sentiment ni Wolf na we've been following this team since they were ex-Abaddon, since they were MVP, so we've seen many iterations, and it's only their second year, I believe, as a core. So I think their ceiling is super, super high, plus the fact that they play super confident and they don't necessarily get rattled, they just need that extra mileage. I think they have a good chance of taking the series.
Alright, so there you have it. So far, ito yung panel natin ay 1-1 na. Kanina, the BAIS nanalo. Nung una naman pinili ng panel ng Series 1 is Oasis Gaming pero hindi tumugma. Tingnan natin kasi ako ngayon Geek Fam din ako. 3-4-0 on the end of panel. Tingnan natin kung magkakatuluyan ba na itutuloy ito ng Geek Fam at na-nostra natin yung tama. Kayo dyan sa comment section, kayo ipili nyo na. Lock in nyo rin yung predictions nyo kasi mangyayari na ang Series number 3 which is Geek Fam versus Zol Esports. Super exciting and I think our casters are super ready. So parang ibibigay na natin sa kanila. Casters, kayo nang bahala dito para sa Series number 3.
I hope the panel's right though on their predictions for today. But again, everybody, we are back here in the casters decks. We're gonna be your casters for today. My name is Dash and I'm here with Fluffy, and we're gonna be your casters for today. And this was such a great day. We have seen some rights and wrongs when it comes to the predictions, especially the first one. Everybody predicted Oasis, but it all came down to NAOS. But here in the second one, the BAIS just pulled through. So there's still a big chance to get a win maybe for the panel, because a while ago it's working out not in their favor. But again, Fluffy, what do you think about this series?
I think, like, I have to agree with Raph there that this series will be very close between both of these teams. GEEK fam, we've seen them in all those iterations before. We know they have the firepower behind them, but also great utility usage. And on the other side, you have kind of veterans of the scene that have kind of returned in the form of Zol Esports. They're kind of like how APH was back in like a year or two ago. Like they're like version 2 of that. And the name is already familiar to anyone who is updated with VCT. But they do have the addition of some back-end coaching staff. They have a veteran like 2766 on the line, so a bit more structure. So similar to, I think, the previous series, one might have slightly more structure and the other one just kind of trust themselves more.
Yeah, there's a lot of power also on the side of GEEK fam, because this roster is kind of an MVP roster, and they could definitely brute force you just with their insane micro skills just by themselves. So that might be the tables that will be turning here for the side of GEEK fam. But for now, we're actually excited to see what maps they're going to be picking up here for both of our sides, because so far we have seen some load. I think most of the maps that we had today, we didn't have a repeat of the maps that we had for today, because it's all 2-0s. There could have been a sunset, there could have been another split on Series 1 and Series 2, but it didn't happen because it all went down to 2-0s.
Exactly, and with GEEK fam, they have such a wide map pool rather. But I do think that there is a point where before in their former organization, they had a couple strong maps which are currently not in the pool. But I think that this is something that can be really overcome as we move on to the map veto.
Yeah, let's take a look at the map veto we're gonna have here for GEEK fam and Zol Esports. I'm excited in what they are going to be banning away here. I think there's... Oh, Ascent is going to be out. We haven't seen any Ascent games for today.
Surprising, actually, because in the PHC, normally we gravitate to a lot of these older maps, especially with these teams that kind of just form. At least your fundamentals are down. But a lot of confidence, I guess, into these newer maps. A bunch are already open. Breeze gone. Still available is that Sunset that you mentioned, Split, as well as Lotus. So maybe a repeat gonna come through on this series.
Ooh, it's gonna happen today, and Sunset is gonna be the first map, same as what happened during Game 2. And this is Sunset, a map that everybody's still adjusting to. And a while ago, we've seen a great comeback from the BAIS. Valhalla got advantage a while ago because it was their map pick. But in the end, Sunset was won by the BAIS.
Very interesting that Zol is gonna pick up Icebox, because I have to agree with what Wolf said on the panel earlier, where it is a map that is kind of built similar or reminds you a little of Pearl, which is one of GEEK fam's better maps in the previous organization. Bind, I feel like a lot of PH teams are just removing this because they don't want to deal with how many plays and misplays you can have with all those TPs, as well as the doors coming out from Lotus.
Yeah, and a lot of that, even during the open qualifiers, everybody just really didn't like picking up Bind for themselves. And in the end, we're going to be having Split, and it's basically a repeat of all the maps that we had from a while ago. And Split, Icebox, and Sunset are gonna be back on track for the squads here. But for now, let's take a look at the Sunset. And from Series 2, we have seen a game from Sunset against the BAIS and Valhalla. And so far from what we've seen there's a big turnover when they went to the other side. So what do you think is favoring, whenever you're playing in Sunset, what do you think is heavily favored on attack or in the defense?
I think that if you're able to have enough players on attack really get there in positions after the post plant, it is very difficult. Similar to Pearl, where it's hard for them to shift out because they only have like 2 places to retake from aside from flanking on the A side, and on B side it's very easy to smoke once they get overwhelmed. But the problem with this map is that there's so much more utility combos that are kind of viable on this map. And some of them can straight up just ruin your plans if they're done correctly.
Yeah, especially when you have a Fade rather than Sova here on this map. It's going to be easier for you to get the detection whenever somebody is just anchoring on site. So you really just need to run away whenever you're anchoring, especially on A side. It's an easy takeover whenever that happens. That's why people really gravitate towards getting that more information on their side. And Race is so viable in this map, which is why it's so good to have here in this game.
Yeah, you just want to have the lowest amount of risk possible. Make sure that you can clear all the corners safely with your util instead of having to use your face. And that's going to be a very important as we move on into Sunset, because things like attacking B is very difficult with all those chips in the front. So you have to come in with your comp a bit built around the map itself. more so than other maps where you can just kind of play whatever, because it's so difficult to actually get in. It's just that once you're in and you've planted, it's also very hard to retake.
Yeah, it's definitely hard. That's why here in this map, it's going to be important for them in how they plan the util beforehand before they head into the site itself. So that's why even if you're really strong overall micro-wise, you still are going to be having problems because you need to look at a lot of angles and it's really hard to go for the retake, as you said. So that's why here, it's going to be sheer utility that is going to be important here. And overall, even for the APAC region, there's a lot of teams that prefer the defender side in this map. But again, as you said, it's also easier to just attack a site whenever you need to.
The only problem when you're attacking in this map is if your util doesn't come up when you need it, lurking around is very hard to do unless you have so much control over the map. So agents that can really leverage that really help. And for a team like GEEK fam that has these players like HydroKid, very flexible, played for RNT for a while, played for other teams as well in the previous VCT. And of course we have Exotic and Slatham, so they have that kind of 1-2 punch when it comes to things. But Slatham specifically, when he's playing that initiator role, is one of the most consistent players that we see, not just in terms of how well he uses his util, but also how many kills he actually confirms. He reminds me of like a young Secret Envy, where when he was back on Oasis, how he would just get all these kills on like a Sova or something.
Yeah, and again, let's take a look at the agent select. What are they gonna be picking up here for their squad? Because from what we've seen from before, normally people are really just heralding what they want, a Sova or a Fade. But on the other hand, both of them, GEEK fam and Zol Esports, are just gonna be having a different flavor for both sides. One Sova, one's gonna be going for Fade.
I personally like the Sova a bit more, because the problem is, for like say you're Zol Esports and there's a trip right in front of you that's higher than the Prowler can clear, the only way you break that, unless you can pre-fire it, is you have to invest Patman's paint shells in order to clear it. Whereas for GEEK fam, you can just shoot your shock darts and you can probably take a lot of these out. So a bit more explosive firepower coming from the GEEK fam lineup, but Zol Esports still, they have a lot to say because they have so many ways to clear angles, just not trips.
Yeah, and what they want here for Zol Esports is this another layer of communication whenever you have a Viper in your squad, which sometimes is going to be posing a problem. But here, you can at least take down a lot of angles, a lot of marks that they can go for. So that's what's good whenever you have a Viper in your squad. It's going to be easier to just hold on to site or maybe even just go for that retake, because the walls are just very impactful whenever you know how to use it.
Exactly, but we've also seen the downfall of this as Oasis will play both maps with the double controller setup. The problem is you also can't see them, and it's just more like perceived pressure where you're just pretending that you're somewhere, being able to lurk up. But if you're not able to win those fights or flash through your walls, it's going to be very difficult. And because they're picking up the Fade as well, and they have the boombots to clear through a lot of the smokes, even their own smokes, not having that more reliable flash can be very hard because you're just going to be dry peeking into a lot of things.
Yeah, and for decided GEEK fam too, because what they want here is this is a type of squad that could definitely heat check you whenever they need to. So having that extra layer of a way to stop them, or at least way to slow them down, could definitely hold your speed into your favor. So that's why it's also okay to have this on their side. But as you said, it could still be a 50-50 for the squads.
The thing about this Viper wall, though, they are going to be on the attacking side. It creates a lot of pressure because they have to manually kind of check this. Normally, you play your defensive Cypher onto that B site, making sure that you have the space, and it's just going to be a hassle to keep re-clearing A if you're prioritizing B so much. And with the Sova as well, getting this early info, they can kind of assume that they're on that A side since they have so much presence already on B.
Yeah, as they started to go for A side push, even going for elbow. It's going to be clearing it as slow as possible. They already called it, and they are already rotating onto the other side. From what we're seeing, Zol Esports, they would just want to go for the push here, waiting for the smoke coming in from Kebzi. Everybody's still not peeking out, but right now they're clearing the angle. Already got this site on hand because of that Viper wall. It's going to be hard to go in. But what's hard about this is where you position after the plant.
There.
Exactly, this is what we were saying. If you get the plant down with enough members, it's so difficult, and this paint shell is going to be beautiful to land onto V Black.
Yeah, that's going to be a kill already. Patman already cleared out one person. He gets another kill, and that's going to be 2. Advantage for the squad, and GEEK fam struggled to get more kills on their hands, but Blurred and HydroKid so could make miracles out of this. Already got some kills on their name, but right now they got 2. That's going to be big. They need to work it out slowly, but surely. They still have some time. And Kebzi at the back. right there is gonna be peeking out. They are gonna go
Last
tap
player
it.
standing.
They're gonna get the kill. KevZ ends the round, and that's gonna be a win for Zol.
That's a very clean attempt from both teams, honestly. Geek fam, they're able to use that Viper wall against them and being able to creep up that close to CT, but unfortunately for them, the paint shell from Patman just flushing out their breach and making sure that he has no impact, because that stun on the pistol round could have been a make or break from them. But it really shows the power of this Viper. This time around though, they presence that on the first round where the Viper wall is an A, so they forced the Cypher to move to A, but they actually set up the wall this time on B. So it's a good read already coming from this attacking side from Zol Esports.
Be posturing themselves, wrapping around the site. Gonna be going for mid. Right there, they see Kakarot. Get the information. They're gonna try and take the risk on this bonus round that Zol Esports should have had. They're gonna be peeking. Their head's gonna be popping. Exotic is already 20 HP, but they got some kills for themselves, and they are gonna risk it all. And that's already 4 kills. Last one's Slatham. He's gonna be dying on the hands of Zin, and that's 3 kills on the board for Zin.
And it's going to be really important because I think that she also planted this spike previously. So 4 points already, ever so close, only 5 remaining for the ultimate. But here, just gunning them down when they're trying to go for a play. Honestly, it's probably a good play or idea from Geek Fam to just all in since they are on that lower buy and get it over with and try to get as many as they can. Unfortunately, though, an awkward angle forces them to kind of walk back. And Zol Esports, they have a commanding lead so far, but the buy from Geek Fam could change everything.
Yeah, it's gonna be the buy. This is where everything's gonna be serious now for Geek Fam. Zol Esports got away with a double smoke setup that they had. They had a lot of space moving forward into the site, and even during the second round, Geek Fam just gave it for them. That's why right now, gonna be slowing it down for the side of Zol. Gonna try anything fancy just yet. Just gonna go for the default and maybe get some pickoffs.
At least this time around, the Cypher and the Viper are kind of head-to-head on this B side. The camera's going to spot them out. They can't play with this perceived pressure using this wall to get any tricks. And Hydra Kid, with the early smokes, going to already prepare this. Nothing to really clear the trip. They have to waste the paint shells in order to get through. They fly through. Tries to get one, but it's actually Hydra Kid who gets the frag instead.
Yeah, they get the frag. Haven't cleared backside just yet. They got the tripwires down. And with this, they're going to be slowed down. That concuss is really hard to shake off, but Kakarot gets one. Exotic falls down, but Kakarot with this kills and Boba really helped them out, and now it's a 2v3. The pressure is going to be alleviated by all the smokes that they have here on this site, but Geek Fam still trying to clear out all the angles. Slatham is going to be peeking out. Gets 3! That's good. Last one, KevZ is going to be defending the spike. And he needs to look at Blurred first before he tries to peek out. He gets one. They took their time. And that could have been round here. It's a 1v1 and that's not what you want. He popped the head, but not a kill just yet. And KevZ, oh man, the pressure that he's doing here. Blurred can't even finish this. He's just going to be saving his gun in the end.
Oh man, I feel like that was so winnable, especially after that 3K coming in from Sova. Geek Fam just let it slip a bit. I think the Cypher Kakarot on site, or rather the enemy side, the defensive Cypher rather, see Blurred, has really, like, he didn't want to peek. So there's nothing to hold the angle safely for the Sova. He could have played first contact, but instead Sova and him go for the tap instead of halving it. And that's just not time on your side when it comes to rounds like this. A good round from Zol to push their lead even further and forcing Geek Fam back on that eco buy.
Oh man. Attacker's not having a problem just taking the site from Geek Fam, and so far it's gonna be a problem. They're gonna be back on that cycle, back to the sheriffs, back to the broken buys. With Geek Fam, they would need to put their best foot forward on the next rounds because Zol is just getting more and more rounds here.
You can tell the difference though between this match versus our Series 2 today, which was like guns blazing. And this one is really what we described as that utility fight. Both teams trying to take as little of a risk and do other things in order to pull rotations instead of just having to face check everything. It's working out for them. This mid re-smoke also going to buy them more time, but they eventually do have to decide where they're going to go. This Cypher chip, I think it's too far for Batman to hear, but it might be enough at least to scare them off of mid.
Yeah, got some damage off of Blurred. Not enough to finish the kill. Zol Esports is trying to take space on A side. Want to go and clear elbow. Even inside site. Nobody's marking this area. So they could definitely just take this elbow area for themselves, and they're already just using it, getting vision
There's
for
not scanned.
themselves, and now they're gonna be pushing. It's gonna be no kills on their hands, and Patman just peeked out,
done.
gets a kill from V Black. Nice shot.
Little more time being given to them off that flash, but the neural theft's gonna stop any attempts of any more push throughs. The Cypher trip even there, a little down the line, playing so close to it, not an expected angle. The pre-fires, even though the scan is there, it's just not enough because of the terrain to the plant. Eventually has to go down just in time.
Yeah, it's gonna be going down, and this is gonna be the plant. Soul Esports has this in the bag. No guns for Geek, no ultimates. They even got information on where they all are. They don't need to look at any flanks. And Zind would be able to get one. Hydra Kid falls. It's down to the last two.
Enemy remaining.
Lurd is gonna be peeking out, but doesn't see the light. Slatham at least gets one. And Zind, oh my. I think he's gonna get one though. Never mind. Micro just got the spam in.
Zol, they're playing super clean with this, and Geek, they really need to find a way to address the pressure that they're being dealt with. Because even though there's not that many gunshots till the end of the round, the way that they're able to scale up for free and not get punished. There was an attempt here with that aftershock to maybe slow them and peek off, but just small timing things are really costing them these immense rounds, especially that they're down 0-4.
Yeah. Now with Zolo Esports getting up a big advantage for the squad, they're still going back to A site. 3 people have been put on B. This is going to be a hard retake here if ever they push forward. Showstopper is going to be used. It's not going to be seeing anyone in A side because nobody's there. Geek fam, slowly but surely, they're postured to go for the retake if ever they need to, because this side is super clear.
I honestly respect the fact that they're not playing with greed at all. They'll pop the showstopper. They won't go that deep. They know exactly what they need to clear and how to play behind the survivor wall. They have the anti-flank set up. It's going to be a very difficult retake without this breach landing enough shots. And Kakarot, that's the controller gone. It's going to make it extremely more hard for them to do.
Great shot coming from Kakarot. Losing one more member is going to be bad here for the squad, and that should have been the flank. Patman gets one more. They peeked out. Didn't get any kills right there. Last one member, Exotic. It's going to be running away and still wasn't successful in taking this win. Zol Esports are just taking over this game.
It seems like the Sunset map is just not the map that Geek fam is the biggest fan of. They're having such a big problem in dealing with all this perceived pressure that's being dealt with by Zol. They have not that they have like less utility to actually re-clear or trade with each other. So it forces them to take these gunfights, but it's not in the tempo that they want to take. And even on these 1v1s like this, Exotic ready on the trigger, but Kevzi is just too quick to end the round. And that's an 0-5 all advantage to Zol Esports.
Oh man, Zol Esports is taking 5 rounds on the board. And Kakarot getting that first kill just alleviates the pressure from that flank and just made it easier, made it more confident for the side of Zol Esports to just take the win here. So for Ace site has been working really well. And Geek fam, here in the defense, still on a struggle.
They have to learn from what NAOS did against Oasis with this double controller and learn how to position yourselves to punish a lot of the free space. Do something proactive instead of reactive, because if you're reacting to all these smokes and you're just giving Zol free reign of how they want to set the tempo of this game, it's very difficult to even fight for specific areas. It's almost impossible, honestly, if played properly, to take back the A side. So they really need to have players fighting for specific parts, rather, even if that's elbow or maybe they're just playing A main itself. Just have some kind of presence to provide any form of resistance, because right now Zol is just running away for free.
Yeah, anchoring the side is going to be important here, especially elbow. Nobody's looking at elbow for the side of Geek fam from the past 5 rounds, and that's why they're just giving off free space for Zol Esports to reign on. And that's why here it's just a lot of pressure for them whenever they go for the A side push. Now, it's a good thing that the Viper wall is going to be on B. That gives their Cypher a lot of ways to work with here with the tripwires that they had set up on B ever since the first round.
But that's a difficulty here. They're forcing that Cypher to basically play opposite to this Viper. It means that for the attacking side, they know exactly where this Cypher is for most of the time. And if it's on the wrong side, then whatever side the Viper's in is just essentially free. So they're just playing this default, waiting for the correct picks. They're creating some form of pressure here and there. This time around, I think the defense changing it up a bit, tripping mid as well as market. That way they can't give us much free space. Oh, Kevzi gets spotted out and gets taken out as Patman gets one on the opposite side.
Gets a double tap on the ball there. They got the kill. Now 4v4 might be doable, but they still have this advantage here. It's a lot, man. Their eco is so good inside of Zol Esports. Even if they lose this round, it's not gonna matter. They got some kills now. It's a 3v3, really close. Kakarot gets another kill. It's an expected round, yes, but it's not gonna matter. They're gonna be planting again on site.
B-Black, though, has to go for the reload. The scan comes through, but that tripwire as well as Cage is going to slow them down. Oh, gets triggered for a bit, but it's not going to be enough. They're just forced into this choke where they don't want to be. The camera going to get info, but they're still stuck behind this. V-Black manages to find one, though.
Maybe, just maybe. They have utilities, they got the flash. Wasn't able to work, but V-Black gets the headshot on 2 or make a tree on this side plant. Now with that, they're going to go for the defuse, and this is the first round that they win.
Finally, GEEK, they're able to really do something proactive on the A site, take that for themselves, and because of that, funnel them into that middle area. Although I feel like Zol had a good positioning there, for some reason, I think that small ego peak just giving him the opportunity to get V-Black even closer to not just the Rolling Thunder, but another round for his team. The first one on the board for this match, and slowly but surely, looks like the momentum's going their way.
Okay, look at this. They already have 4 ultimates on hand. This could definitely just set up the face here for the squad. And as we were saying, they really needed somebody on elbow. And that they are doing today in this round. Maybe pushing out on mid here for the side of Zol. Just trying to get any information that they can. So far, nobody's pushing on A side. They're trying to go for the default. Maybe get some pickoffs before they try to go inside.
Quite the aggressive play from Blurred there, trying to get space of his own, but it's the A side actually that they succeed. They move both the initiators there, that way they can take A main, and now they're falling back, making sure that in case they go B, which is the correct read at the moment, that they will have the manpower to really defend the site, especially with all the ultimates you mentioned.
Yeah, goes in for the rotation here. They read that right, as you said. A lot of people already here on B site. Definitely gonna be a B execute. They're already putting their utilities on their hands. Once they go in Blurred, that's gonna be scary. It's gonna be there. The Nightfall is gonna make it hard for them to hear what's happening. Viper Spit even. And they already got the site on hand, and here comes the ult. Rolling Thunder is just gonna push them back, but Fatman still got the kill there. Now he already has hold of market. Can even go to Boba and maybe get a massive flank out of the members of GEEK fam.
30 seconds left.
Oh, but this Viper's Pit is proving its worth. They can't even use any of the util to get any info through this, and here comes the wraparound from Batman. Gonna be able to find one, but no, V-Black is still quick on the trigger.
Could have been a perfect time, but V-Black got some kills. Plant is not there yet. Showstopper's gonna be used. They're not gonna be seeing anybody, but goes the shot.
10 seconds
They're
left.
gonna go for more.
Spike
Kakarot
down.
peeks out, but it's not gonna work. Slathon gets the round for GEEK fam.
It's a good way for them to create those crossfires mid-fight in order to play off each other's utility. They're slowly but surely getting that momentum that they so desperately need. And they invested so much for this attacking half for the attacking team. They put the Viper's ulti, they used the Fade ultimate as well. A lot of these things you can say, okay, maybe we don't necessarily need it to come out, but it caused enough confusion that left these gaps that GEEK fam was just able to capitalize on better.
Yeah, and remember, Zola Esports was able to use the Viper's Pit, but wasn't able to get the plant in the end because nobody was clearing back site. It was also because it was occupied by most of the members of GEEK fam. Like 3 people were there, and even the Rolling Thunder just pushed them back, just making it hard for them to even get the plant off. And that's why here, GEEK fam, retaliation happening a while ago, and now it's in the 8th round. Big chance for them to get this too.
At least this way you can see how the defense is adapting. They realize that they can't pace with a double controller, so instead they're going to use their initiators to get the space that they need back. Exotic and Slatham already holding out this A main push, making sure that they don't give the site, because every time they've planted the spike on A, it's just been so difficult to retake.
Yep. Sol gets a peek out. Bird got the takedown there. Might be able to get some space here on market. Kakarot could go for the push, but somebody's marking on B side still. That's gonna be hard. Kakarot could really swing it out, but Hydra Kid knows. That's why he got the kill there. Now, posturing for an A-side push because nobody's looking at their backs. And Batman is gonna be seeing 2, taking it to the depths of hell. And they got it.
They got the good read, the positioning working out for them. Batman finds the triple as well, tries to go for the 4th.
30
But
seconds
V-Black still so consistent. Now the 1v3 spams through the smokes. He knows the plant is going down, but still has to go for this reload instead. Picks up a weapon. Maybe he can go for a play of his own as the smoke fades.
Slow Slows him down. That information. But after he peeks out, Kevsey. Wow, what a great flank from Patman. Geek Fam tried to go and look at backside, but nobody was there, and the timing was just right, and that's why he got this double kill and just instantly wins the round for them.
Honestly, the lineup is just so unfortunate because I feel like Geek Fam did have a pretty good hold on this. They took the elbow control, like I mentioned earlier, but also HydroKid has the awareness to know that B main is open, gets an important frag as well, but that one lineup just cost them too much space and not just manpower.
Now for this, Geek Fam back on the eco. Only has a trusty Marshall to maybe even do something. But that start is not good because they already lost HydroKid. It's going to be hard for them to go for the retake. No smokes on hand. And Zol Esports already has a hold of sight. That's going to be a plant. Wait, they're still not planting here. Okay, there you go. There's a plan.
Just have to make sure that's going to be clear. Narrowly misses the shot there as Latham goes for the wide shot. Finds a kill though and the damage is done. But Zol fires back in return, leaving Blurred alone.
Yeah, takes the round. There's going to be a 1v4. No guns. And Blurred is going to be taken off. And oh, wait. That could have been a chance, but again.
I thought there was hope there. Well, after the dink.
Yeah. And now with Zol Esports, again, it was a bonus round for them. And during this time, Geek Fam struggling on the defense. I hope it's going to be different once we go to the attacker side because so far, on the defense, they struggled a lot in this double controller setup. And a while ago, that round that they lost before this was a very costly one. And it could definitely snowball for the hands of Zol.
That's very true. But on the upside, I do feel like with the double controller on the attack, on the defense side rather, they do have less info. And there's a lot of ways for Geek Fam to get more info since they have that double initiator. And they can possibly out-rotate or even timing them on the attacking side. But still on this half though, much of info from Kakarot. Just can make sure that no one's in B main. Doesn't know that two are outside though.
Maybe another layer of communication here that they need to think about too. So later on, you see that happen. Control on mid is what they're doing here for the side of Zol Esports. Nobody's peeking out against them. They have all openings marked. Because that's also one of the things that was a problem for them because Patman just easily got to A site without any repercussions during that one round. Now they're slowing things down.
They have to be so wary of this mid push. Zin can get huge value here, especially because all the trips and Cypher traps are stuck on that A site prepared for things to happen. They're going to distract and pull some rotations with his ultimate. Gonna give him the timing to maybe sneak through, and all the players are avoiding mid, so it gives him the perfect opportunity as he walks into this race.
Yeah, Geek Fam could go for the rotation just because of that tripwire a while ago. That slowed down some members of Zol. Now they're gonna go for the plant safely. And now they're seeing where Micro is. They might be able to stop it. Never mind, the plant has still been set. And now they don't have a lot of members anymore. They lost a lot. And this is going to be hard. Utility's going to be thrown out. They dodged the flash, but at what cost? They lost everybody.
Man, that one pressure coming in from Zind, making his way up on that mid side. He gets the perfect timing as well. Once the Nightfall hits that A site, it pulls 3 defenders to pass through CT. He gets the Omen as well, and then he moves on to create even more pressure, forcing them to fight to that CT side. And it's almost an impossible situation to make it out of kind of cleanly. And that's all aim at that point afterwards. Sadly though, the util too much for Geek Fam, and it's an 8-2 in lead for Zol.
Ooh, once they get us to 2 more rounds, because this one round is going to be at the loss. It's going to be an eco for the side of Geek Fam. Look at how fast they're going. They're confident that they're going to be taking this. V-Black is already down. No more flashes for the squad. And they're running away. Even Exotic got taken down, was anchoring on elbow. And this is just a side take that nobody was able to answer.
Spike planted.
Still a lot of time for them to go for this retake. It just got planted. 45 seconds on the clock. How much stall do they have? No more mollies on Zin. Has to hold this manually. No gas as well. But here comes the famous lurk yet again, giving them so much space. Kakarot is lining them up, corralling them. They know exactly where they're going to retake from, and this could be a problem for Zol.
Yeah, Kakarot at the flank. They're taking their time. Geek Fam still not peeking out. Kakarot got one, but Hydra Kid. Oh no. We're just gonna be peeking out, see Sin, but it's not a kill. And that's another round. 9 rounds for Zol.
So clean from this
Last
team.
round in the
It
half.
doesn't even feel like there's so much chance. I felt like in the other series I casted with draft when it was the BAIS playing against their opponents, it was just so difficult to tell who was winning because any
That's
team would just throw util and then you would just find out who won. But this time around, a more slow and methodical approach fitting to both of these teams, but Geek Fam failing to adjust is costing them a lot of rounds this early on this series.
Yeah, very surgical approach for both of these squads, and you see even just how slow the fights are going. And you see where, oh wait, what a great recon there. Zol wasn't expecting that. And look at the push coming from Geek Fam. They're trying to peek out, maybe get some picks. They saw it's working a while ago. They put 3 people on A side, so we might go for the rotate. And on market, Hydra Kid just got some information. That's why they're putting some people at mid.
Slowly trying to creep their way here. With no trip on this middle side, they have to be wary of how much mid presence they can have. They have the breach to watch out for this, and this time around, a lot of sound gonna be made as the Raze does jump in. Oh, thinking about that rolling thunder, but the Simility cross.
Wait, actually he saw it. Now the Rolling Thunder is going to be used. He got some kills still, but Sol is still getting a lot more. And now they're waiting for Kakarot to go, but it's still not enough. And Patman finishes the round at 10-2 for Zol Esports.
I don't understand.
Switching
The
sides.
Rolling Thunder connects at a good position, yet
Yeah.
it's the wave of Geek Fam that falls, not Zol. They just so happen, I guess, to get the perfect timing, and it's working out for them. 2-10 is, I think, one of the more dominant scores that we've had so far today to open up VCC 2024.
Oh man, it's so dominating. And Geek Fam, oh man, they're struggling. Now that they're on the attacker side, I hope it's a different story here for the squad. But so far, with the momentum that Zol Esports has been playing against, this is hard for Geek Fam.
Hard indeed. Difficult, to say the least. 2-10, they have to make something work. This time, how will they deal with this Viper setup on B? A lot of ways to clear it, but will a full send really be the correct choice is the question.
Double initiator setup.
Oh, good
Really helped
timing.
him out here. Zind! Oh no, he wasn't expecting that. And now this could open up the site. But Micro is waiting for the cross. Waiting. Trying to get information. Smokes haven't been put out yet. So there's still no push on B side.
A lot of patient play coming in. They already know that they got value with that first. Honestly, a great timing. You time the wall, you land the shot. Even if he pushed through that Viper's wall, he was like 1 HP and no one ready to trade. Forces the pressure onto the B side. They can make a cleaner rotate, but they're gonna run the Cypher. Might be expecting it to frenzy. Too strong when it's too close. And there goes a low player. Manages to find 2 as well. 3v3.
Kakarot got 2. Now they're gonna go for A side. What they don't know is KevC's waiting for them. Right clicks are hitting. And that's gonna be a headshot. Goes in for the paranoia, didn't get the hit. Goes in for the smoke, but it's not gonna work. A 2v2. He's gonna get the plant here. Still have some time. But Slatham and V-Black just waited. Now they're trying to go for the push on Link. With Micro B seeing 2 members from Geek Fam. Okay, information. They would need it, but they see nothing. Headshot from Micro, but a double tap from Slatham. Ended his life. Patman, no utility. He's gonna be peeking dry, and Geek Fam gets the first round.
Cheeky angle there and a well-deserved pistol round coming in for them. They really need that to get that momentum back into this game because they are down quite a lot this map number 1. A good use of not just the utility together, but the spacing between them in order to get these clean trades. I honestly thought that the defense was going to be able to retake it since there was no recon dart available anymore and they had a scan and the nade, but they decided to like util 2 different things and I think that cost them a lot.
Yeah. It's gonna be costing them. This round, Geek Fam got a hold of the momentum on the first round. This is gonna be their bonus. This could be the change that we need for this squad. And on the attacker side, Zol, get information. Don't see anybody just yet. With the push here, there's a big chance that it's gonna be on market. Gonna be peeking out on Patman, but no. They decided to go back and decide on another side later on.
Just creating pressure, pull some rotations if need be, but the defenders are standing strong. Viper is pushed up so deep onto that B side that they can just afford to have all these players more stacked up to A. But here comes the speed yet again. Will he be able to land a shot? The stun comes in perfect for him.
Great utility usage from Geek Fam, and now it's starting. It's looking beautiful for the squad. Kakarot anchored the site. He has been anchored down to the depths of the sea. With what we're seeing, Geek Fam could take this round easily. It's gonna be a bonus round.
Spike planted.
It's gonna be theirs.
Careful.
Only Micro left alive here, and they know exactly where he is. He manages to get one though. So props to him. Zind left alone. His teammate gone, has one snake bite, but probably won't use it. Will he land the shot? He does. A lot of value, maybe even try to go for the knife there.
Too close. Too close for the knife there. Yeah, that was kind of scary. And now with Geek Fam getting 2 rounds, this is where we start. The serious pants are on for the side of Zol Esports in this 3rd round. This is the time to prove themselves yet again on the defense. Now let's see how they're gonna do it. But take a look at the replay there from that game. The fast executions coming from Exotic has been keeping Zol Esports on their toes.
Exactly. They just have to push back. They're not letting them get the space that they want to claim, and instead doing the proactive moves that they should have done for that more defensive half. Not sure if they're going to be able to spot him though. The flash going to delay the rest of the team, but Ray's still up onto elbow.
Oh, Batman, very cheeky angle. That off angle costed him his life. They even got a kill with a shock dart on Micro. Once anchoring the site, but Kevzi, oh, what a swing from V-Black. That's going to be a round, and this is going to be a push. It's almost the same as what happened during their time in the attacker's side. And it is biting them in the back once they are on the defense.
The thing about this Viper though is if you run into it, it's great. But if you can avoid it like this, it's so difficult. And now that you have the site already posted up with your crossfires and everything, it's almost impossible to get a clean retake out of this. With Kakarot, no util, staring down the battle, but gets the timing on Hydra Kid. How?
What? Got the timing right, Kakarot. He tried to go and clutch against 3 people. He's the only one who has guns on his team, so he needs to save it. That's why he's going to be running away, but Slatham gets the kill in the end, and now it's almost the same during that last half.
And Geek Fam slowly but surely making their way, making their mark on this map, and their presence known as Zol Esports know that there is going to be a fight ahead. What a great kill from Blurred, honestly, when he goes through that spray. And Kakarot as well. These Cyphers, they just know where everyone's standing.
I was surprised about that shot from
Same, because there's no info there, unless you heard it, and I just didn't hear it.
He just tried to get a shot, and that is also the time when the smoke popped perfectly, and then he got the shot. Oh man, what a monster. Now in this game, Kakarot already critical HP. With the one way he doesn't see anything. Hydra Kid still has advantage here. They can be pushing on this site. Have some ultimates to work with. They have the Mural Theft, even the Showstopper on hand. Exotic has been seen, but Hydra Kid gets the kill. The headshot on the back. Kakarot gets one. He's not gonna get more, and this is gonna be the end of it. That's gonna be a crossfire for Geek Fam. Batman, with this trusty sheriff, will he be able to make it work? Oh, it's not! Oh, actually, he was able to make it work, but again, Hydra Kid finish it off. Definitely, almost like a 4-0 from Zol Esports, the same from last half.
Looks like these two teams are pit well against each other. I'm surprised to see, because this is their map pick, how kind of difficult their defense was, because on the attack, they seem like a completely different team, dominating the space control, able to do proactive things, which I feel like was just a late adjustment by them.
See what's gonna work here. Zol Esports trying to grasp some straws for themselves. They haven't found the right timing whenever they are on the defense, because Geek Fam playing this speed very differently, and V-Black gets the kill against Micro with that aftershock. What was that? And now they lost 2 members in that process.
When did that even happen? The Neural Theft, the consequence of their actions now as they push on to the B side. They get a bit of more front side control, but this cage is just stopping them from swinging. Oh, what the double swing is still going to be worth it for them.
What a swing. And now Zin can be left alone.
Spike planted.
Snake Bite's going to be pulled out. Nobody's going to be pushing down, but that's a lot of people, Zin. He's not going to try and peek that out. At least maybe get some extra frags for himself. With that smoke, it's going to be pushing them back. 2 members. Oh, V-Black. But at least they got the kill with Blurred. Getting that kill in Zin.
How did he die to the aftershock?
Yeah. I think
Was he
actually
stunned
backed.
and then he got hit?
Yeah, it's also because of that they backed away from the showstopper. The timing of that aftershock was just perfect.
I see. Well, Zol Esports pulling out something for them, and Geek Fam, only 3 rounds are separating from what looked like a 2-10 start. So honestly, good on their mental for being able to be this strong in a situation like this. It's why they're in this pro league, and it's why the Geek fam is always picked up by a bunch of these orgs. These players have really played together so well in the past, regardless of what banner they're under. They have that firepower as well as that comeback spirit.
Man, Zol Esports is shaking now. They had to take that time out just to put Geek Fam down with that momentum that they're playing at. Because for now, from what we're seeing, oh man, the attackers side for both of our teams really panned out well for them. But once they go in the defense, that is when they struggle. Zol Esports now back on an eco. Man, they need to wait for that next round. If ever they lose this, they have all their ultimates back up if ever they lose this.
They really need all the value that they can get at the moment. There's just so much options for them, especially with this double controller. I mean, I always mention it, but I feel like it's just such a big part of the pace of the game. And I feel like Geek Fam really needs to start addressing this. Maybe get some good luck with a penguin there. Maybe he can peek for you instead.
Yeah. Maybe surprise them with that Pathman. Oh, really aggressive angle. He sees it, but doesn't get the head. Now, with that, they're going to be slowing it down. Oh, man, that fault line just really took them out of their plans. That's just perfect. And now Zind again left alone. He won't be able to do anything much with this stinger.
Not at the correct range, not at the correct time. He knows that he's being hunted. He knows that the spike is being planted on the opposite side. Here's the drop, though. Might be able to upgrade himself to a final if he lands the shot. Goes for the spray down, but will he expect the second? There comes Blurred swinging from the back, and Zin gets taken out. The gap that was once 8 is now 2.
Oh man, that is 6 rounds, 6-0 basically in this second half that we have. Zol Esports hasn't found the right answer. Their timings, oh no, now they have an operator on Pac-Man but not on the right side.
This is my spot. Right there.
Oh, they're just using that operator to take that B main control. Try to stack their util with the Cypher and Viper instead. They don't want to give this site for free, but something tells me that they have enough util to really just go for it. Here comes Exotic again. They've done the same play a couple times, but this time with the Rolling Thunder.
They're pushing off the site, and that is going to be a kill from Zin, even if it was concussed a while ago. Look at the push here, playing around the smoke. That's going to be a Nightfall on their end. They're not going to be seeing anything. Zin going to be getting the kills, and this might be the turnaround that they're looking for. And Slatham, a 1v3. They got information on him. He might be able to make this work, but on the other hand, Kakarot just foils their plans.
Oh, he knows that he's hit by that Nightfall, and there's not much that he can hear after that. Not expecting the enemy Cypher to push him from that angle. Has to use only his eyes, but my eyes just say that this is 8-11, and Zol, they're only 2 points away, or 2 rounds rather, to secure this map number 1. So here comes, I believe, a pause. The question is which team? Looks like it's going to be from Geek Fam.
They need to go for the pause because, oh wow, they just lost a bit there. Now Zol Esports closer and closer in getting that match point. Geek Fam losing one more round is going to be crucial. It's going to put more pressure on them. Now with this one more, they just don't need to give Zol the round that they need. They could continue on with the onslaught that they're doing a while ago.
Exactly. They need to readdress the situation. They know that there's not many mistakes that they can make now. Only 2 rounds is there, or actually technically 1 round is all that they can quote-unquote give to the opponents. Geek family need to get value off of this buy. And what do they have? They have full util, they have full rifles as well as armor, so they're really investing into this as they want to take this. Zol, on the other hand, they must expect this operator to come into play. They know it exists, and if Batman gets that shot, he also unlocks his own ultimate in the form of that showstopper.
Ooh. They're gonna go for the B side hit here. Okay, they're gonna be going on mid. Maybe go for the default, maybe get some pickoffs. But they're still gonna peek out. Exotic would go for that satchel push here, I think. That's why he's posturing to go there. But right now, there's an operator waiting for them. They heard them walking. They're gonna be seeing them on the right time, but Batman really confident. Just putting the boom bot out, and that is his signal to back away. He can't fight against this Vandal this early.
Oh, the drone, they're being extra safe. They know this operator is just playing behind and one is baiting for it. They're choosing to just back up a bit here, take a bit more space. There's Cypher looking on but the A side, but there's so much protection now onto that elbow out, as well as Viper holding her wall, that they might have to pivot to something else to try to get enough space for the team to actually make a good play.
They need to get into sight. So far, okay, they already have market marked. There's the closed door. They have to push on mid. They have the spike on their hands though. So if ever they push this, they might be giving away that spike on the hands of Zol Esports and GEEK fam. Look at this. Okay, they got the flash perfectly. They already cleared that angle. Might go for the A site hit, and that is gonna be hard. He doesn't have the space, but they still got the site. GEEK fam got in. They need to look at two members here. Batman gets one and doesn't get two. Showstopper is gonna be used. Pulled him back out of that place, and they're trapped. And GEEK fam needs to fasten it up. They need to get in because in elbow there's two people.
Oh, they know the angles. The operator exposed. Exotic gets the trade off of Blurred. Now in the 2v3 and the reposition as well coming in from Omen. Where could he be? From the shadows, he goes back onto A main.
He doesn't know. Okay, they go back to A main. Have information. They need to push back here. Do they have any way? The Hunter Sphere is going to be used. It's going to be using too, but
protect the team.
Micro just got taken down. And that's going to be it. This could be a round for GEEK fam, but Hydra could also fall. He has time. He can go for the defuse, but here it
Has to have
comes.
this.
Gonna try to go for the peak. Not gonna see it. Tries to go for the half. The timing. It's gonna be right, but Slatham needs to defend this. He needs to swing. But Kevzi gets it in the end.
Clutch.
What a back and forth round from that. You'd think that they already had the position and they haven't lost it so far, but they get pushed back. A quick TP from the shadows from the Omens, able to reposition to defend his Sova. The ultimate, even though it doesn't land, creates so much pressure for them to play in. And this is just a mess of a fight that they just somehow to manage to get on top because of that smoke.
Yeah, Micro swinging out really was a godsend for the squad here, and that's why here, for their side at least, Kevzi got them to match point. And GEEK fam, what can they do now? They almost got it against Zol Esports. That was an almost a comeback for them. And now they're putting all hands on deck. B-side could be the hit. No, still are trying to go for a pressure. Maybe put a flank. Maybe put somebody who could lurk around the mid side of the map and get information on where Zol is gonna be.
They're just so slow and so careful. They know that this is the round that can cause them to lose this map. And Zol is being extra vigilant in their rotations, not wanting to budge when there's no pressure being given. They're very, very confident into their default. Kakarot's holding mid. They have one holding market. And it's all up to that camera as well as Viper to tank this A hit. They can hear the drone, I believe, though. But maybe it's just a fake to walk back into B.
Yeah. Be backing off. Still have a neural theft if ever they get that first kill. But Sind, not in a position to go for a Viper spit if ever they go for a B hit here because they have zero information. They're going for very non-committal angles on the side of Zol Esports. And once they try to go for the site now, they have information on where they're gonna go. Gonna be using that fault line to slow down, get the stun. No information for Micro, but he hasn't been killed by that showstopper. Survives. They now know where he is, but Kakarot gets a kill on Blurred. They're gonna go for backside, but wait! The pain shields just pulled him back! And V-Black is gonna be pushing, trying to get more space. He needs to go, but that shot coming in from Batman, even if he was flash, was able to make it work. Slatham, the last one member, gets one, but it's not enough. Zol Esports takes this first game.
The pivotal moment, not being bursted onto the backside and giving his team an angle to flood through to that CT. Amazing shots as well from his teammates to be able to close that round. And the retake going so well for Zol Esports. You'd think that they might have slipped up when, you know, a couple rounds just kind of passed by. But at the end of the day, it seems like they are standing strong.
Yeah, Zol Esports was able to take that game, and even just the domination from the attacker side of that map was really great. And they took some time. They gave them a 6-0 in that second half, and after that they were able to adapt and didn't give them any more. And that's what's important here, the adaptability that they have as a team, what made it work for Zol Esports, and the angles that they're playing around, and even the utils that are being thrown in this game. Very nice. I love seeing a lot of util just raining down on one side.
it's nice to see too that, you know, we have those open qualifier teams that did come this VCT, and I think we're the only region as well that has, I believe 10 teams, where other regions might have 8. So there's a lot of variety. Oasis and NAOS, they play this very structured form. The second game was just a shooting fiesta, and this third game is more about that utility usage. So it really shows the competitive side of this VCT.
Yeah, and I love how the dynamic is here for most of our squads here. Very different, lots of mix and match that we have with the playstyle for both of our squads. And I love that we have bitted to each other, the teams that play almost the same, and how Zol and GEEK Fam approach the game. They both just throw a lot of util, especially here in Sunset, and that adds a lot of a different flavor. And MVP going to Kakarot here for Zol Esports made a lot of very clutch plays, especially during the attacker side.
Yeah, I'll never forget as well. He got so much info and so much space secured for his team. GEEK Fam, it was, I believe it's their map, right? So they kind of struggled, and they're gonna move on to enemy territory as we move on to map 2.
Yeah, remember, as you said, GEEK Fam, this was their Mac pick, and Zol Esports was able to win it against them. And look at the amount of post plants that they got here, though. I mean, because that was also because of the attacker side. They got a lot of post plant wins, and they just got away with it. And that gave them enough amount of rounds before GEEK Fam was able to scale up.
Yeah, I do highly believe, though, that this map is very attacking-sided, especially if you can pull rotations like that. There could be a world where if they started on attack, this was the opposite, which shows how these two teams are really very, very close together.
Yeah, and I love how at that game, there was a lot of different plays that we've seen here, especially when we take a look at the highlights here from the game. Kakarot was doing wonders, especially during the first half. And I love how dynamic each team has been playing a lot of defaults. And once they go for the 30-second mark, they throw all their utils onto the site. And that was their key to victory here for Zol.
Yeah, just slow and scaling, making sure that they have all the angles, or at least as much as possible, covered, really securing their victory, not wanting to throw any of those advantageous attacking rounds. And you can see how a lot of these veteran players, I don't know, some people might think it's kind of boring because they're not like shooting each other 24/7, but I do like this more structured form of play.
Yeah, and I love seeing that. I mean, they are not hesitant. They are not try-peeking most of the time. And even this was magical. Batman just getting an operator shot out of the flash. He got the timing just right here for the squad. And again, that was just our first game because there's still a larger chance here for the next map.
Yeah, the question is, with both of these teams being so close together, will we actually get to see a map 3 today on our first day of VCT, or will we stick to that 2-0 script, which, at least if they do it this way, I don't know. What was the predictions again? Was it GEEK Fam? Like everyone?
Yep.
See?
Everybody
so
went for
maybe it's just
GEEK
a
Fam.
bad thing to do if everyone on the panel just decides we're gonna pick the same one.
Yeah, and I also remember during the second series, everybody picked, except for Bruce, he picked the BAIS, but both me and Bill picked Valhalla during that game. So yeah, it's still a loss for the panel as a whole. And now GEEK Fam lost again for this game. And on the other hand, Zol Esports gonna take it. Is the panel gonna have a lot of losses in this prediction? But again, we'll see that if ever they won 2-0 on this next game. We're gonna go for a break, guys. Still gonna be your casters. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Fluffy. See you guys in just a bit. And welcome back, everybody, to VALORANT Challengers. We're still gonna be your casters for this last series. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Fluffy. And we had a 1-0 game, and Sunset is the name because that is a win for Seoul Esports.
Exactly, and if hopefully for at least Zol's perspective, if this goes into a 2-0, it will be another decisive win, which follows the trend that we've already had for the previous series.
And from what we've seen there's already a lot of utils that this teams really know how to throw. And here in Icebox, it's not going to be different. They know how to play around A site, especially on that retake and on that site take itself. It's going to be way easier for them to get there if they play the same as what they did in Sunset.
Yeah, it looks like for these two teams, slow and steady is the way, but you can see the firepower behind both of these teams.
Yeah. And here again, everybody, let's take a look at it. And this event is presented to you by GrabScore. Grab lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals.
Exactly. I mean, it's still Valentine's Day, so if you want to get your special someone some food, you can always avail using any of those promo codes flashed below. But sticking to VCT today, a lot of firepower shown by previous teams, and it's not lacking in this series. It's just a slower paced game, which personally I prefer more. Some people think that's a little boring, but then for me, I find a lot of cool things in this strategy.
Yeah, and honestly, seeing a lot of utilities and playing around smokes itself is already fun to see, especially when you have great flashes that are being thrown, utilities being thrown there. It's almost always fun also for me whenever I see those types of games. The slow games are the most fun because they just are thinking twice before they commit into something.
Exactly. A bunch more info gathering here, a bit cleaner trades and positioning and spacing, really proving of why this is not just any FPS. It is a tactical shooter after all, and we have to get those tactical points well. And speaking of the tactics that they brought, we saw how powerful GEEK fam can be when they get that upper hand. Just unfortunately for them, they didn't have enough defense rounds on that first half of the game to really convert it. It's kind of rough. Someone in chat said that, 2 to 10 is very hard. 8 to 4 is a bit more doable, or 4 to 8 rather is a bit more doable, and I have to agree with that.
Yeah, especially if they got like an 8 to 4 there, then they get the 6 rounds after. That is where it's gonna be easier for GEEK fam. And from what you've seen there, the performance of GEEK fam is definitely not lacking. It's just that they just lost so much on that first half of the game, and that's why it was hard to follow through for the squad here. I mean, it's gonna be a different story here in Icebox, but remember, this map has been picked by the other squad, which is Seoul Esports, so they are confident that they can take this map.
Yep, GEEK fam, they're going to be playing on the enemy turf right now. We've seen the highlights at Hydra Kid, his awareness, and Slatham's utility usage, and how exotic the exotic entries can be. But on the other side of things, Icebox is one of those maps where it could, be another perceived pressure kind of map where smokes come up and you just work around them. And that's one of the difficulties that GEEK fam face in their first map.
Yeah, and I would love to see what agents they're going to be picking here for this map. I mean, most of the time you always see the same agents whenever it comes to the Icebox, and there's always going to be an argument in where agent's going to be viable. But for both of these squads, they are going to go for that Reyna route, and the only difference is, oh, never mind, not only the difference is they have a Sova on the side of GEEK fam together with that Jet, and on Seoul Esports' side, they have a Race together with the Sky.
Very interesting. I don't know how good that Sky versus Sova pick is. Slatham, of course, on a signature agent, but also on a map like Icebox is a staple to really get the info that you need, secure those post plans, because he's such a high value pick, especially because that drone flies everywhere and can ignore a lot of the terrain. Whereas if you're playing Sky, the dog doesn't clear nearly as much, doesn't give you as much vision. And after the Sky nerfs, honestly, if you're using it just for info, it might be a bit difficult for you to really work around those timings.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a very iffy whenever you play the Sky right now, just because of the changes that she had ever since. And now, yes, you could make an argument that the Trailblazer would give much value for the squad here, but it's way harder, especially if you posture this Sky on the B side. It's going to be way harder for them to get value out of that Trailblazer on the attacker side.
Yeah, I mean, at least on one advantage, they are bringing that Sky with the Rays, so they have a pairing that really does work together well. Can flash a lot deeper because sadly, I think the Reyna flash, it's so short.
Yeah.
You know, you can't follow that Rays.
Yeah.
But the Sky guiding light can guide Rays into those pivotal spots where you really want him to be and get his full util out. That being said, though, I am a bit worried of what happens when you don't have a scan on the map like Icebox.
Yeah, and now in Icebox, we're already heading into the game. And this might be the last game. This might be an opening for a game 3. Let's see how they're going to work it out. Because so far, from what we're seeing here for GEEK fam, they can be playing it default. They're going to play it slow for now.
Gonna use an early flash, early drone, get the info from both sides, pushing up their respective counterparts to get more space. They don't want this to turn into an only ace simulator, so a couple shots here and there just to scare GEEK fam from entering.
Yeah, for now. Zol Esports just posturing themselves on A site. Spike is on that side of the map anyway, so Kakarot needs to be careful here. That is going to open up possibilities here for GEEK fam, but they don't have information on where the others are. They already laid down the wall on B site. Everybody's still postured on this A push.
I'm surprised that the defense for Zol isn't actually phased by losing their killjoy. They know it's possible that they will be on that B side. The turret's gonna spot out Zin as he tries to go for a cheek peek. He still has an overheal if he can land the shots, but looks like a clean fallback to that B side is gonna be the plan for GEEK fam.
Nobody's here on B side. Definitely go for the retake, but Patman just answered back with another kill on the other side of the map. But most of the members here of GEEK fam are already going for that B side push. They have the wall on their
30
hands.
seconds left.
They just need to regenerate a bit, and that's gonna be the wall up. So this is gonna be the plant we're looking for GEEK fam.
I'm honestly surprised that they didn't take even more space or even a better timing after they got that kill, because it was like ages ago. This time around, they have to now fight because they've wasted enough time that they're just rotated back in for the defensive side.
Yeah, they took so much time, but the headshot from Patman just collated onto 2, and that is gonna be a defuse for their side, and Zol just took that round.
Oh, maybe just some flashbacks from GEEK right there, trying to be a bit too cautious this time around. One thing you have to realize on this pistol is there's not that much utility compared to the other rounds, and you really have to abuse the fact that you get a pick, just take the man advantage and go. They're trying to play both more default. We got that Reyna lurking here, but I feel like once they get this blurred pick, or blurred's pick rather, they can take this a bit for free instead of giving them so much time to rotate instead of that retake.
Those heads just lined up. Oh man. And now Zol Esports just got advantage out of this game, and you know what happens when they get advantage could be a repeat of what happened during game number 1. So GEEK fam, from what we've seen here, as you said, could be a problem when they try to play it safe as much as they can. That just bit them in the back there during that game.
Kakarot gonna be pushed out by that recon dart. Something to have with that Sova, some free space, but here comes the enemy initiator. Micro gonna try to clear things, but that limited vision from the Trailblazer is not gonna get as much value as that drone.
Yeah. As they start, GEEK fam just trying to get the pick here. But look at how non-committal the angle here is for Zol. Slatham and Blurred. Let's just go and try for the peek out. Both of them just saw that turret.
There.
Nobody's still making a move here. They got information. Somebody's on mid. But nothing yet for GEEK fam.
They've been trying to spray down that alarm bot. Even trying to right-click the floor to guess where it is. I guess he got into range because Slatham eventually takes it out. Without that turret and alarm bot holding down this B site, it does require Zin to be a bit more careful of what he can check in case he gets timing from that mid side as well.
Ooh, 2 people are peeking here. They get information. Oh, the timing's just right. Slatham didn't peek out together with Blurred. That's why he got punished in the back, but Kakarot started that off with another kill, but they got 2 already. And remember, this is an eco round, and they lost a lot of members right there and then. That was too expensive for Zol.
Yeah, they lose the Vandal as well. They might be able to salvage it. Kebs does pick it up at the end of the round, but that's a lot of weapons that they invested. So in a way, it's a good eco. You get the plant as well. But actually, did they get the plant? I'm not sure. But regardless, they did get enough members to really do the damage that they needed. It's the most value I think you could have gotten from that situation.
And GEEK fam, with the guns, this is their time to shine. And the 2 pushes that they had was on B site, and nothing worked. Was also because it's a pistol round and a bonus round. But now they're deciding on going the other side, and that's gonna be an A side.
A side Looks like to be the destination, but look at this defense. They've really been so proactive holding this mid side of A towards the orb. Hydro Kid, I think that's going to be heard, but Raze isn't marking it, trusting his teammates will instead. Here comes the double swing though, doesn't spot him out, isn't looking at the right direction, and they get out with their lives as Hydro Kid and Patno just trade.
Yeah, Exotic now low in HP. Not even having that tailwind, that's going to be hard whenever they try to push. They're posturing and going on B, or rather, yeah, on B side. Maybe go to Tube. Maybe go to Orange. They're still not deciding on the fact. Because they lost that smoke, they're not going to push just yet. This is still going to be slowing down the timing! But they still didn't get anything out of it. Wasn't able to dismiss away.
You thought it was going to be a multi-kill, but a quick flick just shut down those dreams down. Now a 3v3, and the attackers bunched up together. It gives such a good positioning for them, but with these mollies, Micro has a good chance to hold this off as two of them are brought low.
Micro has a great angle.
30
Everybody
seconds
tried to push
left.
this. Nobody's looking here. Blurred. Okay, timing's just right. Micro
Spike down.
got the kill there. He's going to be seeing Exotic a sliver.
Oh, it's free.
Got the pixel in the end and V Black. Oh,
Oh,
that's close. That's close. V Black could definitely clutch this up, but what he doesn't know is where Kakarot is. Zero information, but very smart on planting
10
at that
seconds
at
left.
backside.
Spike
oh,
planted.
Kakarot's not going to be able to make a move yet. He has to either drop down or pass through the ropes. This should be a telltale sign of where he is. And V-Black still has a molly to work with in this situation. Time is on his side. He already eliminated the possibility of that mid. He's ready for Kakarot to go down here. Here's the drop. Oh,
knows.
doesn't land the first swing. The turret just blocking slightly, and Kakarot actually finishes the job.
What? Kakarot just got the win there. Oh, man.
Oh, no. Celebratory.
Oh no! And just looking at that, that was a very awesome round here for Zol. That could have been a round for Geek, but still wasn't able to make it work in the end. That first touch that we had, that was too close for comfort, and that just gave them enough space on the side of Zol Esports in order to take this sort of 3-0.
True. I feel like there's just so much space and so much discipline coming in from Zol. Micro not rotating there was honestly huge. They know that they have no scans and they can play a lot of these cheeky angles. And Micro hiding behind that box, expecting the turret, already has the angle before any of the wall even drops.
Very important. Now with that, even without any information on the defense, they're actually making this work for the side of Zol Esports against Geek Fam. Whenever they try to go for the push,
Huh?
it's not really... Wait.
I think he threw out the barrier.
Yeah. Timing was just not right there. But again, Zol, look at what they're doing here. The crossfire onto mid. Batman and Zind pushing in. Batman is going to be seeing V-Black. He's going to be backing away after that. Goes in for the flash, and Zind takes that one in the bag. Now the side is going to be open. They don't have any Vipers anymore on the side of Zol Esports. Gives so much confidence for Geek to go for the push.
It's so difficult to take this fight without your Viper wall up. They can just freely go from screens, and Micro and Kakarot already proved my point as Latham tries to salvage the situation, but the nades just fall on top of him.
No way, and the Pain Shells gets the kill too. Zol Esports just got the 4-0 there. Oh man, and now we have ultimates for Zind and Patman. They're snowballing the game already, and they even get their ultimate too.
The momentum, it seems like a similar story that we've already seen on the previous map in Geek Fam. They know what it takes to climb out of this. They tried so hard, but this time on Icebox, they really need to find their footing before they fall off the slope.
Oh man. V-Black already has a Viper Spit. They're not going to use it this round, but at least on the next, they have almost all of their ultimates if ever they lose this. Still a chance, maybe they get the Thrifty here. That's just me being optimistic. Want to go for the push on Tube. Batman gets a kill. Backs away. Goes to safety. Everybody's already going. Timing from Patman. Gets another swing out of it. Now with Geek Fam, they're just trying to get any frags that they can here for this round, but Hydra is already super low. Look at the peak here. Gonna go at his back. Kakarot is gonna be peeking this out. Oh, no. Wow, what a shot. Batman might go for the ace. He's looking for it. Zen already got information on where Slatham is. Batman gets the ace.
They give it to him just like that. The remorseless winter that Zol Esports is bringing up on this Icebox is not something that I think Geek is handling well. They need some better weather options as they've been struggling to find the footholds that they need to take this map.
You know what they say. Winter's already here. And Zolo Esports is just making it colder for the members of Geek Fam.
Exactly, and they really need to start warming up right now, because if not, they will be stuck. I mean, they have a lot of ultimates to work with this time. They have basically everything, because Exotic just gets 1 kill and he has Blade Storm, but not that that matters as much as the other 4. The other side, at least they have a way to destroy the enemy lockdown, which is something that actually Zol doesn't have the option for.
Yeah, they need to layer all those ultimates that they have for the side of Geek Fam. I mean, once they use the Viper Spit, that could definitely get them around here, but they need to use it smartly. Okay, we're looking at her eyes today. Okay, we're not anymore.
No, okay.
We're just waiting for this.
Spamming this inspect. Like Raph mentioned in the previous game, it just keeps going.
Yeah,
I wonder
that
if
is
he's gonna
really
get
true.
tired before this pause ends.
Just pressing inspect here. Oh man. Yeah.
It's not gonna stop.
Oh man, he's just spamming it. 15 seconds, guys, before he actually stops and spinning.
Oh, it'd be so funny if he didn't stop and just helicoptered all the way to site. But that is something that Geek Fam has to really think about right now, because proving the pace to be a bit quicker can prove to be the difference. Only Viper can be in the opposing end of this extremely high cost push with so much units invested. But look at the opponents, the defense active as well, ready for the flank.
I love that what they're doing here for the side of Zolo Esports is just they're leaving the side open and just go for the retake if ever they need to. A lot of people are already on the side. They get the lurker right there at the back, but Batman gets the kill on Hydra Kid. Now they can't get any more space here.
Oh, they know that Killjoy is far from them, that the ultimate's going to be delayed, so they have a bit more time to really hold up, but it's not going to be enough for them as the Viper wall does fall. They're going to invest that Killjoy ultimate, but like we mentioned, there's a lot of things that they can do to play around this. It's only the site that they're going to have to give.
Oh, that's going to be a kill there. They just need to back away first, but they still have a great angle. And because the wall has been taken off, they don't have any more gas, but the Viper Spit is enough gas for them to go for the push here. That's going to be a kill. Geek Fam gets advantage. Have a Viper Spit. If they get the plant off, that's going to be great. But they got pushed back out of that plant. And Zol Esports, oh man, they're just trying to take them down one by one again. And Geek Fam on a 3v2. Going in, Kakarot's going to fall. It's still a 1v3, but Patman might be able to do something, but V-Black takes him down. And this is the first win of Geek Fam.
It's the round that they need, but look how much they had to invest into it just to make that work. Basically, every ultimate that they have, aside from the duelists, which I believe that they only just got now, it means that to win these rounds, they need this much resources unless they're able to really work the map, which has been their problem because they've been kind of sticking together. I think they've actually been defaulting too much.
Oh yeah, that's true. And from that, they just need to stick together here. And it's a good thing that on the other side, Zol Esports also invested a lot of ultimates for that round. So it's basically Geek Fam just forcing them out. Oh. Shot from Patman. Oh man.
He's getting so comfy on this operator on Raze. We've seen him in the previous map. Already ready here to satchel himself out just like a jet. He gets clean out there, but the wall already committed onto that B side.
Waiting for any pushes from Geek Fam. No information just yet. Probably they're going to be pushing for A. But because they know that there's an operator on site, on B rather, not going to commit for that push. Maybe try their luck to go on orange on where V-Black is. But so far, because
though, but like they're not pushing the operator more. The one advantage they do have with Micro is they have so many flashes to take angles, but they're being so passive about it because they need it more for info, which is one of the not necessarily faults. I mean, this is what Loud used to do with their Sky. Oh, Zin's gonna get spotted out, but falls back just in time.
Yeah, they know that they're gonna be pushing for A side here. Oh no, Recon Ball is not gonna get information for the squad now. And because they don't have the wall here, Geek Fam is just gonna be going in blind here if ever they go. They are not gonna be securing themselves on site. Everybody's marking. And Geek Fam tries their luck, goes for the flash. Patman is not gonna get any kill just yet.
Oh, and there goes Blur taking out Zind. Enemy ran it down. 4v3, now 3v3 as Geek Fam is slowly getting ground on the front side.
That's possible. They have a wall. Hydra Kid is gonna be going for that plant, and Slatham was able to get one. Kevz, they're gonna be peeking out again. Snakebite's not gonna hit on the right target, and Kevz gets the kill there. Slatham, all is in his hands, and look at that peek from Kevz, just ending their lives, and Zol takes another round.
That's the downside of replacing your wall on that B side. No smoke for screens there. It's a shooting gallery for Mr. Kevzi as he tries to clean up there, gets the planter, gets one more, and even finds the angle on the last player. Beautiful teamwork coming in from this squad.
Yeah, what's really hard about that whenever you lose the jet on the first touch there, it's hard as an attacker to get any more space inside A site. And that's why it was hard for them to just push in. They needed to push Hydra Kid to the brink in order for them to get the plant off. In the end there, it was Zol Esports just taking the win. Great shot from Patman to start it off.
I agree. Honestly, this Jet versus Raze composition does play a huge part in it because you need the Raze to be alive for a lot of things where the Jet can just commit a dash. And this time around, Kakarot's going to be forced back here. Hasn't placed his util yet. I think he's waiting for maybe a shock dart or something to clear it instead. But Patman securing the A site, making sure that there's no funny business around. Not sure if they know the Blood's there though.
Not really much information here for the side of Zol Esports to know that Geek Fam is going to be pushing here. It's an eco round anyway. That's why Kakarot is confident in taking this angle against them. Still not laying down the wall just to not give information for the squad. But for now, they're deciding against it. They are not going for that B-side push.
But they're not getting any space when they do this, and it's really hindering their attacking capabilities. They're just leaving lurks here and there. But even if you look at the A side, when they worked up that B, showing presence, Killjoy wasn't able to move at all. So basically, they're just back to the beginning of the round, not really gaining any benefit from burning this much time.
Yeah. And now what are they going to look at? Okay, they're still going to go for B side after they just backed away a bit. Just putting the alarm bar right there. No information for Zal. Wherever they go for the push with the Blade Storm on Exotic, he needs to get a kill first before they start. Wall is going to be laid down. And Exotic is going to be pushing. Oh, okay, the timing could have been great. But Kakarot is waiting for them to go for the push. No kills just yet. Kevzi is going to pull, but Kakarot wasn't able to get more. And they're going to go for the plant.
Still time. Pretty even for both sides, and Blurred has a molly to flush out any players still. The gun. Micro's looking in the wrong direction. 3v2. Even with a lesser buy, they have a great position for Geek Fam.
Yeah, can definitely push this up. For now, gonna be dropping down. They know that somebody's there. Marco just got killed here, but the crossfire is gonna make it easier. But Blurred is gonna be seeing, goes in for the peek, gets the headshot. And now at least he's gonna get more. Maybe he can clutch this up. He's losing time. But Slatham on a 1v1, it's not gonna be a problem. And Geek Fam takes a second round.
I was kind of concerned there because they didn't burn any enemy utility there, and they kind of defaulted themselves, to be honest, not being able to get some space. But by some miracle on this entry from Exotic, they just get enough space that they need to secure that plant and the round itself.
I was surprised that they were able to get that. They didn't really have a great buy, but because they were able to get 2 on site, it was enough for them to push and just get the plant off, and that really just snowballed from them. And Zol Esports doesn't have anything on hand now. They're gonna be seeing Zin pushing. With this Hydra Kid, is gonna be seeing Zin be a duel that they could work with. But they're gonna be backing away after that.
Utility trades coming in quick here on the B side, and it's up to Blur to hold the flank from A. Doesn't manage to land the first shot, eventually converts it, but Micro is too quick on the trade. 4v4 now. Batman gone, but that's going to be the anti-flank for the attacking team gone as well.
Yeah, not having a Killjoy on site now gave confidence for Geek Fam to just go in. And nothing could stop them from going in except for this wall. It's pushing them away just a bit, but Hydra Kid is gonna be safe. Wasn't able to get the plant in, and Zol Esports, he might be able to make it work. 2 shots from Zin, and they still have a 3v2. Geek Fam still as close as ever. Zin is making it work. 1 more shot from Slatham, and Micro needs to get a headshot, but no, it didn't work. It was too close for comfort.
What a round there, able to convert that after all those fights. But honestly, good on Zol for making that eco so expensive. They got probably the best value that they can get, aside from maybe that plant. And it was so close. Like, if he didn't have to go for the reload there or had a crossfire, it could have been easily over.
Because they weren't able to get that crossfire, Zin did wonders for the squad here. That could have been something for the squad, but again, as you said, without the crossfire, it's really not gonna work. But that was an expensive round. But again, Geek Fam could definitely just come back from that. They still have 1 more buy round.
It's honestly kind of unlucky that when he killed the Reyna planting that his weapon just went so far, but exotic
That's
weapon gonna
true.
go straight to the dome of Kevs as he takes him out very early. Controller gone already for the defense.
Oh man, that's gonna be bad. Blurred was able to get Patman too. A 3v4. Is this where they fall? Geek fam is getting the leverage that they wanted on this game. Getting close as ever compared to that last game.
I mean, they're gaining ground this time around, and the Lurks are just punishing the over-aggression coming from Zol. I don't know if that's just confidence or maybe it's a wrong read. Whatever the case, though, it puts them in a difficult spot here. The Empress popped on Zind. Maybe try to get some value, but they're just hiding from it, not making sure that he doesn't get the reset, rather.
No smokes, no anything. They're gonna going at this bear. Exotic got the headshot, but Kakarot
Player standing.
not gonna make it easy. Hydra Kid gets the kill, but oh, he sees it from that dismiss. Now that's gonna be a dismissal for Kakarot, and 6 and 4 for this round.
What a clean take by Geek, honestly. Just waiting to punish the overstepping of Zol. Able to find the timing of which they can get that B site and get a good hold that they take correct fights. Good thing that they bursted the arena. No one wanted to peek. A very disciplined approach, which honestly is kind of a nice thing to see in the scene because we're very used to a lot of these strategies that just go on the fact that we'll just shoot better.
Yeah. I think we've seen it a while ago though, especially during Series 2, but again, for this time around, Zol Esports got a bit too overconfident that game, but I think this confidence is gonna make it work for the squad. V Black going for the reload, nobody's covering him, and that confidence worked their magic here, Fluffy.
Last player standing.
Oh, they're just trying to go and get as many kills as they can. The Molly gonna stop him out. The alarm bot gonna spot him. He still has a rifle though, as well as the ultimate. So if he manages to kind of loop around them, he will get a good timing. But instead, he might choose to fight. He hears the dog.
Oh,
but he fires a
sees
shot.
it. Gets a shot. Kevzi got the perfect time. And now that is going to be a 7 and 4. That just...
Last round.
They just went in bare. And they got the win. What?
I don't know, like I said so many nice things about how Geek Fam was playing, and suddenly they just run into all these bullets in true PH fashion. Zol Esports just manages to find the gaps and manages to land the shots, and that's all you eventually need at baseline.
What is that? How did that work? But again, I mean, whatever works, I guess. Zol
we take
Esports. Yeah. Zol Esports is just... It's gonna be cues of that momentum that they stop from Geek Fam, but at least in this last round of the half, everybody has guns. Let's go for an ultimate check. Have a showstopper. They have a Viper Spit onto Zol. On the other hand, we still have a lockdown and a Hunter's Fury for Geek Fam that they can use to push.
They have to expect Blurred here. He's literally been playing here the entire game. If not him, it's their Reyna. Slowly, just gonna try to find a way to clear him out. He did get flashed earlier, but will they expect more players gonna be positioning on this side? Very quiet on the B side, so it's a pretty good read. Dart for close, gonna be spotted out. Have to be a bit more careful here for the attacking side.
They heard the drop. Everybody's gonna go for the A side push. At least there's 3 people already on side. Showstopper's gonna be used. Sees one, and that's gonna be a kill. But Exotic is in a great angle though. Not really any aggressive pushes just yet from Zol. Right now, B Black, be too confident. Gonna go in. No smokes, no nothing. And Kakarot got one. Hydrokin is down. With the spike on his hand, it's gonna be harder. Hunter's Fury is gonna be used right there. The push from B Black might have made it, but Slatham.
30 seconds
1
left.
versus 2. He's trapped on cage. He's looking at everybody. But so far, no commit just yet. And Recon Bolt could be used to get information.
Oh, good timing.
Right now. Wait, what? He didn't peek out micro.
Enemy remaining.
He's gonna be killed here. No way. And now with that, this is gonna be a winnable round. Kepsi's gonna be running away. Spike is on his hand. 9 seconds and Kepsi falls. Gets it on a 7-5.
What a smart play coming out of Slatham just to get an extra round for a Geek Fam. I'd celebrate for that one as well. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place, pushed up onto jail, but manages to find the correct timing to make his move. Good use of space as well as his aim, going for the kill instead of the plant. What a play.
What? The timing there. Nobody was marking that spot, and because he was afraid that they could have thrown the round there, but oh man, that was such a smart play. And because of that, they got this on a 7-5. And Zol Esports doesn't need to lose the pistol round. If they lose this, we're on equal grounds for both squads.
This time around, Zol, unlike their counterparts, gonna stick heavily together for that B side push, committing the wall very, very early. Batman, who has the ghost, doesn't have any satchels, so it looks like a scaling concept here coming in from the attacking side.
Exotic. On a very cheeky angle. Kakarot sees him. Also sees where Hydra Kid is! The headshot from Kakarot. It's just gonna be leaving them with openings right there on site. Right now, they want to go for the plant. They need to clear a lot more space here for Zin.
Oh, do they know?
He's gonna be pushing for more. Orange. Don't have any... Do they have any idea that Zin is here? I think not. Slowly but surely, he's gonna peek out. Blurred gets the kill.
Oh, gets pushed back here. Pain shots on the wrong timing though. It's gonna do some damage, but probably not confirm the kill. He's brought so low. And it's just an awkward position here on front side.
Yeah, they can't even go for the plant. Could be a problem here. Parker's gonna be peeking out. Looks at two. Gets killed by both of those.
Down B.
Right now, Kev Z is also gonna fall. Geek Fam gets the pistol round. And that is big, because they can get the bonus round thereafter.
It's a good chance to equalize right now, unless Zol can pull something out of the bag. We've seen how deadly they are with the Sheriffs, but the question is, can they pull that off right now and keep their lead alive?
With the outlaw in the hands of Hydra Kid. Very cheeky angles for both of these guys. They could definitely take the kill here. I think they got the timing right, if ever they're just gonna be defending on A side. But look at where they want to go here for Zol. I think they want to go for a default first. Maybe even get a pick off.
Oh, Recon Dart going
What?
somewhere. No idea where though, but no info gained regardless. Zind, a bit confused, but at least he has his position as the rest of his team just scales up on that mid side. The turret though, gonna be a nuisance and spot them out. It's removed instantly, and Hydra Kid just watching the angle.
Hydra Kid just waiting for any pushes. So far, no information is given, even with that Recon Bolt a while ago. So they have to be wary of what they want to do here. Aljone, they hear it from far away. That's why they're running. They are pushing onto B side. No, very non-committal angles for the side of Geek Fam. And they can go for the push. They have the wall laid down. And Blurred is already waiting for them to go for the push. Ooh.
Ooh. Bit of info gained here. Blurred just backing off, not wanting to contest this. He knows how valuable his utility can be in stalling out this push, and Geek Fam just playing to their strengths as Zol tries their best to try to get any space that they can.
You know that this could be an angle. They're gonna go onto site though. Patman is gonna be peeking out, but there's two members looking at him. Exotic and even B Black gets some kills. Good for two, and Blurred gets it. And no kills on the side of Geek Fam.
Flawless round to equalize to a 7-7 score line. Looks like Geek Fam's not going out without any fight, or at least right now showing the signs of strength that they have because of their core that's been together for so long. Zol Esports, on the other hand, a lot of players that have played with each other for a while, but it looks like they've slowed down their momentum a bit. But this time with the buy round, maybe something different can happen.
Ooh, buy round. This is where all hands on deck for Zol Esports. Just have to get this win first or anything else, because if not, it's gonna be a cycle, back to that cycle of just getting ecos every other round. Now looking at where Zol is gonna go, they want the full commit onto A site. Very non-committal angles again for Geek Fam. Nobody's anchoring the site. I mean, they don't really need to. They really have short range guns, so it's not gonna be a problem here if ever somebody pushes.
They want to let everyone in, that way they get control of Marty angles. An aggressive push on B signals to them that it has to be A, so the A player is just playing safe for the defensive side. Util going to be used for the attackers, posturing themselves to get a clean plant out of this, and have to be very wary of the spams.
For now, Zol already getting the plant for themselves. Gets a snake bite out of default. That just buys them some time for the rotation before they go and commit. Right now, they want to go for a kill. They know they have advantage on the side of Zol Esports and Geek Fam. It's gonna have a problem here. Great shot from Kakarot, opening that round up.
B Black trying to do something cheeky there, dropping into the smoke. Not going to work out for them. The utility slowly going to creep up as Biker does go for the plant instead. The buy round not working out so much. Slatum does reply. We've seen how good he is with his weapon. Kakarot in response, struggling because all the angles are being shot at as Zin manages to find Slatum.
Making it a lot more expensive here, Zol. Tailwind goes in, Zin gets the shot. Very good wide swing for him. Now there's already 2. They got some guns already. Look at the angles that they're looking for. Great trade from Micro to win the round.
To be honest, it's a good thing that they got the round off that buy, but how expensive can that be? Only left with 1 gun on their buy, and GEEK fam now, they have their own buy.
Yeah, they have a full buy on the squad. Now Zol are just gonna be... Okay, they already got their guns at least. But they have some half armors on some of their members. That's not gonna be a good spot to be in. They have Empress and Zen and maybe snowball into a victory here, but GEEK fam, be ready for it. And for now, they are gonna be going for a bit more of an aggressive angle for A site before. Okay, they're not gonna go for an aggressive angle on A site. They are just gonna be waiting. Yep.
Oh, wow.
Whoa!
Nerge lineups coming in. Something to add to your rank games. Just deleting that information with 1-piece trade, making sure that they have no info. Now, look at the defense. They have to reconfigure to make sure that no one's on that mid side just because of that 1 nano swarm.
Trailblazer doesn't know if they have information there. It's a good thing they have a lineup on backside and even on pocket. So they can go for a default plan. Nobody's on site. GEEK fam, at this, they are just waiting for any plans to happen. Because they don't... Okay, there's the information we're looking for. Aldron's gonna be used.
I mean, honestly, this is like a scary position. Every time you take sight and then no one's there, you're like, huh? Where's the plan coming from? And V-Black just gonna fall really quick, but Slatham still on the board, taking out Michael as well.
Oh man, this man is just making wonders for the team here. Batman doesn't even get damaged by that. So this is gonna be a really hard spot to be in. The Recon Bolt gets informations in with the Empress. He's not afraid of taking any battles here. He knows that he's gonna win. And with GEEK fam, Blurred goes and peeks out. But Zol was able to get it. But on the double box, he was able to get one. But never mind. That box is a trusty box. And Hydra Kid was able to get 2 out of that. You still have a lot of time, but not a lot of HP for Hydra Kid. Could actually make it work. Just 1 swing, just 1 head. But no, he doesn't want to risk it just now.
Oh, no more kills available. Kev's just a small tap there. A kiss good night on Valentine's Day for Hydra Kid. And there is another round. 2 rounds separate both teams. Zol steadily in the lead. So far, the momentum swinging their way after that take.
Yeah. After the loss that they had during the first 2 rounds, during the pistol round, already got back on their feet. That's what you need. The timing, the phase of the game is already dictated by this squad. And now, back to the eco for GEEK fam. That's not a spot that they want to be in. Already going for the marshals here for the squad. But remember, Hydra Kid also has the Empress. They need to get Slatham his Hunter's Fury if ever they want to stop the plant on B side.
Just a careful hold here. No way you actually put the turret in the same spot where it exploded in the previous round. But
That's true.
That's part of their tactic to hold it. Won't question them, but here comes an aggressive push coming in from Zol. Pre-firing all the angles, making sure that's very, very clear for them to get that plant down.
This we're seeing from them. Patience is what they do for Zol. Be waiting for any pickoffs that they can work with here before they start the fight. Marshall, headshot from Exotic. Great start for GEEK fam. Even without any guns, as long as you hit the head, it's not gonna matter.
Not waiting for the wall there. Just proves to be a fatal mistake. The Marshal takes out a Vandal, and that is a gun on the floor. They can possibly pick up if they do go for this retake.
If they go for the push, a lot of members already postured for this B-side push.
Okay.
But that then, they got the kill. Not enough for them to gain the space that they need here. Exotic, 1 more. Give us 1 more, Exotic. And no, not yet, Showstopper. Oh no, he has been given the Showstopper. He's dead.
At least they have so much respect for him because they have to commit the showstopper on their eco round just to flush this guy out. And it's a clean take for Zola after that. Falls, no more backside control. It's a clean plant and 3 rounds remaining for them to secure this 2-0, similar to the other series of this day.
Yeah, got the plan. 3 rounds has been taken for the squad. Hunter's Fury is available for GEEK fam. They need to go for the tech pause because they need to take their time now. Kakarot has the lockdown. At least they have a Hunter's Fury to answer that.
A lot of answers, a lot of questions being proven. The question is, what do they need to do to adjust? They have the full bias on both sides, ultimates on the side of GEEK fam. Almost a Killjoy lockdown as well, something that we talked about how Zol Esports cannot stop. So if they get that in a prime position, take the orb, maybe get a kill, it could prove to be the difference in planting that spike, or actually retaking rather.
Mm-hmm. For now, they need to think about what they're gonna do for this next round. It's gonna be their buy round for GEEK fam. Once they start this, all gonna be up to them and how they answer back. Lockdown is gonna be available if Blurred gets a first kill here, so they can stop, maybe get a retake. And Zol Esports would be successful in that first push that they're gonna do. Right now, GEEK fam, they need to slow the pace down against Zol Esports because the lack of information from Zol Esports is just pushing them to just be aggressive this game.
A lot of options still available for GEEK fam. How will they play this round? This time adjusting slightly, putting the KJ towards that A site instead, leaving B up to that Viper alone, but the wall already committed means it's only going to be that poisoning cloud. Will Zind walk into the cross? Oh, they missed the timing when he crossed.
Ooh, what a great angle from Exotic. Should have been. But they won't. Oh, what? The timing's just perfect, Cavs.
Oh,
It's not going to be looking
Oh,
at Exotic. Wait, he sees a pixel?
he saw,
Oh,
I think,
no.
the right leg or something.
Oh, man, that's why. And now at least they got the kill here. Kakarot got one more. Hydra Kid is waiting for any pushes to backside. And 1
was
second. Okay, Hydra Kid has been detained. Never mind. He was able to dismiss, but he still has been killed.
Oh, the Seeker is perfect. 3 for 3 here. Full info given. Here comes the Sova value, but Kakarot doesn't care. Manages to find 3. It's Latham left alone, and his laser beam revealed his location. The Recon Dart tried to push himself out of this, and we've seen him clutch before, but with 70 HP. Oh! Possible throw?
reload.
No, it's not. Micro just reloads for style.
Oh, man. Oh, man, the reload right there. The timing was right. And wow, Zol Esports just took that round again against GEEK fam. Now that's forcing them to go for another eco. And this is looking deadly for that squad.
Especially because Kakarot there, he just uses ultimate, but because he got those 3 kills, he's almost halfway there to get it again. It's like even if they trade 1 per 1, because of how big the gap is from 7 to 11, eventually Zol will just keep, will eventually just eke out and win the game if GEEK really doesn't do anything more proactive.
Yeah. And Zol Esports doesn't even need to commit a lot here. They should just bait out the ultimates from GEEK fam, but it's not really going to matter because it's going to be an eco round for them. That's why their confidence is brimming. I hope they don't overburn. Oh, what a shot there!
Hero Vandal coming in so quick for Hydra Kid. He's able to get overheal as well, but will V Black expect him to be this close to vulnerable? He's going to prove wonders. That's another rifle for them.
This should not be working, but GEEK fam is making it work. The timing is just perfect for them. That 3 times, 3 perfect times for them. And now with the lockdown committed onto B site, waiting for any push, Latham might go for a sneaky. Micro is gonna be seeing him, but doesn't finish off the kill. Now they're all gonna go for that orange push right here. They are just gonna be taking it in the bag. And with that, Zol Esports knows where they all are. And GEEK fam should be careful when they try to commit this. Ooh, 1 more shots rather. That Micro could get the grind. It's gonna be peeking out. Kevs gets the kill.
He might just stay alive here. Micro still has a heal, even though it might be just a little. But there's so much pressure coming from any side. But at least he is the Viper, so they have a bit more control than you'd think. Getting a safe plant as well. The hands now in GEEK fam's control.
They could hold hands here. Because both of them have a member that is very low. Go in for trade. Kevs, now low. You don't have any guns still. Not even close to guns.
It's so
Great
awkward.
angle from Zol Esports, but yeah. This plant is so awkward. But at least Latham got a gun, got a kill. And that might snowball in their favor. Kevsy! 1 more shot. Might definitely change things up here. It's a 1v1. And he's just running away. He's playing for time, as he said. And he could be killed. And that is a time perfect for Blurred.
Holy, my anxiety was so high, I'll be honest with you. Planting on the backside, not sure where they could be. Landing that Reyna kill for Kevs was so big, pushing that into a 2v2. But the damage was already done off the hero buy from GEEK fam.
Oh man, really love to see this. GEEK fam just coming back from, as you said, a hero buy. It's working out. I love it. Now we're 11-8, as close as it can get. 1 more. Zol Esports so close in getting that match point. They can definitely taste it now. That's why they don't need to rush things. They might burn.
Oh, speaking of not rushing, defense can be pushed out. The Hydra Kid already gets the early frag onto Batman as he tries to get some space. Operator going to be getting some value as well as he pushes out Kevs from the equation. Now 3v5.
Oh, Hydra Kid gets
Oh,
an off
sketchy.
angle, surprises him. And now 3 members left for the squad. As we were saying, they shouldn't rush things.
There.
They could be bitten in the back here by the members of Geek Fam, and that they can do. But Seoul Esports trying to get anything that they can. The members already here make that 4. It's gonna be hard for them to go for the push here, but Zin got 1. Great trade coming in from Slatham. Still go for more. But right now, Slatham left alone. Great timing off that smoke. And Hydra Kid is just gonna peek out and get their win in the bag. That's 1 more for Geek Fam.
Zol just needs 2 rounds to close this out. 1 to push us on the map point, but Geek Fam not stopping this relentless assault. Being so aggressive here on that early time of the round and being able to get these early picks just proves, especially on the Viper, just slows down the push so much from this attacking side.
Yeah, he's so hard there. Again, 11-9. Broken by for Zol Esports. Hard to move around this time around. They even have the Viper Spit on hand. They don't even need to commit here, and what they want to do is maybe split the defense first. Exotic is going to be seen. Wasn't able to get the shot in. Now they know that the operator is on mid, and they are going to be backing away.
They burn the dash as well. It's a big win for the eco round start for Zol Esports. If they're able to convert this, that could be it for Geek Fam. I mean, they have some money in the reserves in case they do lose this round, but it's not a position that you necessarily want to be in. Slatham just being extra vigilant and clearing out, but I don't think he spots out the one player pushing in.
So they don't know. They don't know that somebody's still here. Seekers are going to be used to get the information on where most of the members are. And because they know that there's a lot of members close to B site, that pushes them to run away. And Exotic wasn't able to get that Seeker, but Hydra Kid and Blurred just stops Zol from their plans. Viper Spit is going to be used. Great shot from Kakarot. And this could be a retake that they need to think about.
Oh, yes, the backup 4 players converging onto his position. It's a 3v4, but they have the Viper Spit. If they can keep him alive, it could be such a help here for that defense. Or plant, rather.
Very awkward angle here for Kakarot. I think that's great. Viper Spit is going to be used. Exotic needs to find another gun. Really hard to play around this pit whenever you have an operator. Blurred wasn't able to get these shots in. Really, really close to each other. This is what's hard whenever you're playing Viper Spit. Kakarot falls down, gets 1 more. And this is going to be the end, Kevs. He's taking so much time. And now the defuse is going to be there. And they got the kill. Geek Fam takes 1 more in the bag.
Oh, they almost had it there. Good positioning and early or late pickoffs, rather. Able to stagger the defenses and get that Viper Spit running. But unfortunately, the enemy Viper Spit was just too much for them. It's like you're just praying at this point not to get spammed, honestly.
Now they need to start this. Oh, man. Zol Esports, they need to go for another timeout. 11-10. As close as it can get. And right now, they have the gun round. They don't have to lose this. Because Geek Fam could run away with the win here if they lose.
Slow and steady is the pace of this game at the moment. Tensions really high. 1 round separates both teams, and they have a full buy on both sides. The operator and Exotic, though, has proven to be something that Zol Esports is not equipped to really handle. But that being said, though, I really do feel like they can just flash the guy out and take more control that way, instead of having to rely so much on defaulting, where the operator can pick them off slowly. But Slatham is playing out of his mind.
Yeah, they need to go and rush in here. Maybe in A side, maybe in B side. That could really split the defense and maybe get some pickoffs for themselves. But so far, Zol Esports were trying that, but a while ago, it hasn't been working so far. And that's why they always go for the default. But right now, it's going to be a different angle for Zol. That's why they needed that timeout to cool off. And think about how they're going to be approaching this. And it's going to be a full A hit.
Looks like the W key gaming is going to come into play here. The dart destroyed. Pivotal information denied. There comes the Trailblazer as well to pave the way. Batman not afraid to drop his utility. They're going very fast here. It's all up to Hydra Kid as well as Latham to hold down this backside, but the utility falling down is just too much for them to handle, pushing them to these awkward spots.
Oh, Potman gets a headshot, and now that could start it off. No plans just yet. More time for the members right here of Geek Fam to just go for the rotate. Wrapping around the backside, Slatham
Planted.
needs to maybe get some angle here for their side. And so far, there's not really a lot of ultimates that they could work with before they go for the retake.
They already know info for 1v Black. Trades out. That's 2 members down. 3 rather.
Yeah.
Only 1 player alive. It's all up to Blurred. Awkward position. There's 4 players on site.
Yeah, they get information where he is. Batman, oh, what a shot!
Oh.
Gets 2! Blurred might be able to make this. They're running away. They're respecting Blurred. 2 shots on the head. That is scary. You know what they want to do? It's just to play it chill. As the alarm bot, display around the plant. It's a good thing he got that. The molly
Do they have a
just makes
swarm?
it hard. Kakarot, does he seize this?
Oh, he
he
sees
gets all. And is that enough? Does he have time? He doesn't. No. Too close. Point 37.
Star-studded movie finish here in Zol Esports. They managed to get that 12th round.
Wow.
Enemy remaining.
What a play. That was too close. It was a 4v1. Blurred just went monster mode. He got 2 and Kakarot has an awkward angle too. That's why. But at least they got the round.
Yeah, but at what cost? Now it's only 1 round remaining for Zol. Geek Fam, they're doing as much as they can. Blurred playing his heart out. An early flash comes through, and maybe they won't expect this to happen again, but 1 player playing close, they somehow can't manage to jump here on top of the box, but eventually they do figure their way out of this jungle.
It took too much time though. Tailwind is out. Latham got 2 kills in the air, and now he makes it 3. No more smoke. You need to be careful in how they approach this. Hydra Kid could definitely wrap around Zin. Got 1. This misses away. Slatham left alone in sight. And Zin, oh wow, this man gets an ace! Slatham, what a monster!
Just defending that site, not giving an inch when he can take a mile, and it looks
They have
like
no guns.
everything is true and falling into place for them for this OT.
Oh man! Oh man, they have no guns now. Zol Esports, oh wow. He just lost their footing. Slatham, this guy has been playing his heart out with the ace right there. Just got that boost of confidence for Geek Fam. And yes, as you said, this could go to OT.
Starting out so slow here. Both teams high pressure. A lot of sheriffs, but Micro, he does have at least a stinger to work with at those close angles, but the far range going to be dominated here by Geek Fam, trying to push this into our first OT this split.
Zol trying to go for the pickoff. While ago, no operators on site. Oh wait, Blurred is ready for any pushes that's gonna happen here. He has been flashed. They're backing away. V Black. Oh no, this is gonna be a hard position for him. Lockdown's gonna be used. Patman's gonna go in. He sees him, and he wasn't able to finish it. That was too close. Right now, Zin onto the backside. Goes in for the flash, gets the kill. And now it's still a 4v4. They can still go for the plant, but it's still an awkward placement for the squad here. They go in, they go for the lockdown. They're taking their time. They got 2 kills, make that 3. We're gonna go to overtime. Micro fights against 4 people. He falls, and overtime is the game for Geek Fam.
This icebox isn't stopping. They just want to keep continuing, get that foothold back. Geek Fam, you know, they always start very slow, but once they start warming up, it's really doing wonders for them as they work on this team. This time, they're going to be moving back on that attacking half, and Zol has to try their best to defend. It's equal in everything right now, equal ultimates. It's a reset for this OT. So what strategy will they bring out to really change the momentum? Because the straight A hits hasn't been working out as best. Geek Fam looking like they're going to go for a pause instead, just to make sure that all this hard work isn't for nothing.
Oh man, Geek Fam. Ooh, goes to overtime. Remember, this is the map pick of the adversary. And now in the timeout, they need to think about how they approach this. They could go to map 3. That's very, very possible here. From what we're seeing, Zol has fallen over. And I hope that the rounds they had a while ago wasn't a testament on how they'll fall in Icebox.
A lot of things can be said right now. But GEEK fam, they really need to figure out which ultis they're going to prioritize to give both the orb and how they're going to scale up. Because it feels like it's in their hands now. If they get this attacking half, we know how strong they are on the defense. But Zol has a lot to say about that.
Yeah. Could honestly do the same thing here. Now an Icebox. Ooh. Trying to think what they could do here side of Zolo Esports in order for them to get the win. But GEEK fam, it's looking like they want to go for an A site.
It's a very hard commit here, and the wall looks like it's going to be dropped on mid instead. Maybe sell a fake? Nope, they're dispersing a bit. Gonna go for a more default play here. Maybe pretend to go on that mid side instead, denying as much info as they can, using that turret, the snake bite, just to make sure that they're pulling the pressure that they need.
Not giving any information here. Great way to use that for the side of GEEK fam. Alright, trying to fasten it up, leaving the site open for GEEK fam to feast on. And so, oh no, did you hear the step? And the owl drone?
I think
Be
the
hearing
Killjoy
it.
can hear the step, yeah.
Oh man, that was too close, and now they're gonna go into sight. Now they know nobody's here. This is a free site
All the timing.
with a ribbon on their hands. They're gonna be taking this, but right now on screens they got 2 kills. Great flash! And Pathman is gonna be getting more. Now with Zolo Esports, look at what they're gonna do. They're gonna go back, and they got one more kill. It's a 2v4, but Slatham has fallen, and it is gonna be Pathman just being the anchor of that site.
Oh, they gamble on the A hit. They're
Switching
trying. I
sides.
think they're overplaying themselves.
Match point.
Not having that wall available when they know they're going to go for that hard A and simplifying the game causes the panic that forces them to these awkward positions. They just get punished for it at times because Zol is just on point with their aim. This time around, though, they're going to take a break to think what we're going to do because we don't want to ruin our hard work again.
Oh man. They're gonna take their time here. That's all esports would need to think about how they approach this. A side didn't work for the side of GEEK fam. Are they gonna side this side rather? That they're gonna go to A side again? That's gonna be the question here. Because so far, hasn't worked. Really awkward when they tried to go and plan for B side. So are they gonna go the former or the latter? But there's still a big chance here for GEEK fam to get this back against them.
Big difference though this time around. GEEK fam on the defense. They're gonna put that operator in the hands of Reina, hoping that he gets the overheal instead. No flashes to support them as they go for any retakes. Instead, holding a deeper angle. Not something that Zol might expect in their plans because it hasn't really happened yet.
Okay, 15 seconds. Okay, they're gonna be deciding on a B side push. And they have to go fast, because if not, GEEK fam would be able to follow through. They need to go to the side in where Slatham is not gonna be defending. So a while ago, Slatham has been anchoring the side pretty well.
Oh, they picked the right side. They don't know that there's an operator, but thankfully they did dodge it on that A side. B's gonna be very clear for them if they do take it. But look at all those traps set up on the front side for contact already. B Black on the bottom, his teammate on the top, ready to swing off this third contact if need be.
No defense. Now the Viper, they even have one more here. They're just gonna be pushing. Alarmbot's gonna be there. He's gonna be pushing them out of the way. And Zol Esports is just trying to go to Snowman as fast as possible. A lot of members are in orange, and it's gonna be a bit awkward here. Zol got 2, and this could be the end of it. A 4v3, great advantage for their squad. Nobody, or at least somebody, is in Snowman. Exotic, he didn't see the sliver of Pixel right there, and Slatham got the kill, and they're gonna go for more. Hydrokin was able to get the dismiss. And right now, gonna be pushing. Exotic swings, but it didn't work. Sid might get the ace, but it didn't work. Kakarot is gonna be peeking out. That is gonna be the end of it, and Zol takes the win against GEEK fam.
What a smart change for their tempo. Instead of just doing the normal default plant, they just go and plan for that more Fnatic style, taking more of the backside and making sure that they have a 50-50 angle. It's so hard to clear, and with the Reina landing those shots, it really proved overwhelming for GEEK fam.
Yeah, Zol Esports just out of that overtime was able to get the win. And very smart plays coming from their side, just really went in fast, guns blazing, and they were able to get the win there. Once they got hold of Snowman, that was done for them. And Zin just went crazy, just getting 4 kills out of that last round. But there were some mishaps from the side of Zol Esports, making it close for GEEK Fam to maybe even turn that game around.
Yeah, I mean, even in that last round, if he wasn't able to land the shots to take out both the Reyna as well as the player pushing him, there's going to be no pressure from that side. Everyone's just going to look at the classic, like, back of yellow, top white type of vibe. And it's not going to be it's going to be very hard for the attackers to really secure that round after.
Yeah, it was a very big challenge there for the squad. But let's take a look at the stats and what happened during that game. MVP for Slatham, this man made it so hard for Zol Esports to win any 8-side pushes that they had, and even Blur together with him was able to clutch up a lot of rounds, making it hard for Zol to win.
I mean, though they did end up losing this match, I gotta give props to Slatham as well as Blurred. I feel like these two players really stepped up, and Slatham really does have that consistency, which is why, personally, I think he's one of the best initiators that we have in the PH, regardless of what team he's in. Zol, on the other hand, of course, a well-deserved victory with Zin leading the charge there, getting those massive kills, but also the macro play coming in from Kevs as well as Kakarot.
Yep. Zol Esports, man, this guy's Zin and Patman was able to get a lot of kills this game, and Kakarot, especially during his game on Sunset, was massive. Again, GEEK Fam really tried their best, and most of the favorites of the panel from this day, I think they have lost a lot during this first day.
I don't think any panel, except for Bruce, like one time, was actually correct.
Oh,
and he's
man.
the host. He should be the analyst instead, because so far, the unpredictability of our new split here with all the great teams that we have is just honestly unpredictable until we see the time go by.
Yeah, I want to see a lot more of the other teams that we have who haven't played today. Because tomorrow and even during Friday, we still have a lot of games over for us here. So I'm kind of excited to see how the other teams are going to be performing after we see them in play.
The nice thing about this is it's only day one, so there's a lot of days more to go, and all these teams that you just see, they're already close games, and they're only gonna get even closer and only get even cleaner from here out.
Yeah, it's gonna be way harder. Let's take a look at the highlights too on how this game panned out. It was too close. I thought GEEK Fam could have had that and maybe go to game 3 and maybe turn even the series around in their favor. Took some time for them to scale up in this map, but it was well worth it.
They just had the heart to really prove themselves. I think that's one of the benefits that we don't talk about much about GEEK Fam. Their core has been together for so long that they really have that built up that resiliency, which a lot of the newer teams kind of lack. Like a lot of the new teams, they're so used to winning the OC or OQ rather, and then they have a lot of like, you know, problems with tilt, etc. But they've been in the scene long enough that they know what to do. And when their players step up, they really step up. So props to GEEK Fam for trying.
Yeah, very great tenacity for the squad. Didn't lose heart, even in the end there. But Zol Esports was just a better team today. And the clutch that we've seen here was too close. And that's why even the players here can't even be super happy from their performance on the side of Zol Esports, because that was too close. It was so hard. It was heartbreaking for the side of GEEK Fam, but still a close game.
Yeah, honestly, very heartbreaking. I can't imagine what it feels like to just try so hard, come back so strong, and then just falter at the end of it. But that's Valorant for you. And like you mentioned, today, Zol is the better team. If they get that result, they get a 2-0 clean victory, just like the other teams today. Seems to be the trend nowadays. Hopefully, we get a bunch more closer games, because I think this is the closest one, to be honest. This is the only one that OT.
Yeah, it was the closest game. Even in a 2-0, it was way closer than expected here. And I kind of love the dynamic that we have from the first series until the end of the series. It's been such a great dynamic that we've seen here. But again, everybody, we have been your casters for this last series. My name is Dash, and I was here with Fluffy, and we're gonna be showing you guys to the panel.
Ay, game na pala to. Ito na pala yun. Pero welcome back at natapos din. And Ray, maraming salamat at HJ. Sana ay hindi masarap ulam mo mamaya.
Tama.
Siya yung nag-manifest pero okay lang din naman kasi gustong-gusto natin day 1 na hanggang game 3 yan. Kasi mahal natin yung Valorant. Ganun tayo kalupit. Pero goes to show yung invited teams natin, yung GEEK Fam, Zol Esports, pinapakita na talaga nila na invited kami, will bring you the best quality Valorant all throughout. Pero kung titingnan man natin, Zol Esports, I mean, munti ka na on game 2? Bakit yun nangyari? Paningin mo, Wolf?
I think biglang nagkaroon ng resurgence yung GEEK. Parang for lack of a better term, naggising sila bigla. Honestly, yung game 1 nila forgettable. Kasi parang yung game 2, yun yung malalaman na okay, this is the real caliber that they can actually play. With Slathom, eventually nakakahanap siya ng tamang usage of the utilities, nakakahula talaga siya ng mga like the position of his opponents. But unfortunately, kinapos na sila in the end. I guess nag-init sila ng far too late.
How about you, Raf? What do you think happened to Geek Fam? Yung vote natin.
Na-curse natin eh. Yun lang talaga. Parang may mangyari kung a collective agreement on the side of the panel, but I think with everything Wolf just said, I think experience was really showing on the side of Zol na off the get-go, hey guys, we know what we want to execute. We wanna, at least they showed na they wanna keep shuffling that offensive hand, and eventually the adjustment period and the adjustment on the side of Geek Fam kind of ran out. I mean, we know naman they're super young. Well, not super young, but sophomore year, so they still have a lot of reps to go to truly get used to the environment.
All right, that's true. Well, getting used to the environment, you know what rhymes with environment? MVP.
Or wala.
Ito na, yung MVP ng series number 3. At walang iba kundi si... Wait lang, aakyat. At ang MVP natin ay si Patman ng Zol Esports. I mean, naturally yung race niya kakaiba pero my God, the performance so far, umabot pa tayo ng overtime. Pero, you know, I'll let the panel discuss about this. Patman MVP as raised. Raf, bakit?
Bakit nagra-rhyme yung environment at MVP, bros? Ewan ko sa'yo.
Fire pipet.
But, okay.
Man.
Sige.
Susumbong kita sa English teacher mo.
Oo, okay.
Wag.
Going back to the whole thing, I feel like Patman was playing with so much confidence this entire series. I think it was a breath of fresh air considering at the start of his career, he was really more of a backline player. I think we had a lot more time being spent or watching him play the Sky, occasionally the Sova. But now leading a frontline role, this seems like it's a lot more natural to him.
Wolf, I mean, MVP.
Ganun no? Parang we used to see him like that. Pero parang gano'n din pala, especially kasi masasabi kong ganun because ang daming moments na parang okay, solo carry mode, parang Patman show. Parang there were rounds na it was a show para kay Patman na really just being flashy, doing the clutches and entering the site na in a very effective manner. Parang nag-take over siya. Ayun. So, siguro, this is the more comfortable version of him.
Alright, speaking of comfortable, we will get comfortable nga with Patman kasi he is going to be with us in this panel para ma-interview natin siya. Ito na, Patman! Pasok ka sa ating usapan. Hello po. Patman. Hello. Ayun, okay, sige, saktong ubo lang. Pero kasama ko yung panel ngayon, si Wolf at si Raf. Meron silang mga tanong so far with the journey on day 1. Sige, Wolf, take it away.
Well, una muna ay kamusta ang pakiramdam?
Masaya po, syempre.
Yeah. Ito yung seryosong tanong ko sa iyo. Parang, ano yung gusto mong parang pagkakakilala sa inyo this season? Ano yung gusto mong maalala ng mga viewers sa inyo na goal nyong ipakita sa kanila?
Siguro unexpected. Kasi ang dami naming changes this season.
Ayun, the
I like the answer.
unexpected one. Ang ganda. Alright, Raf, anything you wanna ask Patman over here?
Wala, joke lang. How did you guys prepare for day 1? Sorry, may icebreaker, di ba? Para ano. How did you guys prepare for your day 1? Is my serious question.
Relax, tapos yung kung ano lang ginagawa namin sa scrim, yun lang din yung ginawa namin. Kasi wala kaming info sa kalaban namin. Ganun po.
Ayun.
Parang player game na lang, no? Confidence talaga.
Po.
Yan, yun yung confidence level. Eto naman, Patman, madalian lang. Kung ikaw ay re-regaluhan ng skin para sa Valentine's, ano yung gusto mong matanggap?
Yung pinaka-latest po, syempre.
Ayun,
Kalimutan ko po yung name niya.
Sino mo may O, kung sino may magusto kay Patman, yan yung hinihingi. Latest skin. Ngayon, ang hinihingi. Anyway, Patman, congratulations again on your win. Sobrang dikit, pero you guys showed the firepower. Congratulations, Patman. Thank you so much
you
for
po.
being here. We will see you in the next following days. Ayun. Sobrang kalmada lang. Unforgettable one with confidence.
Wow.
Yun yung kakaiba. Wow.
One-liners. I love it.
Wow.
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 Wow liners. Yun yung totoo.
Especially after a very taxing siguro na Ray cursed kind of series. Parang the boys must feel, one-liner lang siguro i-drop ko ngayon.
Parang gusto lang nila na mag-relax na at mag-relax. Pero anyway, before anything else nga pala, before we take a break for the whole day, eto lang, gusto ko lang sabihin na Mineski Global is the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
And also, thanks to our official super app, ang Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on GrabCar Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last but not least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. So big thank you to everybody that made Challengers possible. And of course, my little dog says hello. I think I've been away from her for too long na pala.
Parang whole day. Parang gusto niyo makipag-Valentine sa'yo. Speaking of Valentines, maraming salamat din sa nanood at nakidate sa atin ngayon sa day number 1 of VCTPH. Week 1 pa lang at nakita niyo na sobrang linis, 2 zeros all in all. So in short, dalawa, meaning dalawa kayo, magdi-date kayo. That's what's gonna happen. So anyway, thank you so much for being here. Ako nga pala si Juicy Brucey, kasama ko si Wolf and si Rav. Later on, bukas actually, makikita tayo para sa day number 2 ng VCTPH.
Waltorius fighting back. There's the showstopper. And it's no, they don't overwhelm. They don't overwhelm at all. It's just going to be pandemonium. He spots out two. He spots out two. And Nico gets it. Risky as can be. Oh my God.